Rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is...
Stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's. We're not gonna make it!
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's. We're not gonna make it!
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
You know, there's a whole bunch of things we can make during Rent Week. I got another one to show you. But first, a challenge. Now it's time for a struggle challenge. I have an abundance of canned salmon. Aside from salmon patties, what are creative and delicious ways to use up my supply? Let's see what else you've got in the fridge, and I'll come up with a prescription for all your ails. Oh, that's a lot of salmon. You must have gotten a good deal. Spaghettini, pre-cooked spaghetti, old-fashioned oats, chickpeas, we got some diced tomato, a lot of cans. We got celery, we got carrot, lettuce, red wine vinegar, lemon, rice and breadcrumbs, garlic, onion and cheddar, huevos. And up top, peas and carrot medley. Salmon has to be the star of the dish. So, according to the blood that I have flowing through my veins, which is partly Italian, cheese and fish can't be together. So the cheese, it's out. So we've got big salmon. I think I want to use up these eggs. We also have this leftover spaghetti. So I'm thinking in a bowl, we mix the salmon, the eggs, the cooked spaghetti, maybe some celery. Oh, there's a word for this. Timballo. Timballo is a leftover pasta egg pie, and we can make it with salmon. It works in my head. Let's see if it works in real life. I'm gonna make the holy trinity the base of a lot of pastas: carrot, onion, and celery. So you wanna have 25%, 25%, 50% onion. That is the traditional ratio. Fire this up. All right, it's all going in. Salt, pepper, garbanzo beans. See what the salmon looks like. Does it need to be drained as well? This one has some, ooh. I'm gonna peel the skin off here. Sometimes human advancement really worries me. Oh my God, this. All right, I'm taking out the freaking bones because I don't want that. Listen, we gotta use this. We gotta use this. This is the ingredient. Never seen it quite like this before, but that's what we've got. That looks pretty bone-free, and I'm mashing it up just to be sure. Oh, it's fresh. I mean, it smells good. That's a plus. Let's see if I can crack 6 eggs really quickly. No! Ah! Failure. All right, we're whipping this up. This is our glue. All right, that's nice and mixed. Now, the idea here is that this is warm, and it will start to cook the egg. Let's dump the spaghetti in as well. I feel like this needs paprika. All right, so I'm just trying to be careful with the amount of pasta that I put in here, because I only had 6 eggs, and I do need all of those to solidify. Putting some salt in, oil. Let's get some pasta on the bottom like this. So I'm not just throwing this all in a pan and serving it. This is gonna be sliceable like a cake. At least that it is in my head. while the egg is cooking through, so I'm sort of gonna top this here, and the plan is for it to cook like 80% on this side. So I'm just gonna feel around with the spoon here, try to see if the edge is crispy, if this is solidified. Ooh, very pleasing. Let's hit this with some oil on top. Listen, this is a struggle challenge. I have no idea what's gonna happen here, but this needs to cook on the other side. This is a little insane, but here we go. This is never gonna work. It's okay, I believe in myself. Yes, it worked, oh my God. Yes. All right, so now we wanna curl this under. Oh, I am so pleased. I do want this to continue frying, so I'm gonna give it some more ability to fry around the edge. I'm gonna put a little paprika over the top here, just because I think it's gonna look cool. Negative, it doesn't really look that cool. As this becomes solidified, it should, yeah, it's starting to move as one. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this works. Oh, I lost some on the back end there. It's like a mullet. It's all business in front, but there's just a party out of the back here. Listen, it's not the worst thing in the world. So let's see how this tastes, and then I'll grade myself. Oh, it's completely falling apart now. It's fine. Really. It's not bad, but I'm certainly not lusting over these flavors. I probably could have done some more things to make this taste a little bit better, but I would happily eat this entire thing for dinner and be satisfied and happy. So I think that gives it a solid 7.5 in the flavor department. Now, I was a little more ambitious in the looks department with this whole situation here. If this had turned out into a solidified pie like I wanted, I would have given myself a 10. It would have been a marvel of my cooking skills, but that didn't happen because my skills aren't quite there yet. So maybe this was a little bit too ambitious, but it does look so cool, and it is perfectly toasted. Let's go with 7. So we're going with 7 and 7.5. We got a 14.5. It's like a C-. That's exactly what I deserve. I deserve a C- for this dish. This is a great dish to have during rent week. It takes leftovers, it essentially binds them together with eggs, and it turns them into a one-pot dish that you can slice like a pie. Thank you for this challenge. It's been illuminating for me as much as it has been for you.
Have expensive plumbing repairs? The Water Resources Assistance Program can provide plumbing and septic system repair for free. We can even retrofit your home to reduce your water bill.
Visit GwinnettCounty.com/RAP to learn more and to see if you're eligible.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Meant that literally. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
I'm Chief. You know, it's getting a little bare in here, but I'm creative. We can still make a delicious meal. We've got rice. It's the most versatile of all pantry ingredients. And a can of tomatoes. Or tomatoes. I can make something with these. Certainly slim pickings in here. but an onion is always handy. Let's see what's upstairs. It's the jackpot. We got some green peas. This is all we need. All right. I think the move, obviously, is to feature the rice as the central ingredient. It is, after all, one of the most important pantry items that you should have at all times. So versatile. And with the tomato and the onion, we can make a nice base. We'll put some spices in there. We'll finish it off with the green peas, and we'll have a spiced tomato rice. Let's chop some onions. I don't know if these goggles are gonna work, but maybe the placebo effect will happen. I mean, onions are... Here they are. I have a love-hate relationship with them. I hate them while I'm chopping them, but I love that I always have them. And you should have them on hand, too, because almost every single homey dish starts with an onion base. Oil. Onions are simmering in the pan. Now's a great time to get some spices in there and awaken them from hot oil. I say cayenne and cumin. Very nice. Rice is one of the most versatile bulk ingredients. I mean, you could add cheese to it, you could put it in a soup. It can be a side with proteins if that's what you have. This is something you should have. I mean, it pains me to say this, but I'm gonna say it. Rice is more versatile than pasta. So let's get our rice into the pan. All right, we've got some translucency, real nice. This is not a tomato spice rice without tomato, so let's get the tomato in there. You know, tomato's a great thing to have on hand also. I always have it in my pantry. In this instance, it's adding a bunch of flavor instead of a broth. And let's add some water in there. Once the rice comes up to a boil, turn it down to a simmer, cover it, and let that rice cook all the way through. So, the rice is fully cooked through. Now, I've got these frozen peas, and the idea is to throw them in with the rice and just let them warm through. I'm just gonna cover this again and let it cook for just a few more minutes. Dinner is served. Okay, here we go, the rice. Oh, yeah. I'm giving myself a nice big old plate of dinner tonight. This is our big ticket item tonight. Comes in at a whopping 79 cents. That's under $1. It's completely crazy. I can't wait to dig into this. Spiced rice, tomatoes, and peas. Here we go. You know, because I always keep my pantry stocked, I always have the ingredients I need to make a filling meal. Now today, rice, the most versatile of all dry bulk ingredients, was the star of the show, and it was supplemented with canned tomato and frozen peas. But if you had some fresh vegetables or fruit or even some leftover meat that you wanted to throw in there, go for it. Again, rice is super versatile, and the point I want to make is that even when money's tight, we can make a filling meal thanks to this wonderful bulk ingredient. So there it is, my fellow strugglers. The rent week, when we don't have a lot of money to spend, can be solved with just a few things that we need to keep in mind. The pantry, it's gotta be stocked. You have meals waiting to be created, and they're not gonna expire quickly because this stuff is shelf stable. You saw it happen right here. I made 3 amazing meals, pretty much from the pantry, the freezer, and what was left in my fridge. I know you can do it too. It's just about thinking outside of the box of pre-made stuff, that is. And with that note, my fellow strugglers, let your wallets be light, but your bellies heavy. See you next time. Welcome to Frankie's Corner, where I answer your questions. Jess asks, help me settle this debate at work. Ooh, I love a good work debate. Does cheese belong on tuna fish sandwiches? It's a great question, and the answer is, it depends who you ask. If you ask the Italians, they say absolutely no cheese on fish ever, no exceptions, end of discussion. The Consortio of Parmigiano Reggiano will come and arrest you if you combine cheese and fish. As if this were some sin that we're all going to hell for. But you know what? If you think it's delicious, go for it. Just make sure you're not in Italy.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Meant that literally. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering
see. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Plan Compare One supports seamless onboarding at every stage in the member journey. Capture members through aging in, preventing plan switches, and simplifying the Medicare enrollment journey with clear, data-driven plan options. Connect beneficiaries to their best fit plans across multi-channel capabilities, including consumer, broker, and call center channels. Visit Connecture.com. Connecture DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare.
Welcome to Cook the Books, the show where I make recipes out of award-winning cookbooks and celebrate their authors, like Craving Vegan by Sam Turnbull, a book that proves you can satisfy all your cravings with vegan food. Now, this is a Taste Canada award-winning book, so you know it's going to be good. There's going to be lots of new learning, and I'm excited to make things for the very first time, like this white lasagna that starts with vegan cheeses. I'm going to make a vegan ricotta. Again, lots of things I've never made before, so we're almost on this journey together of exploring, can you satisfy cravings with vegan recipes and vegan dishes? Sam swears that you can, and I'm excited. I mean, keep this in mind. I've cooked professionally for 15 years. I have no idea what a lot of these things are going to taste like. To make the vegan ricotta, Sam says to take a firm tofu. Different types of tofu out there, of course, soft, medium, and firm. This is the firm type. It's been strained, patted dry, and into a little food processor. I'm going to add the tofu, and I'm going to really follow these instructions carefully because I have very little frame of reference, and this is the magic of cooking from an award-winning cookbook. Lots of new techniques to learn. So I get the tofu, nutritional yeast. Now, nutritional yeast is a non-active yeast. This is not the same yeast you use in bread. It's nutty, it's cheesy, it's flaky. She jokingly writes it's kind of like fish food in appearance, but it's really good. I've used this a lot on popcorn, never really to make a vegan cheese, so I'm excited to see how it adds to the flavor. Now into that, onion and garlic powder. Okay, I'm getting behind this vibe. I'm gonna go in with a little bit of lemon juice, I believe, gonna make it bright and acidic. White miso. Now that's a key ingredient because I know for a fact that miso is gonna give that umami, that saltiness, that craveability to it. Whoa, seed in there. The seed is vegan. It's going to be fine. There we go. And I'm going to get a little bit of miso. Am I getting everything? Oh, and salt. Out of all the things that I'm trying for the first time today, this is the first, the tofu ricotta. Let's see. Smells good. I'm excited. See how it tastes. My first time tasting vegan tofu ricotta. It's got the lemon, nutritional yeast. Get out of here! Sam, surprise number one of the day. It's got real umami. You know what? I can already tell in our lasagna that I'm making later, I'm not going to miss traditional ricotta. This is fantastic. Sam writes in her book, vegan food doesn't have to be boring. It doesn't have to be just salads and grains and beans. It can be comfort, craveable foods. Next, I'm gonna make her sunflower parmesan, and I'm doing it with this toasted sunflower. She writes in her book that you could do it with cashews. This is just a great nut-free alternative. And I think it's going to give real texture as a little topper for the white lasagna. I think it's going to be great as a salad topper as well, but let's find out. Or even a breading. So the toasted sunflowers go in. She gives you the option of toasting or not. I really think you should toast. Nutritional yeast, again, a vegan staple. Lemon pepper. She swears this is the secret ingredient to this vegan parm. And I believe garlic powder. Okay. Excited for this one too. Now, unlike the ricotta, I'm going to be careful. I don't want to turn this into a sunflower seed butter. Salt. Check the recipe, check the recipe. Here it goes. Vegan sunflower seed parm. Smells good. Imagine sprinkling that. Sam, you're blowing my mind here today. This is delicious. I would totally sprinkle this on a salad or breading or definitely in the lasagna. Now, I'm gonna make a vegan bechamel cheesy spinach sauce. My sauce begins with a vegan butter, which you can find pretty much anywhere now, onion and garlic, and that will be the foundation to my white lasagna, which is coming up right after the break.
You're too busy to be sick. That's why Peachtree Immediate Care is here for you from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. So whether it's a nasty cough that won't go away, a painful sore throat, or an unexpected injury, with over 40 Atlanta area locations, there's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner. You never need an appointment, and you can save time when you check in online. And as the urgent care partner of the Emory Healthcare Network, you know you're in good hands. Peachtree Immediate Care. Get in, get out, get better.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Meant that literally. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
I'm back cooking from Sam Turnbull's award-winning Craving Vegan all hour long, putting her claims to the test that I can satisfy all my cravings with vegan food, and what better way to do it than with a lasagna? So, like a traditional lasagna, her recipe calls for a creamy sauce, this one laced with spinach, and like a traditional bechamel, I've got my roux going with vegan butter, flour, onions, garlic, and I'm just gonna thicken up that roux, and that's what's gonna give the sauce some body. But because it's vegan, unlike milk or cream, I've got a vegan milk. Now, in her book, she says oat milk, soy milk, they're all good. Let's see how it tastes. Get it into my pot. The onions and garlic smell great. The vegan butter, again, easy to find and does the trick. Bring it up to a little boil and into that sauce to give it that cheesiness. Again, it's a vegan staple, and she talks about it a lot throughout the book. Nutritional yeast, that cheesy, nutty, non-active yeast into my sauce. Wow, gives it a good color too. I'm gonna bring this up to a boil, and one of the things that I love about her book, it's broken down into cravings. It's not by chapter. It's by cheesy, eggy, spicy, creamy, carby. So it's a really fun book to kind of peruse through and say, wow, can you achieve these cravings, these craveable items with vegan recipes? And so far, so good. I've done the vegan ricotta, which was fantastic, and the vegan parm with the sunflowers and nutritional yeast that I'm going to sprinkle on. We're 2 for 2. I can't wait to see how it all comes together. Look at the sauce now. Bubbly, thickened. I've never made a vegan bechamel before, but it's really performing like the traditional version. Now, the recipe calls for, yes, all this spinach, but as we know, the spinach will cook down and kind of melt into this sauce, hence creating the creamy spinach sauce. Everyone go in. I might stir it in stages. Yum. The nutritional yeast really adds the cheesy element to this. And then little by little, watch how the spinach will melt down into the sauce. It's funny because I couldn't remember which chapter this was in, cheesy or carby, because it could go in both. But the cravings are being satisfied thus far. It's smelling good. My mouth is watering. And I mentioned I'm a chef and cookbook author and carnivore, but you don't have to be to appreciate an alternative. You don't have to be to appreciate that there's a new technique to be learned. Even if, for me, if it's like a Meatless Monday situation, I would totally make this. Get the last bit of spinach in, let it melt into my sauce. Great color. It looks cheesy and creamy. I gotta hand it to you, Sam. This is an award-winning book. I get it. The sauce looks wonderful. And now, the fun part of any lasagna, the assembly. So I'm going to get my big baking dish here. I've got my noodles, my lasagna noodles, pre-blanched, just to give you a little head start. And now, I'm gonna start layering the sauce, the noodles, the ricotta. Starting with a little bit of that spinach creamy sauce right on the bottom. Look at that. Great consistency on the sauce. And then our first bed of the lasagna noodles. Now let me make sure I'm doing this right. I think I get another layer of sauce, then the ricotta, and then we alternate all the way through. Layers of creamy textures, cheesy flavors, even though it's vegan. The onions, the garlic, the spinach all smell really good. Now I go in, sprinkle on some of my vegan ricotta that had the onion powder, the garlic powder, the lemon, the miso. So we're not missing out on any umami. It's gonna pack a punch. Just like so, little dollops. Final layer. Top it off with more of the spinach cream sauce. It really smells decadent, like a lasagna should. And it's a nice little twist too, the white lasagna. Paint it all into the corners. It's ready for a hot oven. And wait till you see it bubbling away. Whoo-wee! Look at this, look at this, look at this. Bubbling, cheesy. I'm gonna hit it with some of that sunflower parm right on top for that little crunch, that cheesy, salty little bite. Now, Sam expertly advises to let this lasagna sit for a little bit to firm up, but I can't wait. I gotta see if this is gonna be a real craveable lasagna. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I think we've done it. Here it goes. It does taste like simple, dreamy comfort food. Wow. Now, stay with me because after the break, I'm putting a risotto hack to the test next.
Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event at Atlanta Toyota. Lease new Tacoma for only $299 a month or low 1.99% financing available. Lease a new Tundra for just $399 a month or 1.99% financing available. Right now at Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for 11 years in a row. Atlanta Toyota.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on.
I'm back cooking from Sam Turnbull's Craving Vegan, and so far I've learned a ton about vegan ingredients, techniques, and yes, it's all been craveable. But next, I'm going to put her cheater risotto to the test. And it starts with a little vegan butter in a hot pan to make mushroom bacon. So into the hot pan, the mushrooms go in. And this is going to be a little garnish on top of my risotto. Now, her mushroom bacon, I think, gets its flavor from little soy sauce. Oh, yeah. Some maple. And a touch of liquid smoke. I guess to mimic that smoky bacon flavor. Let's see how it goes. Look at the, ooh, the smoke. Bacony, bacony. She says, don't disturb the pan too much, so I'm not going to stir it. I'm just going to let it do its thing for a couple minutes. And now the cheater risotto that I can't wait to see how it turns out. Now look, I'm a happily married man. The only thing I'm cheating on is my risotto. So I want to do less stirring. Let's see how it goes. Into my Dutch oven goes a little bit of arborio rice, so the classic starchy short grain risotto rice, no trick there. And then a little bit of stock. Of course, a vegan stock. Now, check her recipe because I feel like the ratio of stock to rice is important here. I want to see how it turns out. I still want a velvety, creamy risotto, and I trust that she can do it. So my stock goes in, reserving a little bit for the end just to kind of fold in. Lid on, into the oven. That's it. And for home cooks out there that have a hard time with rice, this could be the hack for you. Gonna pop it in over here. And grab this one here. Smells good. The moment of truth. Cheater risotto. Hey! Now into that residual heat, I'm gonna add a little more stock just to loosen it up. Splash of white wine. The mushrooms smell great, by the way. Off in the distance, I can smell that liquid smoke. More vegan butter, just to melt in like a traditional risotto. And you guessed it, the favorite ingredient so far, nutritional yeast. That cheesy, vegan must-have. And then while it's still warm, just gonna kind of fold it in. Oh yeah, look, what a hack. Sam gives you the liberty to kind of add stock or wine as you desire to bring you to the consistency. I like mine really creamy. You know, by the way, for risotto, everyone knows the term al dente for pasta. Risotto does have a term on a wave, al onda. A good risotto should float a little bit on your plate. So that's what I'm going for here, al onda. Italian lessons from an Egyptian. There you go. Let's loosen it up. Salt and pepper. Looks great. Smells good. And something about the book I really want to highlight. All of these vegan ingredients that you might not be familiar with, a lot I'm not familiar with, Sam expertly breaks down at the beginning of the book. So that nutritional yeast, I'm cooking with jackfruit later, vital wheat, gluten. You know, all these things are broken down so you learn what they are, you learn where to find them, which is really helpful. Thank you, Sam. And it kind of educates you in terms of, I really don't have any experience cooking with these things, but then it makes it easier to leave your comfort zone. And I think that's one of the magical things about any great cookbook like this one is. Now, my risotto is looking creamy. It's flowing like it should. I might give it a little splash of wine right at the end. Get it to the point where you like it, and I'm happy with this. This is a heck of a hack. It's almost like rice pilaf, but then transformed into a creamy risotto. That's a keeper technique. I'm gonna plate it up. She also, in this recipe, gives you different options to top the risotto with peas, with lemon. I've opted for the mushroom bacon, which I'm excited to try. By the way, look at the color of the mushroom bacon. Already, it's got really dark and caramelized with the soy and the maple. The liquid smoke is what's doing it for me. The liquid smoke, because bacon is smoked, is giving me that bacon vibe. So that's gonna be a great little top right back. Into my bowl, I'm gonna put my creamy risotto. Yeah. Again, for those people who have a hard time with rice, this is worth a try. Little mountain of risotto. Now, I do want to put some more of my sunflower parm. Yeah, she says go for it. Okay. Makes sense, right? Every risotto needs a parm. And that sunflower parm is doing it for me today. And now, oh yeah. I haven't stirred it. Remember it said, leave the mushrooms alone. I've left them alone, and it's worked. Now, I can top them right on top of my risotto. This for sure is going to be packed with umami. I'm not missing any flavor here. And so far, everything Sam has said has been true. This is craveable food, the stuff you really want. Creamy, delicious, carby food without missing any of it. Looks good, Smells good. There's only one way to find out. Look at my soft risotto. The mushroom bacon, quote unquote. It is like bacon. I got another trick coming up. Tikka masala, vegan style. Stay with me.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
I'm back, flying through Craving Vegan, a Taste Canada award-winning book by Sam Turnbull. And so far, I've been surprised by the vegan ricotta, parm. I even made a white lasagna that was craveable. You would never know it had no dairy, no cheese. It was great. Now, I'm doing Sam's vegan tikka masala, but this comes as no surprise. The spices really read as a vibrant, flavorful dish. We're going to get coconut milk in there. I have high hopes for this, and I know it's going to taste great. It starts with onion and garlic right into my pot. I mean, that alone, any great recipe starts with onion and garlic, and then fresh ginger. And I think when cooking with vegan recipes, fresh is always best because it's simple, but you want the aromatics of the ginger and the garlic. Sometimes we get tempted to use like the jarred stuff, and for me it just tastes a little bit weird. A great little hack here to peel the ginger just with your spoon. Look how fast that is. And then I like to kind of grate it in to the pot, releasing those natural flavors of the ginger with the onion and the garlic right away. It smells good. Tikka masala usually is a chicken dish, and usually it's marinated in yogurt, but we're getting a lot of the same spices. And there's a technique with the tofu I can't wait to try to replicate those big, irregular chunks of chicken. But first, we need the spices, and it starts with garam masala, that classic Indian blend with clove and nutmeg, coriander. Sometimes there's black pepper and fenugreek. This is a great hack in the kitchen to get a good quality garam masala to save you a couple steps. And then, a little chili powder. And Sam seems to like her spice because there's quite a bit of chili powder in this, and I'm here for it. Then, cumin, my favorite. Lots of cumin in Egyptian cooking as well. My mom's favorite too. Turmeric is going to give us a punchy color, a hint of bitter as well, in a pleasant way. And last but not least, my second favorite, coriander. Fruity, aromatic, and if you can, toasting whole ground coriander cumin seeds is even better. Now, you can double up that recipe and leave a little spice blend on your counter for other uses. But here, this is just enough for us. And Sam has a great pro hack here. A lot of people just add spices at the end. But really, you want to cook them out in the aromatics, in the oil, just for a minute or so to wake up and give everything some color. So I'm going to do that, and you can see, even by giving those spices a little cook, they wake up a little, they toast. They infuse into the dish. Don't just add spices right at the end. I was really happy when I read that tip in her book. Look at the colors of the onions. Take on the turmeric. They get some life, some character. Now, I want to move on to the tofu. And a firm block of tofu, my instinct is to cube it up with my knife. But Sam has an awesome tip here, not to cube it up, to rip it into shreds, into pieces, 1-inch chunks like that. And I thought it was so clever because she writes, those irregular chunks mimic chicken, which is usually in a tikka masala, but also those irregular crevices and chunks will soak up the sauce that we're working hard to achieve all those great flavors of the tikka masala. So again, this is something I've never done before, and this is why I love great cookbooks. You get techniques, you get ideas, you learn new things, and definitely me, I'm not a vegan chef, I'm learning every single recipe so far, so it's been a real joy. So I'm going to rip up these chunks of tofu, replicating my chicken. And I do like those irregular kind of jagged edges. I think they will drink up the sauce that I'm going to build. So after I get my chunks just like so, don't have to be perfect, I don't think. I'm going to add it to those beautiful onions, ginger, the garlic, the garam masala, and the spices are alive now because they've been cooking for a minute. And I add everything to the pot. She writes in the book that this is also one of those recipes that comes together as a weeknight meal in like 15 minutes. So think about something that's affordable, protein packed, and really quick. Some tomato right in. And I'm going to stir it all to combine. And in about 10 or 15 minutes, I should see that these tomatoes and the tofu and the whole mixture darkens and gets a little more intense. Look at the tikka masala now. In a relatively short amount of time, it's got intense color, flavor. I can see why this is a weeknight staple. Now, to finish it off, a little coconut milk, which is a vegan staple for richness. Get that creamy effect right at the end. Wow. This is going to look stunning. Now I'm going to gently allow this to come up to a slight boil, just so that all the flavors can marry. It's a good time for me to grill up some naan and bring this dish to the finish line. I think with all that delicious kind of sauce over a bed of rice is the right move. So I'm going to let my naan grill up. Let's get the rice. Gotta have fresh cilantro right at the end. Oh, it smells incredible. Vegan food doesn't have to be beans, sprouts, salads. And Sam does a great job of proving vegan food can be craveable and rich. Okay, this is smelling fantastic. My naan is ready to come off. Look at the tikka masala, the color after the coconut milk has infused with the tomato, the spices, the hand-torn tofu. Yummy! And now that tikka masala goes all over the rice. Look at the chunks of tofu that are drinking up the sauce. Ooh! Ooh, the coconut milk makes it rich. Oh yeah. Fresh cilantro at the end. Crispy naan tucked into the corner. I can't wait to try this tikka masala, but stick with me, because up next, I'm cooking a jackfruit recipe for the first time ever.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
I'm April Rogers of the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning. For help finding a safe, high-quality summer camp for your child, please use the resources you see in this ad. We develop them to serve your needs.
During Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event at Atlanta Toyota. Lease new Tacoma for only $299 a month or low 1.99% financing available. Lease a new Tundra for just $399 a month or 1.99% financing available. Right now at Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for 11 years in a row. Atlanta Toyota.
Mike, the furniture guy here at Georgia Furniture Mart. Looking for a great night's sleep? Let one of our sleep experts at Georgia Furniture Mart help. Visit us today and explore our new state-of-the-art mattress gallery featuring top brands like Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. Right now, get $300 off your purchase of additional furniture when you buy any Tempur-Pedic mattress. That's more comfort and support for less. Hurry in, this deal will not last long. Buy your mattress today, I'll deliver to you tomorrow. Georgia Furniture Mart saves you money.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Meant that literally. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2 OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
Jackfruit. This fruit is very similar to the texture of shredded meat. Now, as a chef and cookbook author myself, it's not every day that I'm gonna cook and try an ingredient for the very first time, but here we are. Today, with Craving Vegan, I'm gonna make Sam's pulled jackfruit recipe. I've never worked with this before, I've never tasted this before, and she says this sweet, smoky, saucy jackfruit is similar to pulled pork, but in my opinion, way better. Really? This is like a magical fruit that I've gotta get into. And Sam says that jackfruit comes in a can, usually, and water or brine or syrup. Don't get the syrupy kind, go for the water and brine kind. And a lot of you might not know what jackfruit looks like. Actually, I don't know what jackfruit looks like. Guys, do we have a picture? Jackfruit? Ah, funky looking. Apparently they can get like this big too. So I don't know what's going on with this magical fruit, but after you take it out of the can, Sam says that there's a tough core, as you can see right here in the center. And apparently we're to take the core off and are left with this shreddable, look at this thing. It is like pulled pork. It just kind of breaks apart in my fingers. Could this be the pulled pork replacement? I'm just going to work my way through, give it a rough chop, put the cores to the side. Like I said, I've cooked professionally for 15 years, and it's not easy to get me really intrigued, but this one has got me excited. This is unbelievable. Just look at how the texture really does mimic shredded meat. It's really giving a pulled pork vibe, or you could replace like a pulled beef kind of situation. Now, one thing I do appreciate about Sam as an author is a couple things, actually. One, I love her writing style. And as a chef who wrote a cookbook, I know that's a really hard thing to do. I mean, a lot of times people forget that we're cooks, we're chefs, we're not necessarily writers, but I really enjoy her writing style because it's very approachable. Reading through her book, it feels like you're talking to a friend, you know? But also, she makes clear that she used to eat meat, and there's no shame in saying, look, a lot of the things that we know and love, pulled pork, burgers, fried chicken, they do taste good, but we can come up with vegan alternatives that taste just as good. So knowing that she knows what a great pulled pork tastes like is a fascinating perspective. I really trust where we're going with this. So I've got my pulled jackfruit in a pan. I've got onion and garlic sweating away, smelling great. Apparently now, yep, I add it to the pan, just making sure I'm doing it correct. Ooh, a little sizzle. And it's looking like the pulled jackfruit, I was about to say pulled pork because it looks like it. It's looking like the pulled jackfruit is going to take on a bunch of different flavors. So into that pan, as it starts to sizzle away with the onions and garlic, we build the flavor. Smoked paprika, maybe my most used spice. I love smoked paprika. And of course, going to give us a little color and that smokiness. And with a good pulled pork, we want smoky flavor, and I think that's what Sam is going for here. Cumin. Gotta have it. Similar to the tikka masala, big spices here. Okay? Back to the liquid smoke. Remember earlier this hour I made those mushroom bacon bits on top of my risotto. This is gonna play a star role again. Right in. A little bit goes a long way with liquid smoke. And then last but not least, root beer. And I found this step so interesting because I guess it's gonna help caramelize with the pulled jackfruit. We're going to find out together. Yum. I guess almost like a cola braised pork shoulder kind of situation. Pinch of salt. If you're intrigued at home, I'm just as intrigued. I'm going to try it for the first time. But it smells good. Mix it all together now. It's looking like pulled pork. Jeez. Look at this. Turn up the heat. Now this has to soften a little further for a few minutes, covered, and after a few minutes of softening, it looks like that. Holy. I really smelled the smoky elements of the paprika and the liquid smoke. The root beer has cooked down and kind of caramelized. And to finish, like a classic pulled pork, Sam recommends a vegan barbecue sauce. Just pour it in. Oh yeah. It would fool me. Now I'm just going to stir it in, let it warm through. While it heats through with that barbecue sauce, I'm going to run to my fridge and grab a little slaw to go on the bottom of my bun, but not any slaw. A tahini slaw. What a great recipe. Tahini, used to give a creamy element in the slaw. I love that hack. Actually, at home, I make a tahini Caesar salad dressing, and this is the same kind of vibe. Now, I'm going to put some on the bottom of my bun, just like you would with a pulled pork sandwich. Look at this. So much texture, color, vibrant. I want to show it to you, actually, because when I found this in the book, I thought, what a fun idea to get big flavors. Use tahini as a creamy base for a slaw, and this has got carrot, broccoli, peanuts. So that's the base of the pulled pork, or pulled jackfruit. And now is the time. The taste test. The barbecue sauce has warmed all the way through. Can you just look at this and appreciate the magic fruit that is? If I told you this was a pulled pork sandwich, you'd believe me. I mean, I've almost fooled myself. It smells like a succulent pulled pork. Now, Sam claims that this is better than a pulled pork. Better. There's only one way to find out. Oh, it looks good. Shall we? Now, before I dig in, I want you to come back after the break because I'm cooking with another ingredient for the very first time. Converted! That's delicious!
Crossroads of quaint and contemporary, you'll find Clayton, Georgia, in the heart of Rabun County. Clayton holds true to its roots, but also embraces the new. Shopping in Clayton combines the cultural heritage with trend-setting finds. Its art galleries feature everything from contemporary folk art to rare collectibles. The historic inns have the best of both worlds. Small-town hospitality with uptown amenities. For more about Clayton, Georgia, in Rabun County, visit exploreRabun.com.
At Window World, we make it easy to get the exterior product, style, and performance you need at the price point you want. We'll visit your home and work together to pick the windows, doors, or siding that fits your style and budget. Our team of installation professionals will remove your old exterior products and replace them with your energy-efficient Window World selections. Your new, quality products immediately increase your home's value and curb appeal. Our lifetime warranty means you'll receive the Window World treatment long past installation day. Schedule your free estimate to get started.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
My whole hour cooking from Craving Vegan has been eye-opening. I've learned so much and really left my comfort zone, but there's one more recipe I'm dying to try, this ginger beef that's really seitan. The go-to kind of meat replacement for vegans. And it seems easy to make, and I'm going to try it. So a little bit of flour, okay, splash of soy, and then the ingredient that I've never, ever used before. Now, this is active wheat gluten. Am I getting this right? Vital wheat gluten. Vital wheat gluten. See? Apparently, from the wheat, the starch and the gluten is removed, and you're left with the pure gluten, the gluten flour. And you can find it in a health food store or online, and there's tons of protein here. And if you bring it together with water and flour, it mimics kind of a meat texture and is a great protein substitute. And let's just see what happens. So the water goes in. Oh, the spices. Onion and garlic powder. Great flavor. Been using them all day. And more smoked paprika. Like I said, one of my favorites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time making seitan with gluten flour. And apparently, I bring it together. And Sam says in her book to gently knead it. And if I overwork it, it'll get tough. I mean, when you think about the gluten in any recipe, like a bread dough, for example, you never want to overwork it so it doesn't get tough. And it's the same idea here, I imagine. I'm going to tip it onto my work surface. Sam, I hope I'm doing a good job, because your picture looks incredible, and I can't wait to try this, and I want it to come out right. So I'm going to bring it together and just kind of knead it without overworking till all the flour is absorbed. I can smell the paprika and the garlic powder. That's a great addition. There we go. Now, after it comes together like a dough, Sam's recipe says to tear off bite-sized chunks. That's going to play the role of our beef. So I take off little chunks like so. And I think it's okay to be rustic. It's as if I chopped up bits of beef or chicken. Here we go. That's pretty cool. Some a bit bigger, some a bit smaller. I think these jaggedy edges are cool because they're going to crisp up in a pan after. Now, I think every kitchen should have a steamer basket, whether for this or steaming veggies or fish or whatever. Wait, not fish. Go vegan. I'm having a great time. I haven't missed any flavors all hour. And the whole premise of Sam's book is any craving you have, carby, cheesy, crispy, spicy, can be met with vegan cooking, and she hasn't let me down so far. I'm going to add them to my steamer basket. Voila. And just steam them for a few minutes until they plump up and cook. Pretty affordable way to eat, too. Get a good source of protein. Let me give these a couple minutes to steam. And while it cooks, I can start my sauce for the ginger beef. So into a little container, I'm going to add some ginger, some garlic, little chili flake for spice, of course. And this sauce sounds really good because it's balanced. Rice wine vinegar, like that choice. Sesame oil, little nuttiness. Back to the soy sauce for that salinity. So it's salty, it's sweet, it's hot. And speaking of sweet, brown sugar. And once I toss this sauce with my crispy seitan or my ginger beef, it's going to really help caramelize. Bring it together. Simple. This is a keeper. Okay, sauce looks good. Let me check the seitan. Wow, they do plump up. Look at that. Now, Sam does advise to let them cool because we're going to coat them in cornstarch and then crisp them up. Also, she says this is a great batch cooking recipe where you can make a bunch, maybe freeze some, and I love that idea. After they cool, they kind of look like this, and then I'm going to coat my steamed seitan or my quote-unquote ginger beef in some cornstarch. And that should give a nice little crispy exterior when I sear them in the hot oil. So I'm going to get my cooked seitan, smells good, looks like beef even, into the cornstarch and give it a nice coating. I would totally do this in a batch cook. There we go, right in the cornstarch. All over so we get a nice crispy surface. There you go. and into a hot skillet. Oh yeah. See how it's starting to sizzle up? I'm gonna get it dark golden brown on all sides. And to me, this is the joy of cooking from a Taste Canada award-winning cookbook. I've learned so many different tricks, and this is the first time I've ever made this kind of beef seitan, and it smells fantastic. Wow, the cornstarch is already getting golden brown. Let me take a quick peek. Woo! Flip and repeat on all sides. Yum. It looks and smells like crispy beef. Now for that sauce with the brown sugar, the sesame oil, the soy. Woo! Look at that! It smells incredible. The sesame oil has woken up. The brown sugar is gonna glaze that ginger beef. And now, to plate it up. Look how good it looks. Oh my gosh. It's turned into a glaze. This is my first seitan experience. Little sesame seeds on top, and I think it's gonna be a good one. And last but not least, gotta have the fresh scallions. I guess vegan food doesn't have to be all salads and sprouts, and Sam Turnbull proves that any craving you have can be satisfied with the right recipes. I really enjoyed cooking from Craving Vegan and learned a ton. Please join me next time on Cook the Books while I celebrate another award-winning cookbook and author. I gotta cook some more.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is... Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. North Georgia storms can change lives in seconds, and nothing is more important than giving you the earliest warnings.
Combined with the power of Storm Tracker 2 HD radar, we warn you up to 5 minutes earlier than anyone else in Georgia.
And we don't stop there. With the most advanced technology, we track storms to street level, break them down in 3D, and give you minute-by-minute alerts.
Meteorologists with the highest level of certification, we are Severe Weather Team 2, only on Channel 2 Action News.
On WSB Tonight, it's new local stories and why they matter. Our team is working every angle, bringing you a deeper look.
WSB Tonight, we are first on the scene at this breaking news, and here's what we know at this hour.
Breaking down late developing details, investigating, covering all sides.
WSB Tonight is the only station to bring you these crucial interviews.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. I'm always tracking to help you prepare for the next day.
I'm Wendy Corona.
And I'm George Estevez. Stay up and see what's new on WSB Tonight at 11.
Hey everybody, I'm Vera Stewart and welcome to the Very Vera Show. We're celebrating this year 40 years in business, and we are so excited to be sharing recipes that have stood the test of time. We're going to start today with recipes out of our first cookbook, Recipes from My Table. And the first one is a sour cream muffin. This is a 3-ingredient recipe, great for those of you that are a little scared of making bread from scratch, and it's great to get that child that wants to learn how to cook in the kitchen. Then we'll move into the chicken poppy seed casserole. This was #1 for people that came in to pick up casseroles in our building, but it was also part of our mail order company, was a real true favorite. And then finally, creamed spinach. This recipe was awesome during the holidays, and it was also one that has a secret ingredient that might make you try spinach for the very first time. And in Vera's Corner today, we're going to talk about housekeeping surrounding your mattress. You may forget about that sometimes. So we got a lot to do. Let's get started with those sour cream muffins. All right, so the sour cream muffins were always in our display case on Washington Road at the Very Vera Cafe. But once we got started with putting gourmet to-go items into our mail order business, this was a hot item in our mail order. They ship beautifully, they freeze beautifully, and you know, one of the reasons I wrote the cookbook is because for years people bought these muffins, our cakes, our casseroles, but I never shared the recipe. So this was what prompted the publishing of the first cookbook, was to give all of you the recipes for what you had been enjoying for years. So this is a very simple recipe. I know many people think, oh, you know, my grandmother made the best biscuits or muffins, and I just don't know how to do it. Well, one way that you learn how to do that is that you stand next to the person that knows how to do it well, and you watch and observe. So part of the beauty of our show is that you get to be with me in the kitchen to make these recipes. So this is very simple. You've got self-rising flour, unsalted butter, and I highly recommend the Fresh Market brand of unsalted butter, and then sour cream. So it's very easy to do. So start with your self-rising flour in the bowl. I'm going to add in my melted butter and then my sour cream. And if you have stood next to an awesome biscuit maker or bread maker, you know that one of the things you want to be very careful about is not over mixing. So let's move this to the center and let's talk about doing it gently. And so generally speaking, you just stirring everything together, but you want to take your time with these because they are so light and airy. So I'll just stir these ingredients together. And if you'll notice beside me, I've got a 24-cup mini muffin pan. And I've gone ahead and sprayed it with my baking spray. And I have 2 spoons that I'm going to use to put all of this into the little muffin cups. All right, so this looks just about right. So I've got 2 because you use 1 to get the first amount of the dough out, and then you use the next one to push it into the pan. So I'm going to get started with about that much to get, kind of goes to the top of the muffin pan. And then once we get to the end, I'll know if I need to go back and add a little bit more. So as you can see, and I know so many of you tell me that your grandchildren love to get in the kitchen with you, or your children love to do it, and needless to say, our campers love to make this recipe in the summer and in our Saturday classes. But this is something that is an immediate recognition of some skills, how to measure, how to prepare it correctly. Don't overmix. Discussing some of these terms that they'll learn in other recipe making. All right, so let me get this whole pan filled up. All right, so almost there. And as you can see, I'm going to have a little bit left that I can spread out between the ones that might have gotten slighted. All right, my oven is set for 325. These are going to bake for about 20 minutes. You want to keep an eye on them when you're making them for the first time. And when we come back from the break, we're going to get started on the chicken poppy seed casserole. It'll be your new favorite.
If you've never been or even visited lately, it's time to see Augusta. Georgia's Soul City is experiencing a renaissance with new restaurants, shops, and attractions popping up almost daily. Whether you're a foodie, a history buff, with family or friends, or just looking for an adventurous weekend getaway, come see us. Our gracious, friendly people and laid-back, eclectic style make a trip to Augusta an easy, unforgettable experience. Plan your trip today at visitaugusta.com.
See what's possible for your kitchen. With Sub-Zero refrigeration, Wolf Cooking, and Cove dishwashing.
People are always asking me, Marilyn, how do you balance a busy household and parenthood? You make it look easy, but the truth is, life with Window World is easy. I don't have to worry about waking the baby, budgeting for high monthly energy bills, or the long list of repairs my husband just can't find the time for. Window World makes everyday things a little easier. Just don't tell anyone. I like that they think it's all me.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Welcome back, everybody. And if you're just joining me, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of our company. I'm so excited. This year is going to be spectacular. And today we're celebrating some of the all-time favorites of our company. And these are all recipes that are in our first cookbook, Recipes from My Table. So we already have the sour cream muffins in the oven. It smells so good in here. And they just pop right in your mouth. They're easy to make. So be sure to check out all these recipes on our website at veryvera.com. All right, so I am using my induction cooktop today. One of the great features about this is you can regulate your temperature just like that. So I had it on just a low to get started. Now I'm going to put it on a medium high. I'm getting this butter melted. And then I've chopped up my sweet onions. And the recipe, again, a lot of these recipes I did not touch because they were so tried and true. And back in the day, you used canned mushrooms to make this recipe. But you can certainly use fresh if you like. So I'm going to add the onions to the pot. And what we're trying to do here is just get these cooked so that the onions are translucent. So we'll turn this up just a little bit and let those onions get to the perfect translucent look. All right, so while these are cooking down to the right look and consistency, I'm going to get started on the crust that goes on the bottom and the top of this casserole. So my favorite thing to use when I do this is Ritz crackers. So you can just take your hands and just take your time and slowly crush the crackers in the sleeve, and then you have this look ready to go, and you've not messed up another piece of equipment like a food processor. I'm going to add to that melted butter and then the poppy seeds. And believe it or not, these things are loaded with flavor. And so this is, as I said, is going to go in the bottom and the top. I generally put a little bit more on the bottom so the top is really crispy. But just this butter in the cracker and in the ingredient list really makes this a great topping. All right, so this looks just right now. So I'm going to add to this chicken base. And if you're not familiar with this is one change I made to the recipe, because you used to use a bouillon cube and it just takes so long for it to dissolve. But this is really great. You can find all these bases where the soup is located at the grocery store. Fresh Market has it, comes in lots of different flavors. So when next time you're cooking vegetables, try either the ham or the beef or the chicken. I think you'll really like it. All right, so now we are ready to add in the other ingredient that really shows you how old the recipe is Campbell's Cream of Chicken Soup. So there was probably 1 million casseroles recipes back in the day that all called for different cans of Campbell's soup, and that it still works really well. So let me stir that together. And then, you know, I love to recommend that you go to the Fresh Market on Tuesdays, because that's chicken and chuck day when you can get both of those at a great sale price. So you're going to cook your chicken breast until they're done, and then just take 2 forks and shred it. Here again, it's easy to do with a fork. You don't mess up the food processor doing it. But basically what you're looking for is a nice consistency on the chicken. So that's just a fork size and a bite size when you put this into the casserole. Then I've also got sour cream. And this makes quite a bit. So one of the other things that I'm going to suggest is that if it's just 2 of you, you can make this and kind of do meal prep and put 2 more into a smaller casserole dish to have at another time. So just mix all of this together. And then I went ahead and cooked my egg noodles. And one of the ways that I have them easier to work with when I add them to the casserole is just put in a little bit of olive oil and just toss that so it separates the egg noodles. And I love to use different containers when I do this. So I pulled my pottery to action. I've already sprayed it. That goes in the oven. It makes for a really good looking presentation. So I'll get my crackers in the bottom. I'll get this inside, top it, get into a 325 degree oven. So in Vera's Corner today, we're going to do mattress care, and then we'll get started on the cream spinach. So let me get this done while we're away for just a few minutes. Vera's Corner is brought to you by TaxSlayer. Most people seem to forget about their mattress when they're doing their cleaning rounds, but with a few extra minutes every other month, you can save yourself a lot of money in the long run. Here's how. Experts say you should rotate your mattress every 3 months, which is probably a 2-person job. This will extend the life of your mattress. Vacuum the mattress every 3 to 6 months. If someone has allergies in your home, you may need to vacuum more frequently. To clean, freshen, and deodorize your mattress all in one, make your own mattress protectant spray. You'll need 1/4 cup witch hazel, 1/4 cup water, 16 drops of eucalyptus or lavender essential oils. After spraying the mattress, let it dry completely before making the bed. When making the bed, start with a washable mattress pad first to prevent stains. Then put on your fitted sheet, the flat sheet, and a blanket. Make sure to pull those sheets tight. Tightly fold and tuck the corners for the most comfortable sleep. Fold back the top of your sheets and spread your quilt or comforter on top. Lastly, fluff each pillow by giving it a few good punches. Now your bed is fit for a king. Start free today at TaxSlayer.com.
Bring home 7 days of savings with daily deals from The Fresh Market. Shop Mondays for buy one get one free deals, including mouth-watering bacon and crab cakes. Tuesdays get chuck and chicken for just $3.99 per pound. Wednesdays save on shrimp and sashimi tuna. And shop Thursdays for tasty, easy meals under $10, including $6 pizzas. Then grab our 3-day weekend deals on the best meat and seafood, like gourmet burgers, lobster tails, and more. Don't wait to save. Shop The Fresh Market today.
Hey, I'm Vera Stewart, and I'm excited to introduce my new cookbook, Occasions. Full of tried and true dishes from my years of catering, Occasions has the right recipe to wow your guests. And don't forget to pick up my first book, which showcases dishes sold online and in our restaurant for years. Learn more about these classic Southern cookbooks by visiting our website and follow us on social media. Order your copies of the Very Vera cookbooks today.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We
all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Welcome back, everybody. And I don't know about you, but I'm having the best time. You know, some of these recipes, I got spoiled at Very Vera because I worked there, and if I didn't have dinner made, I could go to the cabinet, and I was a paying customer, and I could get my muffins, and I could get my cream spinach, and I could get my chicken pot seed casserole, and I was good to go. So going back into the guts of the operation and talking about how you actually make these has really been a lot of fun. So I encourage you to get in the kitchen this winter when it's cold outside, make some of these things and get them in the freezer. All right, so I've got my butter melted in the pan, and now I'm going to add and this is the Fresh Market unsalted butter, and this is their olive oil. And I love the color of it. It's just really great to work with. And I've got this on a medium-high heat, and now I'm going to add in my freshly minced garlic. I don't ever use the garlic that's in a jar. I really love to freshly mince it, whether you have a garlic press or you just take a sharp knife and do it. But we're going to let this cook for just a few minutes to get that garlic to a toasted light brown color. All right, so that looks just right, like a very light brown color. And actually, when you smell it really well, this entire kitchen smells like garlic right now. That's about when you're at the perfect point to turn it down. All right, so the spinach is the next thing. This is an old school recipe of my family, so it called for frozen spinach. This recipe calls for 5 boxes, and that's what's in this bowl. If you want to use the fresh, just remember you have to buy a lot. You're going to also need to stem the spinach, and it's going to shrink down. But when you use the frozen, you want to take it out, let it thaw out. Then you're literally going to squeeze the juice after it's drained in a colander so that you've got basically a really dry product that now I'm getting ready to add to this mixture. And just stand back a little bit because you're adding something that might have a little bit of water still in it, and you don't want it to splatter out on you. All right, so since it's tightly squeezed, it'll take just a minute to get that separated, and I've put my heat back on a medium-high, and now I'm going to add in my heavy cream. And that's probably not an ingredient that you might have in your refrigerator. You know, several episodes ago, I did a show on what you could have in your freezer and your pantry to make some quick meals at the last minute, and this one certainly falls into that category. This is just, and you know, again, I think spinach is the lost vegetable that gets overlooked, and it's really one of my favorites. And the fond memories for me on this are learning to cook a lot of dishes from my mother-in-law. She was the one that introduced me to this recipe, and her secret ingredient that made me want to try it was nutmeg. And so we've smelled garlic, but now we're getting ready to smell nutmeg. So this adds a little bit of nuttiness to it. It just goes together, and we're going to let this cook down for just a minute. All right, so this is cooked down. You see that creaminess in there. So now I'm going to add in my Fresh Market grated Parmesan and pepper and some kosher salt. And you know, that looks like a lot of salt, but because this vegetable had so much water in it, and that's a lot of spinach, it really does require that much. All right, so this will just heat through. You can serve it directly in a bowl. And when we come back from the break, we're going to lay this out just like the cover of that first cookbook. So come back and see some of the creativity.
See what's possible for your kitchen. With Sub-Zero refrigeration, Wolf Cooking, and Cove dishwashing.
Triumph over the ordinary with Cambria Quartz Surfaces. Experience the Cambria difference through intriguing innovations in the never-before-seen alloy veining of the Berkshire and Windsor designs, and an expansive selection of textures, patterns, and colors. These American-made quartz surfaces are the future of disruptive and differentiated design. Your ideal surface awaits. Cambria, the finest counter.
Plan Compare One offers full Circle member onboarding, an extensive BrokerLink distribution network, and supports agents as well as members who self-serve. Connect your DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for allowing me to go down memory lane today. You know, these are all recipes that I used when I started my company 40 years ago. It seems like yesterday. And needless to say, I didn't see all the steps in the growth of my company at that particular point in time. So I've really enjoyed today going back to some of the original recipes that have stood the test of time. And these are all in our first cookbook, Recipes from My Table, that's actually 5 years old. It's in its 5th print, getting ready to be 6th print. And we are so excited that all of you still enjoy the recipes. If you don't have the first book, now is the perfect time to get it. If you don't have the second book, we have a special on our website. It's called The Bundle, and you save $12 if you buy both books. One of the other could make a great gift for a friend. All right, so let's walk back through what we did today. We started with the sour cream muffins. These were just a little muffin that we would use when we did brunches. We sold them in a dozen pack in our cafe on Washington Road here in Augusta. But then when we created mail order, they got added into that catalog as well. Even though the recipe makes 24, you can freeze it, but don't be surprised if somebody eats 2 or 3 of them. All right, then we went to the chicken poppy seed casserole. This is a Southern comfort food. It bakes up beautifully. You see how golden brown the crust got on the top. And I chose to use pottery today because we kind of made this appear like the cover of the first book with the recipe cards, the wooden features, the pottery, and then brought in silver and different pieces for our silverware. But this serves approximately 8 people with a side vegetable and maybe a salad and a sour cream muffin, so that's great. And then finally, the creamed spinach. This was a dish that I didn't have any interest in until my mother-in-law introduced me to putting a little nutmeg in it. So certainly, I hope you'll try that. It might turn into a recipe that your children will enjoy as well. It has a little bit of sweetness to it. And then I always like to suggest that you think of the vessel before you write the recipe. You know, who would have ever dreamed of putting a hot creamed spinach into a wooden salad bowl? And who would think to use a cast iron skillet as a vessel? So one of the things that I wanted to also send you to is our YouTube channel. We used to do Vera's Corner with etiquette constantly. And many of you had said, I wish some of the etiquette tips would come back. So I want to share with you today one of our favorite Vera's Corner where I show you how to set the proper table. So let's begin with the place mat. On my dining room table, I love to use a mat instead of a tablecloth. The next item is a charger, and I love these wooden chargers. They're just awesome, especially with my decor today. The next thing would be your dinner plate, right in the center. And now let's start on the silverware. The knife with the blade facing the plate about 1 inch from the edge of the placemat. The teaspoon goes next. We're going to put the dinner fork on the left-hand side. And then the dessert fork goes at the top with the handle facing to the left. The next item is your goblet, which goes right above the knife. Then the napkin goes next. And in this particular place setting, I'm using it in the center of the plate. And then for this year, my place card is amazing. I found it online, and it's freestylemom.com, and we have her information, so you can look into that as well. So I hope you enjoyed that. A lot of times just the visual and watching someone place the silverware in the glasses makes it so easy to remember when you're setting the table. So as I always say on the Very Vera Show, no matter what you do, do it in good taste. I hope you'll enjoy these recipes and come back and see me again next week.
Caught on camera, a dangerously close call for a driver and his family when a piece of wood smashed into their windshield.
I was in complete shock.
Plus, a high school runner hit in the head with a baton mid-race. Now the girl who hit her tells her side of the story.
You can at least hear my part after I say it was accidental.
And a man and his dog rescued after plunging off a cliff. It's what America's talking about. It's Hot Topics, and it starts right now.
Hello, hello. Welcome into Hot Topics. I am Luke Hetrick. We are going to start with just an incredible rescue that is caught on camera. A man and his dog spend nearly 24 hours trapped inside their crushed truck. This after it plunged off a California cliff. We're going to try not to cry. Ashley Sharp has the story.
We're good. Someone's watching over him for that tree not to be in the middle of that truck. It was on each side of him, smashing it in, so he got very lucky.
Richard Stansberry says his close friend Daniel's survival is a miracle after his truck crashed 30 feet off of Highway 89 near Calpine, pinned in his pickup truck for nearly 24 hours.
It was cold, too. Like, if it would have been last night, it snowed like 6-8 inches last night, so he's lucky that someone found him and called it in, you know, or else he wouldn't have been alive after that.
Daniel was alert, but unable to call police. His phone lost in the wreckage. CHP Quincy says his rescue is all thanks to a Good Samaritan who called 911 the next day.
This was a witness that drove by the collision scene the next morning, actually, and was able to see the vehicle over the side. That's not a super well-traveled area of road, but where he was is just one of those spots where you just can't see very well.
Colliding with trees, rolling down the hill and crushing the cab of the truck, but leaving just enough room in the Dodge for Daniel to survive. It took rescue crews more than an hour to get him out with heavy machinery and the jaws of life. Daniel's dog, Junior, also survived. and never left his side.
And when the officers got on scene, the dog was actually running around the outside of the truck.
Almost trying to say he's in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Junior is now safe and sound with Stansberry.
His dog is his best friend. His dog is the best dog ever.
Both waiting for Daniel to come home from the hospital.
He's a tough guy.
Glad to see Daniel and Junior are both okay. Now, the driver told Highway Patrol he wasn't paying attention and crashed off the road. So man's best friend, right? Okay, we will see after we complete this story. A Memphis man says he was accidentally shot by his dog. He told police he was lying in bed when his pup jumped up. Says the dog's paw was stuck in the trigger guard of a gun, which fired a bullet that grazed his thigh. Thankfully, his injury was not life-threatening. This is scary. A driver narrowly avoids catastrophe when a board, crashes right through his windshield. A flying board crashing into a car in Brooklyn, New York, leaves that dash cam dangling. The driver was on his way to a funeral with his parents, but thankfully, no one was injured.
It could have been a lot worse. Like, I'm not even sure how many pounds or how much it weighed. The board, it could have just gone through the windshield and our life could have just ended there.
The driver did stop safely shortly after. No word yet on what happened to the board's owner. A couple escapes a North Carolina laundromat after a car rams through the wall. Joe Bruno with the story from Statesville.
Honestly, it was the scariest moment of my life.
Never in a million years did Miranda Martinez expect to leave the C&H laundromat with it looking like this. She, her boyfriend, and another woman were doing laundry inside when someone drove into the building.
I was in shock. The lady that was beside me was in shock. My boyfriend was in shock too.
It was black. It was black. It was black. Cell phone video shows black smoke filling the air. The Statesville Fire Department quickly arrived to put out the flames. From Chopper 9 Sky Zoom, you can see the extensive damage. The driver of the car died inside the building. Investigators are trying to figure out what happened. Darius Savoy was taking out the trash when he saw the driver drive into the laundromat.
He was hitting the gas so hard, and the car was blowing up like fire.
Witnesses say the owner of the laundromat stepped outside just before the crash. Longtime patrons say the loss of this business is heartbreaking.
It was a nice laundromat too, and I just really hate that.
It's going to be hard on the community. It's definitely going to be hard on the community. It's going to be a strain, but we'll get through it because we're Statesville strong.
Martinez's thoughts are with the family of the driver.
Prayers to them. I hope you guys seek into God and that everything goes well for you and your family.
The city of Statesville has not said how this happened. They also have not identified the driver. Reporting in Statesville, I'm Joe Bruno.
Caught on camera and now gone viral. A runner hit with a baton during a Virginia high school track meet. Now the runner who hit her tells her side of the story. Here's Danielle Saida.
This track meet last Tuesday is the moment everyone is talking about. As you can see, Kaylin Tucker is hit in the head by a baton held by Alayla Everett. Since the video got out, online comments and even death threats have been aimed at Alayla.
As we were running, I felt somebody touching me, That's usual on the 4x2. But she was touching me to the point where when I was pumping my arms, the baton was literally hitting her arm.
Everett says what happened next was an accident.
I lose my balance, my whole body turned like this, and then I put my arms, and she was cutting in, so she was cutting in while I was catching my balance, so she got hit.
And as we got around the curve, she kept bumping me in my arm, and then finally when we got off the curve, I slowly started passing her, and then that's when she just hit me with the baton and I fell off the track.
Tucker says she was diagnosed with a concussion and a possible fractured skull following this race. Vincent Pugh is a former citywide athletic director for Portsmouth Public Schools and says a couple things went wrong before the strike happened, including Tucker not giving herself enough space to move into Everett's lane.
The rule states that a person to the inside has the right of way. A person to the outside must be ahead of the person by a whole stride up to 7 feet before they can cut in front of the person.
Since the race, Everett says she's tried to reach out to Tucker.
After I seen the news on Wednesday, I was like, oh, she actually thinks this is on purpose. So let me follow her on Instagram because you have to follow her to message her. So randomly, my mom was like, did she follow you back? I checked and I was blocked.
With the video viral and even on national TV networks, Everett wants to make sure her voice isn't lost.
Yes, you can have sympathy for the girl that got physically hurt, right? But you can at least hear my part after I say it was accidental.
The Virginia High School League says it is still investigating the matter. All right, something you got to check out. A world record involving an old ambulance. This is incredible. This 1972 Miller Meteor Cadillac ambulance was driven all the way from Hollywood, California to Hollywood, Florida. Now, 2 doctors made the 3,200-mile trip over a 9-day span, all to raise awareness for first responders. It sets a Guinness World Record for the longest distance traveled in an ambulance and is also the most relaxing ambulance ride you have ever seen. An actor takes a different meaning to the phrase a good neighbor, a found treasure, another honor for a rising rap star, plus a warning about AI from one of the world's most well-known singers. It's on this week's Seen and Heard.
So here's a warning from superstar singer Celine Dion. Dion tells her fans to beware of fake AI-generated songs appearing online imitating her. She says the recordings are fake, not approved, and not songs from her official discography. Dion didn't name any particular recordings, but the use of AI is an increasing source of debate in the music industry. Rapper Doechii is Billboard's 2025 Woman of the Year. Doechii has absolutely skyrocketed in popularity with her hits No Scrubs and Denial is a River, which peaked at number 21 on the Hot 100. Back in January, she won her first Grammy for her 2024 album, Alligator Bites Never Heal, in the Best Rap Album category. That made her just the 3rd woman in the award show's history to claim that honor. Doechii has already had 5 songs chart on the Billboard Hot 100. Meanwhile, actor Michael Sheen may have just won Neighbor of the Year. He paid off about $1.3 million of debt owed by hundreds of people in his native South Wales. And get this, he used his own money to do it. Sheen's efforts are detailed in a new documentary. It focuses on Britain's debt industry, which demands sky-high interest on short-term loans. A new honor on the way for actress Michelle Pfeiffer. She'll be celebrated on April 25th with a handprint ceremony at the TCL Chinese Theater in LA. The event is part of this year's TCM Classic Film Festival, which showcases her 1989 film, The Fabulous Baker Boys. That role earned Pfeiffer an Oscar nomination and a Golden Globe Award. And finally, former First Lady Michelle Obama jumps into the podcast world. According to her production company, the podcast will be called IMO, which is short for In My Opinion. She'll host the podcast with her older brother, basketball executive Craig Robinson. Some of the guests expected on the podcast include director Tyler Perry and actors Seth Rogen and Issa Rae. The first 2 episodes are available now.
All right, let's talk some hoops. From Steph Curry with the shot to Steph Curry is the boss. That's a bad pun, but this is a cool story. Golden State star pulling double duty, the Warriors point guard plus assistant general manager of basketball at his alma mater. Yes, the 4-time champ now steps into an advisory role at Davidson College for both the men's and women's programs. Curry, of course, played 3 seasons for the Wildcats and completed his degree in sociology back in 2022. Technically, we can now say it, top of the morning, just in time for St. Patrick's Day. This is awesome. New holiday-themed donuts coming from Krispy Kreme. It's a green box that includes glazed donuts, hand-decorated like a leprechaun. Sign me up. Original glaze dipped in green icing and sprinkles, and of course, topped with rainbow. They are available for a limited time, and I can't wait for this either. Wendy's iconic Frosty is getting a makeover. The fast food chain announced in the coming months they will roll out new ways to customize the sweet treat. For decades, it was just chocolate and vanilla as the only options. Now you have the option to add variety of sauces and choose from different mix-ins with Frosty fusions. All right, we're still going strong. A lot more to come on Hot Topics. The holidays may have passed, but we'll show you why hundreds of Christmas trees are still being put to good use. Plus, heroes, they come in all sizes. This one just 9 years old. See how he jumps into action to save a classmate. And this.
I was angered, I was flabbergasted, shocked. Just so many emotions.
Outrage after someone dumps a dog in the middle of a road. Hear why what was caught on camera has neighbors even more upset. Hot Topics rolls on after this.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Plan Compare One offers popular CRM integrations, such as Agency Block's AMS Plus and Medicare Pro. Retire Flow Senior Survey allows agents to collect drug, pharmacy, provider, and hospital information, along with scope of appointment and permission to contact. Visit Connexure.com. Connexure DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
Welcome back into Hot Topics. Check this out, caught on camera. A dog dumped in the middle of an Arizona neighborhood. Thankfully, a woman saw what happened, stepped in and rescued the pup. Casey Torres reports on what the camera picked up right before the dog was let go that has one neighbor absolutely furious.
Over here.
A simple change in direction on an afternoon walk around her Surprise neighborhood
Yesterday we happened to be walking this way.
led Joanna Busen to be at the right place at the right time to witness something so wrong.
I was angered, I was flabbergasted, shocked, just so many emotions.
The moment caught on surveillance video Saturday by this neighbor's cameras pointing at Peoria Avenue next to the desert. Watch as the door of the red SUV opens and out jumps a dog. The vehicle takes off. The dog starts chasing it. You can see the dog walking towards Joanna when she calls to him out of frame.
It was defeated, it was sad.
What ticks Joanna off the most is the audio the cameras picked up right before the dog was dumped.
Bye-bye. I think that they had no remorse for their actions, and I think that that is the telltale that is malicious intent. I understand things are hard and things can be tough in life, but you don't have to be a soulless human.
Neighbors calling it heartless.
We've seen them dumping all kinds of other things, but not animals. That's a new level of just...
Joanna rescued the dog, who she says was malnourished and is now with Surprise Animal Control. Police say they're getting lots of tips and investigating what could be a felony crime.
Anything that's innocent deserves justice. I honestly believe that.
More than justice, Joanna hopes this dog gets a new home soon.
Let's make sure that pup gets plenty of love moving forward. A 9-year-old North Carolina boy is a hero. He steps in at just the right time to save a classmate from choking. Laura Levine sat down with both boys to learn what happened.
The playground, where many good childhood friendships begin.
We became friends when we first met.
For Raleigh Oak Charter Academy students, Jason Branch and Danye Moore, their bond grew even stronger during recess on the basketball court.
So last week, we were playing basketball, and he ate a granola bar, and then we started playing longer until he started choking.
The unbelievable moment captured on school surveillance video. You can see Danye in the dark-colored shirt begin to bend over, struggling to breathe. Jason in white noticed immediately and came to his rescue, squeezing his abdomen to expel the food.
And then he was trying to say hold on, but he couldn't because he was choking. I didn't know he was actually choking, so I just did my thing, which was a Heimlich.
The 9-year-old did do his thing. He performed a life-saving technique without hesitation.
I learned that from YouTube.
The observant, quick learner became an instant hero in the eyes of his friend.
Can you tell me, how were you feeling when all of that was going on?
I feel surprised.
Jayceon's dad tells me he panicked when he initially saw a missed call from the school.
I've had to be called to the school before for him, but I was hoping this time I was like, oh my God, like, don't let this be this. And
here we go again.
Yeah, so I got the voicemail and he told me it was all good news and I was like, cool.
A sigh of relief, and now the parents coming together, watching the video back for the first time, still in disbelief.
It was surprising, so I'm just thankful that, his friend was able to demonstrate that on him.
And while Danye is a 7-year-old with very brief words.
How did it feel to have a friend come and help you?
He lights up playing with his buddy once again. The beginning of a beautiful friendship that'll last a lifetime.
A very belated Christmas gift for some fish in Ohio. Environmentalists sink old Christmas trees to create new habitats and help them find food. Nick Foley has a story near Dayton.
Some heavy lifting underway at Eastwood Lake. Five Rivers Metro Park staff and members of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources teaming up to bring new life to more than 700 old Christmas trees.
Gather them up, drill holes in them, wire them up to cinder blocks, and take them out and drop them in the water.
The trees will contribute to a newly rejuvenated underwater habitat and provide much-needed food for larger fish that otherwise might not be able to get enough to eat.
We've been doing it about every 3 years. So we collect trees almost every year, and then about every 3 years we'll come out and sink some.
The idea is to help conserve and replenish natural areas, recycling trees instead of throwing them away. But it also provides a healthy lift to a park that is enjoyed by countless outdoor enthusiasts through the region.
This is a very popular fishing destination. In nice weather, there are boats out here, people fishing along the shore. Also with the trees, so many Christmas trees after Christmas just end up in landfills. So using trees for a little bit different purpose that's helping the environment as well is good.
In Dayton, I'm Nick Foley.
All right, squint really hard and take a look at the world's smallest Lego brick. Guinness World Record says it is roughly the same size as a human white blood cell. This is the latest work of art by the UK's David A. Linden, a self-described micro artist. He's made a career of creating fascinating objects so small they cannot be seen without the aid of a microscope, or again, if you squint just really, really hard. A historic discovery hundreds of feet below the water will explain what researchers finally found. And want to stay home this weekend? No problem at all. We got 2 new movies you can stream. We're going to break it all down in What to Watch. Hot Topics. Be right back.
They treated me so well from the beginning. In this world, you struggle with being heard and being seen. They made me feel like everything that I said was completely valid.
Motley was with me every step of the way. You don't have to worry about, is this going to be taken care of, that taken care of, my children were all there.
If there were anyone in a car accident, I would certainly recommend Motley.
The Guaranteed Offer is the simplest, least stressful way to sell your home. You go to our website, you fill out a quick form, we set an appointment, we bring you an all-cash offer. Literally, there's no lockbox on the front of your house, there's no showings, we pay all cash, we close in as little as 21 days, stress-free. We've helped thousands of homeowners just like you sell your home with a Guaranteed Offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
So we got some updates to the latest Avatar and 2 new flicks you can stream at home. We got you covered with what to watch.
Are you telling me that my breakthrough broke out?
This bot knows where to find my brother. I want him back.
Millie Bobby Brown and Chris Pratt star in the sci-fi flick The Electric State, directed by the Russo brothers, who also directed Avengers Endgame. The Electric State is now streaming on Netflix.
I have been here in the house with everyone for a day, and it feels like a year.
A family gathering takes a spooky turn in the comedy horror movie The Parenting. Film stars Lisa Kudrow, Parker Posey, and Edie Falco. The Parenting is now streaming on Max.
The world is changing.
And so is The Wheel of Time. Season 3 of the fantasy series begins with a massive battle. See some of the main characters now on a different path. The new season of The Wheel of Time is now on Amazon Prime.
Prestige films and box office hits, those are not mutually exclusive. We can do both and we will do both.
Mac, I get it. You want to make great art and make $1 billion doing it. Well, guess what? That never happens, and you're going to screw everything up trying to make it happen.
Seth Rogen plays a new Hollywood head honcho trying to have it all in the studio. Fittingly, Rogen is also an executive producer on the star-studded series. The 10-episode comedy debuts March 26th on Apple TV Plus with the first 2 episodes.
We all have a line that runs down the middle of our heart. That line separates monsters from men.
Check this out. Here's a sneak peek at Season 3 of Dark Winds. The series picks up 6 months after the events of Season 2 as Navajo Nation police officers seek to solve the mystery of 2 missing boys. The new season is now on AMC and AMC+. James Cameron makes popular movies and long ones. In his next film, Avatar: Fire and Ash, due out in December, could be his longest yet. Cameron says it'll be longer than 2022's Avatar: The Way of Water, which was just a measly 3 hours and 12 minutes. Still to come, a big find for researchers at the bottom of a lake. Up next, the shipwreck that's getting so much attention. Hot Topics continues right after this.
Georgia Natural Gas, a leading natural gas provider and a leader in our community. In these uncertain times, G&G is investing time and energy to help our neighbors. Helping to feed senior citizens with emergency funding for Meals on Wheels. Serving hard-hit restaurant workers with support for the Giving Kitchen. And guaranteeing families have food in collaboration with Hosea Feed the Hungry. Family to Family and Georgia Natural Gas. Community coverage you can count on.
Let the experts at SD Services help with your air conditioning needs, from installation, repairs, tune-ups, and more. Visit our website or call to schedule an appointment today. It's that easy. It's Estes.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter-paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit the county. The department offers competitive starting pay, paid training, and excellent benefits. It's not just a job, it's a way of life. Are you prepared to make a difference? Apply now at GwinnettFireJobs.com.
Plan Compare One offers Full Circle member onboarding, an extensive BrokerLink distribution network, and supports agents as well as members who self-serve. Connect Your DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare. Plan Compare One offers Full Circle member onboarding, an extensive BrokerLink distribution network, and supports agents as well as members who self-serve. Connect Your DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare. Plan Compare One offers Full Circle member onboarding, an extensive BrokerLink distribution network, and supports agents as well as members who self-serve. Connect Your DRX, the trusted source for all things Medicare.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your great garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the great garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast.
Welcome back into Hot Topics. A historic discovery at the bottom of Lake Superior. Researchers found the remains of a shipwreck 132 years after it sank during a storm. In its heyday, the Western Reserve was billed as one of the first all-steel ships built for speed and safety. But in 1892, the ship got caught in a gale, broke up, and went down off the coast of Michigan. Only one person on board survived. Researchers found the wreckage some 600 feet below the surface. All right, that is going to do it for this week's edition of Hot Topics. I am Luke Hetrick. Be well. Enjoy your night. See you next week.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit the county. The department offers competitive starting pay, paid training, and excellent benefits. It's not just a job, it's a way of life. Are you prepared to make a difference? Apply now at GwinnettFireJobs.com.
Being represented by Montlake gave me and my wife this whole new aspect of, oh, this is how it's supposed to be done.
I was very happy with the outcome because I knew it was hard work that got it there, and I was very pleased.
If we hadn't hired Montlake, I don't think we would have had the best representation.
I would definitely recommend them. They're a good firm, and they do care.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
From Channel 2 Action News, this is a breaking news report.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. Test drive today at your local Polestar Space.
Prepare for your day with meteorologist Brian Monahan. Mornings 4:30 to 7.
This is a severe Weather Team 2 weather alert. Georgia is now under a state of emergency as dangerous storms move in. And to our west, we're already seeing the damage.
Oh, it's here. It's here. Oh, my God. We are in a tornado.
More than a dozen people have died. Live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage as we track the storm and what you need to know to stay safe tonight.
Live, local, late breaking. This is Channel 2 Action News at 6 p.m. Coverage you can count on.
We are coming on the air with a Severe Weather Team 2 weather alert. Good evening to you. I'm Candace McCowan. Tonight, there is a threat of severe thunderstorms, hail, even long-track tornadoes. Let's go to the latest. Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency through Tuesday night. This allows GEMA teams to start shifting resources to areas expected to be hit the hardest. Crews are already standing by to respond. Governor Kemp released a statement emphasizing just how dangerous this storm could be. He's urging everyone to be prepared ahead of time. At least 28 people have died where those storms have already moved through. 30 tornadoes reported so far. New video from Rolla, Missouri shows buildings torn apart there. And we have live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage tonight where Georgians are preparing across the state. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz live in Severe Weather Center 2.
These storms just now starting to move into northwest Georgia. And within the last couple of minutes,
A tornado watch has been issued for much of north and northwest Georgia. It includes Chattooga, Gordon, Pickens, Gilmer, Fannin counties, and points to the northwest, and another tornado watch back into Alabama. This new watch for North Georgia in effect until 1 a.m. The metro area, the rest of North Georgia, another tornado watch likely to be issued later this evening as this line of storms moves in. You see this purple here? That is a confirmed tornado, a tornado warning moving away from Jasper and approaching Cullman, Alabama. And these storms are going to be moving off towards the north and east, and that will increase the threat for the northwest corner of Georgia here in the short term, talking about over the next couple of hours. North of Birmingham, north of Tuscaloosa, additional confirmed tornadoes. These have already caused some significant damage in parts of central and west central Alabama. And then this line extends farther back to the south. So we have a confirmed tornado in southeastern parts of Mississippi as well. Over the next few hours, we'll see this portion of the storm move into northwest Georgia. This area from central Alabama down into southeastern Mississippi, that's going to swing through late this evening and especially overnight tonight. So here are the severe weather risks broken down for you. There is a high likelihood that there will be some tornadoes in Georgia from late this evening through the overnight hours and the potential for some stronger EF2 or stronger tornadoes. There is a high likelihood of damaging wind gusts, and I'm talking about wind gusts 60 to potentially 70, even 80 miles an hour. Winds as strong as a weak tornado in some of the severe thunderstorms, and the potential for 1-inch diameter hail or larger. I'm going to take you through this forecast. We'll step through it hour by hour through the night tonight, coming right up.
All right, Brett, thank you. And we can't say this enough to download the WSB TV weather app to be ready. Severe Weather Team 2 will send you an alert if a storm passes through where you are overnight while you're sleeping. Download it for free in your app store by searching WSB TV. The storm will hit western Georgia first, and we have reporters and photographers that are pre-positioned in the storm zone. Channel 2's Brittany Kleinpeter continues our live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage in Carroll County. And Brittany, this cross-country storm has already impacted so many people.
That's right. Tonight here in Carroll County, this training facility is turning into a temporary storm shelter. This is the first time the sheriff's office has done anything like this. But given the seriousness of the storm, they want to make sure everyone is safe. So far, this system has killed several people as an outbreak of deadly tornadoes tore through the Midwest and Southeast. And many of these communities are bracing for more bad weather.
Oh, it's here. It's here. Look at all that debris. Oh, my God.
Terrifying moments for two people southeast of St. Louis, Missouri, as a tornado touched down while they were at a gas station.
There's multiple power lines down, and it's still a very dangerous situation.
At least 28 people are dead after severe weather hit parts of Missouri, Texas, and Arkansas overnight. And this afternoon, multiple tornadoes were reported on the ground in Mississippi, including one on the border with Louisiana. In Texas, several fatalities were reported after a blinding dust storm swept through the Panhandle on Friday, with winds gusting up to 84 miles per hour and near zero visibility. Powerful winds knocked over tractor trailers, and those winds fueled grass fires that spread to homes.
The damage is unbelievable.
Oklahoma's governor has issued a state of emergency for at least a dozen counties after wildfires left a path of destruction. More than 150,000 acres burned, destroying hundreds of homes and structures. The center here is opening at 6 p.m. and will be open for people tomorrow through 6 a.m. Pets are also allowed here, but they do need to be in a carrier. Once again, this is the training facility off Noonan Road. We're live in Carroll County. Brittany Kleinpeter, Channel 2 Action News.
Well, with threats of heavy winds and flooding expected in tonight's storm, the city of Atlanta is taking steps to keep people safe. Channel 2 anchor Fred Blankenship spoke to Mayor Andre Dickens about how the city is preparing for what's to come.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for joining me right now and talking about this big storm coming our way and the preparations for that. What's the city doing right now to make sure we're prepared for whatever comes our way?
Yeah, we are anticipating a big storm to come through Atlanta later on Saturday night and into Sunday morning. Hail, tornado-like winds, and even the possibility of tornadoes. We are taking this seriously. I have assembled my cabinet, my team, my emergency preparedness team, the fire rescue department, police department, everybody. We've had meetings in preparation even as early as this morning and yesterday. And, the watershed management team is prepared for a lot of flooding to happen. So we've cleaned out a lot of storm drains and released a lot of water out of our tunnels so that we can receive more water. Our fire rescue teams are prepared for our swift boat, to be able to go out there in our swift boats to be able to rescue folks if there is any flooding that occurs.
Yeah, a lot to be on the lookout for. Well, Georgia power crews are gearing up and gassing up as well to be ready to respond to potential down power lines at the Northwest Atlanta substation. This is the equipment that they will be using. Officials say it can take up to 6 hours to replace just one power pole.
Here's that line of severe storms just to our west, and I'll take you through the hour-by-hour forecast and break down those impacts we can expect in the hours ahead. Coming up.
I'm Ashley Lincoln, live in Buckhead, where work is underway to repair a broken water line. This break has impacted several businesses in neighboring communities. I'll have reaction from those impacted.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come to
Storm threat. You see Storm Tracker 2 HD radar where it is now. This has already killed more than a dozen people to our west. Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz is timing out when the strongest storms arrive here in our area in the next 10 minutes. Happening now, watershed crews are working to repair a water main break. A viewer video shows that gushing water this afternoon. This happens at where Peachtree Road meets Delmont Drive in Buckhead. That's where we find Channel 2's Ashley Lincoln. And Ashley, there's businesses and people living nearby. They have no water.
A lot of folks impacted without water, haven't had water since around 2:30 this afternoon. You can see behind me, crews are still working. They had to take one lane of Peachtree Road to be able to get all this machinery in the way. Now, here's some video we got earlier this afternoon, right when that water was gushing from the cracks of the sidewalk in front of this Walgreens business. As we mentioned again, water has been out to neighboring businesses in the community since around 2:30 this afternoon. I spoke with one business owner who told me she had to close her restaurant today because she was forced with no water.
We're gonna have to shut down because we don't have a dishwasher working, we don't have toilets working, we can't wash our hands. So yeah, we have to close down the business today.
I think they did a pretty good job of coming out this morning as soon as it broke. I think it was maybe around 9 or something, or early this morning, and they came pretty quickly.
And the city told us that they plan to have this water back on around 8:30 this afternoon. Reporting live in Buckhead, Ashley Lincoln, Channel 2 Action News.
Tornado watch in North Georgia. Likely to be a tornado watch across the metro area later this evening. And active tornado warnings. Confirmed tornadoes just next door in Alabama. Take it through the hour-by-hour forecast step by step next.
Neighbors in Douglas County still cleaning up from the last round of severe weather. I'm Erin Rogers. How they're preparing for tonight's possible storms. That's next.
Channel 2.
You're too busy to be sick. That's why Peachtree Immediate Care is here for you from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. So whether it's a nasty cough that won't go away, a painful sore throat, or an unexpected injury, with over 40 Atlanta area locations, there's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner. You never need an appointment, and you can save time when you check in online. And as the urgent care partner of the Emory Healthcare Network, you know you're in good hands. Peachtree Immediate Care. Get in, get out, get better.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News.
Tracking storms. Right now we want to give you a live look. This is in Rising Fawn in Dade County. That's next to the Georgia-Alabama line. You see the rain, the dark clouds that storm is moving in, a golf course there, and obviously parts of Georgia that are going to see some of the impacts first as this storm rolls through. Again, this is Rising Fawn, Georgia, in Dade County, one of those areas we're keeping an eye on for sure tonight. Well, just a few months ago, an EF0 tornado struck Douglas County. This was the damage back in December along Fairburn Road. Channel 2's Erin Rogers continues our live severe weather team 2 coverage back in that neighborhood tonight. And Erin, people there, they're bracing for what's to come.
They are, Candace. Now take a look at this. This tree stump is still left over from the last round of weather. It actually came crashing through this house here, sending a little girl to the hospital. And I'm told they just started renovations on this home just 3 weeks ago. But take a look at what it looked like back in December. I was out here just after a strong storm ripped through Fairburn Road in Douglas County. And today, well, those neighbors, they're still cleaning up. We saw trees that came down in the last storm still pushed aside, and some neighbors are just now able to fix their fence that was badly damaged. I caught up with a neighbor I met back in December who is spending his afternoon now helping his family and neighbors prepare for today's weather.
Well, just trying to get my chainsaw prepped up. I cut some trees for one of the church neighbors, so I had to clean all the sawdust out so that it would oil properly so it doesn't burn up the chain. Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that we've got some of these older trees and whatnot. Yeah, I'm concerned.
Now, I did reach out to Douglas County. They tell me they are opening 2 community shelters at 8 for anyone who needs it. Live in Douglas County, I'm Erin Rogers, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. Well, let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz now live in Severe Weather Center 2, tracking the storm. Brad.
Yeah, we saw the live picture from Dade County in northwest Georgia. A tornado watch in effect there across much of the North Georgia mountains, at least from Fannin and Gilmer and Pickens counties towards the west. That tornado watch until 1 a.m. as we have some active tornadoes now midway between Huntsville and Birmingham, a confirmed tornado that's tracking towards the north and east. So in the shorter term, over the next couple of hours, the risk for a tornado here in parts of far north and northwest Georgia. No tornado watch in the metro area yet, but I expect one will be issued this evening as these storms in Alabama continue to build in. Look at this. Back west of Birmingham, there was a confirmed tornado. That warning has been allowed to expire. Another tornado warning in southwestern Alabama. We've had it through Mississippi through much of the day. And all of this is going to be swinging on through, and it's going to take several hours. So we're going to see this coming in late this evening and overnight tonight. So we talk about the watch. Here's just a quick reminder. A watch means to be prepared that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes to form. And then a warning means either a tornado has been sighted or confirmed on radar. And I do expect we will have some tornado warnings as we head through the night tonight, and that's when you need to seek shelter. Here's what you need to do is right now, is in the hours before the tornado threats, you need to think about some things you can do. Number one, know where your safe space is, lowest level of your home, basement if you have one is best, interior room, stay away from windows. Make sure you can get warnings in multiple sources, like here on television, but also through the weather app. Make sure your phone is charged. WSB Weather app will give you those warnings, push to your phone, and make sure you're protected. Have shoes nearby. If your home is struck by damaging winds, there could be a lot of debris, broken glass on the ground. So you'll want shoes, and if a tornado hits your home, you can get extra protection by either wearing a bike helmet or getting underneath some sturdy furniture. So that's what you can do right now as we prepare for this system coming on through in the hours ahead. The front's going to take this through. Hour by hour, we're going to see the risk of strong and severe storms coming up in the hours ahead. And let me show you this tornado threat. We're going to step through this hour by hour. So just looking ahead towards 8 o'clock, a lower end tornado threat, but not at the bottom of the scale, especially over far north and northwest Georgia, and then look back into Alabama. That's where that main risk is. But let's step it through here. 9 o'clock, as those storms now in Alabama starts to approach west Georgia, we'll start to see that threat go up. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, a more significant tornado threat developing as it moves through not just west Georgia, but into the western part of the metro area, and then it's going to continue to track towards the east. A somewhat diminishing threat, but I even hesitate to say that because the threat doesn't end as it pushes through the eastern parts of the metro area out towards Athens and Eatonton. I just expect the tornado threat will be a little bit lower there than it will be back towards west Georgia, but there still is the potential for some tornadoes as this comes through. Here's that tornado probability, and this is a complicated map. Let me take you through it. The hash lines, this is the area that has the potential for EF2 or stronger tornadoes. That's all of us. The colors show the probability. So West Georgia, that's a 15% chance of a strong tornado within 25 miles of any location. That's pretty high probability. And then in the yellow, that slightly drops to 10%. But that's not just 10% in this whole area. It's 10% within 25 miles of any point within that area. So I'll be here through the night tonight, tracking these storms, and as tornado warnings are issued, we'll have those for you live here on Channel 2. Your 5-day forecast of the weekend, always a view. After the storms go through early in the morning, we'll dry out in the afternoon. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, look nice. Just a few showers by Thursday.
All right, Brad, thank you so much. In the last 5 minutes, we got a list of storm shelters that are opening in multiple metro counties. They're in the counties that you see here on this map. You can find those specific locations at WSB.TV.com. And make sure you download the WSB TV weather app to know when to take cover. We'll send you an alert right to your phone. Search WSB in the App Store. And we are seeing new video of the destruction from the storms headed our way, powerful enough to push around tractor trailers. Next.
You're too busy to be sick. That's why Peachtree Immediate Care is here for you from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. So whether it's a nasty cough that won't go away, a painful sore throat, or an unexpected injury, with over 40 Atlanta area locations, there's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner. You never need an appointment, and you can save time when you check in online. And as the urgent care partner of the Emory Healthcare Network, you know you're in good hands. Peachtree Immediate Care. Get in, get out, get better.
I called Morgan & Morgan. They asked me some questions on the phone, which maybe took 5 minutes.
I was in a wheelchair, so a lot of it was done online, even visits to my home.
They did all the work. I didn't have to do anything. It was just a matter of a phone call and a couple of emails.
It was not in legal mumbo-jumbo to where I could not understand it.
Only had to go into the office to go to pick up my check. It was that easy.
They made it easy.
It was the easiest thing in the world.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
A major weather threat headed our way. Here's a live look at Storm Tracker 2 HD radar. The system to our west has already left a deadly trail of destruction. Well, we have new video of that damage. This is cell phone video showing gas pumps knocked down and debris in southeast Louisiana near the Mississippi line. More video from Missouri shows a path of trees down where a tornado came through.
The amount of debris, number of overturned tractor trailers, cars pushed around.
Well, Georgia is now bracing for storms to come our way. Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency through Tuesday night. Make sure you keep it right here for live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage until that threat is gone. The family of Ambassador Andrew Young is mourning the loss of his daughter. Lisa Young Alston died yesterday at the age of 67. Memorial services are still in the planning stages. In a statement, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens said in part that Lisa will be remembered for her warmth, her strength, and the kindness she extended to everyone she encountered. A $10 million decision has been made. Coming up in sports, what's next for the Falcons and quarterback Kirk Cousins?
Let the experts at SD Services help with your air conditioning needs, from installation, repairs, tune-ups, and more. Visit our website or call to schedule an appointment today. It's that easy. It's Estes.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist.
Distant cousins yet. Atlanta does decide to keep Kirk Cousins past that pivotal 4 p.m. deadline. In turn, he gets that $10 million roster bonus coming for 2026. That is a guarantee. So where exactly do things stand right now? By keeping Cousins past this weekend, GM Terry Fontenot keeps his word. They are comfortable with 18 as the backup, still insistent Michael Penix Jr. will be their starting quarterback. Cousins wants to play. He has made that very clear, did so in a meeting with owner Arthur Blank. The only way that happens realistically right now is via trade. If the Falcons deal Cousins after June 1st, his new team would absorb that $27.5 million guaranteed base salary for 2025. Now, if that happens, the Falcons would still have a hit to their salary cap. We're going to get a much better idea about how this all plays out after next month's draft. Kansas.
All right, thank you so much, Luke. And let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz, who is tracking storms with his Severe Weather Team 2 weather alert.
Yes, so the storms are now just moving into northwest Georgia. You see the red on the...
This has been a breaking news report from Channel 2 Action News.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2020...
Right now on Clark Howard's Ways to Save. Clark's 7 rules for using credit cards.
I really like a cashback credit card.
Debt is soaring for so many of us. Why you should ask for proof if you receive a notice saying you owe money. Plus, Clark walks you through how to fight back against mistakes on your credit report.
Do you regularly monitor your credit score?
Oh, absolutely.
And a warning for anyone looking for work to be done on their home.
By the time it was paid off, it would be almost $200,000.
The red flags to watch for before you pay a penny. This is Clark Howard's Ways to Save.
Hi, I'm Consumer Advisor Clark Howard, and thanks for joining us for this half hour dedicated to saving you money. With technology advancing so quickly these days, we really have to work to protect our money. Across the country, experts are tracking the most common scams. The American Association of Retired Persons, AARP, says you got to watch out for crooks posing as internet love interests to get you to invest in fake crypto accounts. I want you to carefully scrutinize any investment opportunity. There's also the payday loan scam. For this one, loan applicants are told you'll need to prepay a fee, but the money instead goes into the crook's pockets. And the one-time password bot scam is also so deceiving and dangerous. The bot will make a robocall or send you a text that appears to come from a bank and ask you to authorize a charge. People can easily get into financial trouble because of their age. The stories are so difficult to hear. The elderly in particular can be so vulnerable. For an 82-year-old woman in Georgia, she says she didn't understand what she was signing on to until it was too late. Justin Gray has her story.
It's home. It's home.
But Marie Kleber says she likely has no choice but to put her Marietta home of 3 decades up for sale because of the monthly payment for the roof installed last year.
By the time it was paid off by my grandchildren, it would be almost $200,000.
It started last fall when Kleber had Erie Home come by and give an estimate.
He says it'll be about $98,000. I said, oh my God, I can't pay for, I can't do that.
But the 82-year-old says the Erie salesman did not want to take no for an answer.
He said, well, can you make a down payment? I said, well, I just got my Social Security check. I could pay $1,600. And he says, we'll take that.
Kleber says she never saw a contract, was never shown an interest rate for her financing, but was pushed to sign her name on an electronic device.
You were looking for a new roof because your roof was...
It had exactly that. Right
and now
there.
It already does it all again.
It already does it right there.
Less than a year after the $91,000 roof was installed, Kleber noticed it was starting to pull back from the house. She hired an independent inspector, and that's when she says she reached out to Erie repeatedly, trying to finally get a copy of her contract.
If you'd seen this, you would have never signed your name to it.
No, I would not have. I really would not have, not knowing that it was going to be a 10% mortgage.
We reached out to another roofer, Academy Roofing, to get a second opinion on what this roof should cost.
There's no way that an asphalt shingle roof should have been $90-something thousand for this house. Not in this Atlanta market, not really in any market here in the United States.
Stephen McGrew put Kleber's home into Academy's computer modeling system and looked at satellite imaging.
For a roof like that, it was about 3 times as much as what it should have been.
There are dozens of complaints about Erie on Yelp, where the company only has a 1 out of 5-star rating. One person wrote, at least 3 times the price, and their high-pressure salesman makes them look like a desperate girlfriend that won't go away. We reached out to Erie looking for answers, even went by their local offices. They told us in a statement, quote, at Erie Home, we pride ourselves on delivering the highest quality service to all customers. We operate under a consistent pricing structure, which is based on the size, condition, materials required, and complexity of the job, and reflects the value of the service, quality, and warranty we provide. Stephen McGrew says at Academy, they always recommend clients get 3 estimates. And if a contractor is pressuring you to sign that day, it's a warning sign.
Do not sign anything with a high-pressure salesperson like that.
He saw me as a mark.
Marie Kleber now believes she was targeted because of her age and her beautiful home, and she sees no choice but to sell a home filled with family memories.
I, really don't want to move, but it's just out of sight.
Erie says they can't talk about the specific financing on any job or on any customer, but they say all the financing is handled by a third party. The best advice here, as always, Clark, is get more than one quote.
Yeah, because think about that's the truth serum. Almost $100,000 for this job. You would have known right away from multiple quotes that it wasn't anywhere near that cost to get this work done.
And any reputable contractor, they're not going to have any problem with you getting multiple quotes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I can't say it enough. Make sure you do your homework. Research any company you're thinking about hiring to do a job, big or small. Peggy Brigham, who lives in Brevard County, Florida, says she paid more than $2,000 for hurricane-proof springs for her garage door. But garage door experts tell us there's no such thing, and that the springs she needed run only about $300.
So when he showed me the prices, I said, wow, they're awful high. He said, yeah, they are high. But then he said this one was hurricane-proof, and I thought, well, I live in hurricane country. I guess I probably better go the big route.
Brigham says she found the company she used by doing a quick Google search. Here are other red flags I often hear about. workers who knock on your door looking for business because they're in the area. Also, buyer beware if contractors tell you they have materials left over from a previous job, or if they say they only accept cash, or ask you to get any required building permits. We Americans seem to be spending way too much money these days, and some of us keep piling on the debt. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says total household debt hit more than $17 trillion in the second quarter of this year. Balances on mortgages, car loans, and credit cards all ran that number up. My general rule, never charge more on your credit card than you can afford to pay off each month. And if you get a notice saying you owe on a debt, I want you to stop, take a deep breath, and before you take that info at face value, ask for proof, because often the numbers they give you are way higher than what you might actually owe. So I want you to be Clark smart and stand up for yourself. Threatened to take legal action. Attempted to collect debt not owed. False statements. Just a few of the nearly 200,000 complaints received by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau about debt collection since 2019. If you're contacted by someone claiming you owe a debt, don't just pay it. But don't ignore it either. The absolute first thing you need to do is ask for proof of the debt in writing. The debt may be expired, which happens after several years, in many cases 7, or maybe debt you never owed. Debt buyers will often purchase old debt, sometimes called zombie debt, for pennies on the dollar and try to collect the original amount from you. Harassments and threats of filing a lawsuit are common. They may even offer to leave you alone if you pay a portion of the debt. Do your research before you pay a dime. If you do receive a court summons, don't ignore it. Ignoring it automatically makes you responsible for the debt. Go to court and demand proof that you are the owner of that debt. Credit cards are a great way for you to build credit history and improve your credit score. I have 7 rules, though, for using cards. Have at least 2 different credit cards from 2 different companies, and pick the right type of cards. I really like a cashback credit card if you pay your balances in full. And speaking of balances, keep them low. If at all possible, pay your bill in full each and every month. And do you know the interest rate on your credit card? Most people have no idea, know the rates. And don't use balance transfer cards for new purchases ever. And don't close old credit card accounts. That'll hurt your credit score. And devise a plan with the older credit cards to use them at least a little bit to keep them active, because that helps boost your credit score. If you see mistakes on your credit file, they likely happened one of 3 ways. First, worse, you've been a victim of identity theft. 2, the business messed up. Or 3, the credit bureau made a mistake. But you can fix the errors. You just got to know how to fight back. How do you monitor your credit?
I just have a Credit Karma account, and so I'll try to check that once a month, see if anything is changed drastically up or down.
Do you regularly monitor your credit score?
Oh, absolutely. I have an Amex, and it gives me access to the CreditWise app, so it sends me alerts when anything changes.
So your credit report, how often do you check it?
It's probably been by far the biggest tool to kind of increase that and look forward to things to actually use to increase it.
These answers are music to my ears, especially when you consider that 53% of all complaints received by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in 21 were about bad info on credit reports. In fact, more than 1/3 of Americans say they have at least one error on their credit report. Lori Silverman runs Team Clark's Consumer Action Center.
We get calls all the time with people who are frantic.
She says there's no limit to the negative impact of false information.
But primarily, it's your ability to get a loan.
But you can fight back.
You want to contact the company or entity, it's usually going to be a collection agency that put that bad mark on your credit report.
Next, contact each of the credit bureaus to report the error. If that doesn't work, file a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and your state's Attorney General, and keep track of everything you do.
You need to create a file and keep all your documentation and make sure it's all in writing.
Once the issue is resolved, continue to keep track of your report to make sure the problem doesn't show up again. If you subscribe to Credit Karma, and that's free, the company provides you with what your scores look like in your report whenever you want, plus they offer free credit monitoring. In addition, you can get your credit report free once each week from Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian at the website annualcreditreport.com. What you don't know about your credit can hurt you. The more you know, the more powerful you become with your wallet. Don't go anywhere. I've got so much more that I want to tell you.
Still to come on Clark Howard's Ways to Save. The time to start saving for retirement is now.
And there's always hope that if they do those things, they'll always have a brighter future.
How to get it done regardless of your age. Don't let the cost of college be a burden. Clark shows you how to get those costs down. And we're spending billions on prescriptions every year, where you can find the best savings for your health. Next.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
On average, most Americans spend more than $1,000 every year on prescription drugs. That number is from the Congressional Budget Office. For many, that means you have to choose between putting food on the table or staying healthy. But there are ways for you to keep that cost down. The prescription drug market is big business.
And I think it's pretty ridiculous that we have it priced where it is, where it makes it out of reach for people.
Americans spend over $330 billion each year on prescriptions alone.
Well, you shouldn't have to make a choice in that instance. Can I afford this? Can I afford to be well?
When you need a prescription drug, how do you fill it? How do you decide where you're going to fill that drug?
I will use the plan through my work, and usually I'll just get it filled at the closest pharmacy.
I haven't shopped around, to be honest. I mean, like, it's just go to the place that's the most convenient, I guess.
But the pharmacy isn't always the best choice for your wallet, and not shopping around will cost you big time. Companies like GoodRx and Single Care will help find your prescriptions at a fraction of the cost. Both companies work the same way. Just search for your medication and they'll find the pharmacy near you with the lowest price. Now, Mark Cuban's Cost Plus Drugs, a company started last year, has joined the game.
So if you don't have insurance, you pay the same price. If you do have insurance, we're probably going to be less than your copay, so why don't you use us anyways? And it's just we're going to deliver it right to your door.
Unlike other companies, it works directly with drug manufacturers. We compared the price for generic versions of Prozac, Lipitor, and Zestril. We found Single Care had the lowest cost for 2 of them, but not by much. But when it came to Lipitor, Cost Plus Drugs was nearly $10 cheaper. You might actually find the lowest cost for prescriptions at Costco Wholesale or Sam's Club. And don't even worry if you're not a member. The stores have to let you in to fill prescriptions. You just have to show your script at the door. Another area where you can really save money, monthly subscriptions, because they really add up. And we often forget about them because of automatic billing. CNR research says customers across the country are shelling out an average of about $200 on subscriptions every month. Most of those subscriptions have either been forgotten about or seem almost impossible to get rid of. One man we spoke with says he tried multiple times to cancel his Netflix subscription. He was only successful after he disputed the charge with his credit card company.
I actually got an email from Netflix saying, "Oh, we see you've disputed a charge. We don't want to charge you wrongly, and so we're canceling your account. And you're welcome back anytime." And that's where it stands. We'll see if this cancellation sticks.
If you're looking to trim your budget, use my simple method to cut out subscriptions. Print out your credit card statements or your checking account statement or both. Go through line item by line item to figure out what subscriptions you have and how much they cost. Then cancel the ones you don't use or you decide aren't worth the money. Paying for college has gotten so pricey. Tuition, room, meals. Imagine what all that does to your bank account. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Taking out loans should be the last resort.
In total, I got around $70,000 in aid.
Philosophy major Janae Russell's headed to George Washington University in the fall, and she's doing it nearly debt-free.
The Albert Scholarship from the Look Back Give Back Foundation. I got the Presidential Scholarship from GW and also some institutional scholarships and grants, and I'm still currently applying for more, so hopefully that goes through.
You can start applying for scholarships as early as kindergarten.
Russell found out about the scholarships by working with Gabrielle McCormick, who founded the website Scholarship Informer.
She and her team help find scholarships depending on who you are as a person.
If you are a student currently taking dual credit classes, you are a college student. So you can begin applying for scholarships because you've already been admitted into that particular program. So you can get started now.
McCormick says using the same essay you write for college applications is a great way for you to simplify the process. And applying for multiple scholarships, both big and small, is key.
Even if it's $500 a semester, that could be textbooks. Imagine going through college and not having to pay for textbooks.
And look for scholarships that renew.
You typically apply once, continue to meet the criteria, and it's going to hit that account every single semester or year, depending on the particular organization.
Russell says scholarships were a game changer for her.
I would not be able to attend the school if I did not get the scholarships that I got.
I love information like this because student loan debt is such a massive burden for so many families, and I want you to avoid it. Look at in-state schools. Consider doing your first 2 years at a community college because there, the tuition is so extremely low.
When we come back on Clark Howard's Ways to Save, Clark talks retirement, his simple rules for saving for your future. If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is...
Stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
We're not gonna make it! Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
People try to guilt us all the time that we're not saving enough for retirement. But the reality is, whenever you start is when you start, and there are simple ways you can make your money grow. When it comes to retirement, there's no one-size-fits-all plan. But the first step you need to take is to start saving. How are you going to navigate having student loans and saving for a retirement, saving for a rainy day?
We haven't gotten that far.
Honestly, the goal at this point is paying off student loans and then probably worrying about retirement after that.
While paying down debt is important, it can't be the only thing you focus on. A person who starts investing $100 each month at 20 years old will earn hundreds of thousands more than a person who starts investing $1,000 each month at the age of 50.
I could be putting a lot more away.
He's not alone. More than half of all working Americans have a 401k or similar plan, but many aren't putting enough of their paycheck towards it. What percent of your pay have you been comfortable putting in the 401k?
It's been about 4%.
If your company offers a 401k plan, use it. If they offer to match what you contribute, make sure you're investing at least that much from every paycheck. If you've got a Roth 401k option, unless you make huge money, take it. Why? The money you put into a Roth is already taxed, which means when you retire, you withdraw it all tax-free. The key? Invest as much as you can for your budget.
So I just try to take a little bit of each check and put it in there and just let it ride.
If you're self-employed, you can set up your own great retirement plan. Either a SEP or a solo 401k. That's for someone who is the only employee of their company. Schwab, Fidelity, and Vanguard offer them. If you're looking to retire in less than 5 years, you can't have all your money in stocks. You need to have more in other things like bonds or CDs or savings accounts or money market funds. It reduces the risk of you taking big losses just before you retire. If you're already on track and you've got years before retirement, stay the course because there will always be ups and downs. The key, don't panic.
No matter where they're at financially, what they've done, the mistakes they've made, that there's always more they can do it, and that there's always hope that if they do those things, they'll always have a brighter future than what they are currently.
That really is the key. Remember, don't guilt yourself. Just get going. You can start by saving 1 penny of every dollar you make. Every 6 months, keep stepping it up another penny. My wish for you, ultimately get to where you save 15 cents of every dollar you make.
A few of Clark's final takeaways, including how to save more and spend less, are next on Clark Howard's Ways to Save.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Here's what I want you to remember. Don't let the con artists get your hard-earned money. And know that the scams never stop changing. One thing I never want you to do, click on links on your phone, in a text, in an email, anywhere. And if you have an older relative or friend, stay involved in their lives, because the greatest risk is their loneliness and the con artists being able to play on that. And remember to always protect your credit. You should always have 2 different credit cards from 2 different financial institutions. And don't charge more than you can afford to pay off each and every month. And I want you to save 15% of what you earn. I promise, with time, you can get there. And thanks so much for joining us. For more money-saving tips, visit my website, Clark.com. I'm Clark Howard.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
I got the letter stating that I owed $27,000.
It's right at $60,000.
$11,100.
$121,000 payable in 30 days. I almost threw up when I opened that letter.
It's happening every single day to people all around us across this country.
It said that my benefits were being discontinued due to overpayment.
Every decision that we made for our family was based on the benefits that we were supposed to receive.
They cut her off. April was the last time she got money.
It's just scary to my husband and me. Where are we supposed to come up with this money?
It's very stressful and it's very
overwhelming.
It's only in terms of dollars and cents and not the number of human beings.
What we don't know is how many people are impacted.
Because the Social Security Administration refused to tell us.
Just how many people?
How do you even get a handle on the scope of the issue when the government is basically not telling us anything?
There really is no way based on public data to find that out.
If they're not telling you, I can assure you that's a question that I'm going to ask in a hearing.
This is where I sleep.
It's hell. It's hell. This shouldn't be life for anybody. Shouldn't be life for anybody.
When you have Social Security officials not telling the truth, it really damages this incredibly important program's credibility.
Sometimes it takes a crisis. Sometimes it takes an organization like yours lifting up a shortcoming for us to look at our data differently.
Sometimes you may feel a little suicidal because you feel like you ain't got no help.
Social Security should be to help people, not to destroy them.
Alex loves people. He loves being out there.
Mail for you. I like it. Keeps me busy. I like to be busy because I don't want to be bored at home. I don't like to be bored.
Alex Hubbard just wants to work.
He'll work from morning to evening to night, and he's still ready to go.
But like so many other Americans with a disability, the job he loves could end up costing him everything.
My disability is autism, which is called Asperger's syndrome. I was on Social Security until they stopped it.
Alex had been getting Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, monthly checks from the Social Security Administration for people with little or no income who are disabled or over 65. The agency determines how much money to send.
With somebody like Alex, if you keep sending them money, he just figured it's okay.
His mom, Linda, was responsible for his paperwork because Alex didn't have the capacity to understand it. And as of 2015, she says she didn't either after suffering a stroke.
They send you letters and letters upon letters every single month. And I couldn't read it.
But in 2019, they got a letter Alex did understand, a bill for more than $11,000. The Social Security Administration calls it an overpayment. The agency had miscalculated his benefits and paid him too much for years. And the letter directed him to pay it all back within 30 days.
I feel disappointed and shocked that I had to owe that back that much. I don't have the money, unfortunately. I could not afford it. It will take me years to owe them back.
So instead, the agency started withholding his monthly benefits to pay off the debt. Records show Americans repay Social Security between $4 and $5 billion in overpayments each year. Nearly 3/4 of that comes from reducing or stopping the checks they rely on to live.
Beneficiaries are generally some of the lowest income people in this country, and the agency knows full well that they don't have some pile of cash that they're sitting on.
Disability advocate Rebecca Vallis told us last September how Social Security's complex rules were next to impossible to follow, frequently resulting in overpayments that send already struggling Americans into even deeper despair.
It's happening every single day to people all around us across this country.
As of last year, the Social Security Administration was trying to collect more than $23 billion in overpayments. from many of the nation's poorest and most vulnerable. Payments it sent them, but now says they never should have received.
What I want to tell the government, it's seriously not my fault that I had to owe them back that much money. And I wish they would have told me in the beginning when I started working.
The agency continues to identify billions of dollars in new overpayments every year. A spokesperson says payment accuracy rates are high when you consider the agency pays out more than $1 trillion each year.
Overpayments have been around for as long as I've been around. But what has changed is that we don't have enough people to do the work.
These two longtime Social Security workers who lead their employee union say the number of Americans entering the Social Security system is at an all-time high, while the agency is critically understaffed.
I'm lucky if I touch an overpayment case once a month.
So overpayments can take years to catch. Meanwhile, the dollar amounts keep growing.
Your expected wait time is 1 hour, 42 minutes.
Staffing shortages also make it harder for people to get through to Social Security's call center to report changes in their income, living situation, or medical condition, all of which can affect the amount they're supposed to be paid.
It's our responsibility to let them know, but it's also the public's responsibility to let us know when there's changes, and they know what their reporting responsibilities are.
Which is likely where Alex ran into trouble.
I'm supposed to report my wages, but I don't know how.
Vallis says even if Alex had figured out how to do it, it likely wouldn't have mattered because of processing delays and lag time built into the system.
They're virtually guaranteed to end up with an overpayment, even if they do everything right.
And Social Security still tries to collect that money, even when the debt is decades old, and even when it was the agency's own mistake.
We take an oath to be stewards of the trust fund. So unfortunately, we do have to collect overpayments or attempt to collect overpayments when somebody from the public has been overpaid.
Congress actually requires that, but it does allow the agency to waive an overpayment that wasn't the recipient's fault.
It's really difficult for a lot of people to navigate this process.
Kathleen Romig spent 20 years as a Social Security policy expert. She spoke with us in October while working for the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities and recently began advising the Social Security Administration.
A lot of SSI beneficiaries, for example, have intellectual and developmental disabilities or other things that make it challenging to complete a really complicated and burdensome process like seeking an appeal or a waiver for an overpayment.
Alex's work income is all he has. It allows him to rent a room in Seattle so he can live on his own.
It's hard. It's very hard. I want him to have a life, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here.
My heart goes out to people with disabilities that they do this to, because they have no means of figuring it out.
Addie Arnold spent more than 4 years trying to figure it out for her niece, Justina.
Okay, baby, what would you like for dinner today?
Addie has raised Justina since she was 8. She is mentally and physically disabled.
If she didn't have me, I don't know where she would be right now.
Addie is retired and gets monthly Social Security checks.
And that's basically what I live on.
Justina got disability benefits until the Social Security Administration cut her off to recoup an overpayment. And it was a big one.
When they send me a bill saying that we owe $60,000, it was like, well, I don't know how you're going to get it. I wouldn't have had $60,000 if I was still working, because that's probably what I made in a year, if not less.
When she first got the overpayment notice in 2019, Addie began trying to sort out a complicated stack of paperwork to figure out why the SSA thought it had overpaid Justina.
They first started questioning her disability and said that she was not eligible.
Justina was working at a local Goodwill store in Ohio. An SSA representative told Addie the income wouldn't affect Justina's disability payments. Her boss just needed to fill out the paperwork.
And her boss at the time told her that he had no idea how to complete it, but he did the best he could and sent it to Social Security. And that's when it all started.
Addie says the agency's forms can be maddening. This one asking to waive an overpayment is 10 pages long.
I appealed a waiver in August of 22. As of August of 23, I had heard nothing from them.
Frustrating, but not surprising, say these experts.
A lot of people end up in repayment plans that they can't afford without knowing they even had options to challenge the overpayment.
The Social Security Administration did to Justina what it did to Alex and so many others. It stopped paying their benefits to recover the debt.
I'm not going to take her independence away from her because she's got that little job. That's what she lives for. We have to cut back. We just have to cut back. But we're going to make it.
We first featured Addie and Justina's story in September of 2023. Since then, we've heard from more than 700 people around the country, including 71-year-old retiree Tammy Eichler.
I saw your segment, and I'm like, oh, I'm not the only one.
Tammy's husband recently suffered a stroke, but she says it's the stress of owing the government more than $5,000 that keeps her up at night.
It's just scary to my husband and me. Where are we supposed to come up with this money?
Tammy doesn't know what caused her overpayment, and she tried repeatedly to get through to the Social Security Administration for an explanation.
She said, I've never seen an account as messed up as yours is.
Tammy and Addie and Alex all wanted to share their stories, hoping it would help someone else. And they all had the same lingering question we did.
I could tell that you wanted to really know what's going on out there, how many people are involved.
I just wonder how many other people has been through the same thing, maybe out on the street today.
I know it happens to other people that they had to owe them back that much. And I was really, really worried.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
It's a safety net tens of millions of us rely on to survive. 1 in every 5 Americans, retirees, widows, children, the disabled. In 2023, a dozen investigative reporters around the country began working together to expose Social Security's secret. Just how many people who count on that monthly check instead got a bill demanding thousands or tens of thousands of dollars from the very agency created to protect them?
When I was reading it for the first time, I started having like heart palpitations because I'm like, oh my God, $27,000. They're going to expect me to pay that back.
Lori Cochran has relied on Social Security for most of her life. The Pennsylvania woman is unable to work despite having 2 college degrees. Doctors diagnosed her with multiple sclerosis in her 20s, limiting the use of her hands.
I know a lot of people look down on people that are on Social Security, like, you know, we're working to pay for their living, but it's not a choice that people have to go on Social Security. It's just a necessity.
A necessity that covered the basics like her rent and utilities. The $914 was certainly no windfall, but she'd still try to save a bit each month for emergencies, always careful to keep her account below $2,000.
It seems like they want you to spend every last penny that you have.
And Social Security's rules don't just restrict what's in your bank account. Lori's overpayment happened when her mom transferred a life insurance policy into her name. Lori wanted it to avoid saddling her own daughter with burial expenses when she dies.
I didn't know that it actually had cash value. So for every month that balance of $4,000 was on me, they were taking the $914 I was getting Social Security and telling me I owed that back.
And it took Social Security more than 2 years to tell her that. So the agency wanted her to repay the entire $27,000 it sent her during that time.
By the time they do catch it, people are already in the dust.
Lori filed an appeal. If she loses, Social Security will reduce her monthly checks to recover the debt it says she owes. That will take nearly 25 years.
These are not people who have some pile of extra cash that they can part with, but they end up paying Social Security back for years, sometimes for the rest of their lives.
Rebecca Vallis now heads the National Academy of Social Insurance and says a leading cause of Social Security overpayments is that $2,000 asset limit. Congress hasn't raised it since the 1980s.
That's a sum that is so low, it doesn't even allow people to have emergency savings, let alone plan for the future.
More than 7 million Americans currently receive supplemental security income. They make up just 11% of the total people who get some kind of Social Security benefit. Yet the SSI program typically accounts for more than 67% of the dollars overpaid.
Trying to recover overpayments is an incredibly burdensome workload for the Social Security Administration, in large part because they're trying to get blood from a stone.
Sometimes when a beneficiary can't pay, the agency tries to recoup the debt from someone who can. Ginger Snowden and her husband Doug say at first they thought the Social Security letter asking her to repay about $4,000 was a scam.
And we kept asking, but wait, why? Neither one of us collects Social Security.
They finally figured out the bill was from her father's Social Security overpayment back in the 1970s. She says the agency told her she benefited from the money because she lived in her father's home, even though she was just a child.
It was like, how can you collect money from me? And I just kept saying over and over again, that I was 14 years old.
Long after her father's death, the federal government still expected her to pay back the money more than 40 years later.
We're both getting close to collecting Social Security, and we know what's going to happen. They're just going to take it out of our check.
Atlanta reporter Justin Gray first told Ginger's story on WSB-TV back in 2020.
First, I thought this can't be right. There has to be more to this story.
Then he heard from Erin LaCour, who adopted her little cousin Dylan when his mom was killed by a drunk driver. He was just 6 years old. Social Security sent Dylan about $100 a month from his mother's benefits and part of his father's disability money. But a year later, Erin says Social Security decided Dylan shouldn't have gotten benefits from both parents and demanded he repay $2,000.
He has nothing. Nothing whatsoever. And you're trying to take nothing from this little boy who lost his mother. How can you do that?
Erin fought the overpayment and won.
You can't expect a 6-year-old to pay back money. A 6-year-old does not have a job.
The Snowden said SSA repeatedly denied their appeals and continued to send past due notices. SSA sent a statement saying, "Our review found we correctly applied the law and our regulations, policies, and procedures."
We keep hoping that someone will step up and realize, but it just isn't happening.
I just don't want it to happen to somebody else.
Oh, but it did. A lot of other people. And the quest to find out just how many would not be an easy one.
I just assumed the agency was going to tell us the magnitude of a problem. We weren't asking complicated questions.
In 2022, after hearing from yet another family, we filed a Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA request. That's the system for reporters and the public to get government records. We hoped to learn how many people had been overpaid and which states they lived in. We waited and waited. More than 8 months later, the Social Security Administration said the information we requested was exempt from disclosure, calling it an invasion of personal privacy that would cause harm to agency interests. Plus, it said the Social Security Administration would need to create a record to satisfy the request.
Did they not know, or would they not say? Either way, we've got a story.
Based on agency reports, we knew it was at least hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people.
I think it would be really helpful to understand the scope of the problem. There really is no way based on public data to find that out.
The team in Atlanta started working together with reporters in Charlotte, Orlando, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Boston, Dayton, Jacksonville, and Washington, D.C. We also joined forces with KFF Health News, a nonprofit newsroom that focuses on health policies and their impacts. In September 2023, we featured Addie Arnold, Lori Cochran, Alex Hubbard, and 7 other families. And Washington took note.
It's heartbreaking to see these stories. Folks, to no fault of their own, have seen these overpayments come their way.
Congressmen and senators.
There has to be accountability at Social Security.
Republicans and Democrats.
It's an outrage. It's an outrage, and it should have been caught. We've let the federal agency know we expect them to stop and not penalize those people.
But we quickly realized finding out how many people the Social Security Administration had penalized would literally take an act of Congress.
If they're not telling you, I can assure you that's a question that I'm going to ask in a hearing, because I know the number has to be staggering.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
And I think we're going to finish this book this week. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
Dave Gruen treasures his time with his daughter Julia.
I could not have parked closer.
And she depends on his care.
She's blind. She's severely mentally delayed, and she has cerebral palsy.
Julia had been getting about $600 a month from the Social Security Administration. It was her only income.
It helps. Yeah, it definitely helps.
But in 2023, the checks stopped, and instead, Dave got a letter from the federal government.
We've paid Julia $7,374.72 too much.
The Social Security Administration expected Dave to pay it all back right away. The agency said Julia had accumulated more than the allowable $2,000 in her bank account.
How is that?
But when Dave looked at the months in question, he saw why Julia had extra money. The same reason most Americans did during that time.
The only reason that her assets were too much was because of the stimulus payments she got during COVID.
The $3,200 appeared in Julia's bank account in 2020 and 2021. The family was saving it to buy her a new wheelchair.
I just assumed since the government put the money in, they would understand that she's going to have extra money.
In fact, the SSA's own rules say those stimulus checks should not affect anyone's eligibility for benefits.
They didn't actually make that determination until August 2021, which was well after most people received this money.
Attorney Jen Burdick has helped thousands of people deal with Social Security overpayments. She says many resulted from stimulus money.
Particularly if the overpayment notice came later, like the people who are getting them now, I think a lot of people aren't thinking about what caused this.
Jesse Greatorex says it's all he thought about when he started getting overpayment notices last year.
I was actually in the hospital for the majority of that time. They were saying I was overpaid.
The aviation mechanic injured both of his hands in an accident in 2017, but the SSA accused him of working over the allowable limit for 9 months of 2020, around the time he got his first stimulus check. He appealed and says losing his Social Security benefits would make him homeless.
My monthly payment only covers about half of my monthly expenses for myself and my kids.
The principle of not punishing people for receiving this assistance really makes sense. But figuring out how to make that work is a difficult and maybe even impossible problem to solve.
Once those COVID stimulus dollars combined with other money in your account, it would be tough to prove those are the dollars still sitting there years later. The rules say that money shouldn't count against you indefinitely.
The government gave this money to them with one hand. They should not be trying to take it back with the other.
When the Social Security Administration finds that someone has too much money, it demands they repay all of the benefits they got during those months, often a much higher amount than what the stimulus checks added. In Julia's case, more than double.
They just need to stop. It's their mistake. Fix your system.
To make matters worse, many states determine Medicaid eligibility based on Social Security. So North Carolina told Dave Julia's health care coverage also needed to be reevaluated.
She takes 3 different medications every day. And she was hospitalized twice last year. And if we don't have Medicaid, that's going to be a big problem.
We featured Julia, Jesse, and other families' stories last October. The next day, 3 senators sent a letter to the Social Security Administration saying they are deeply concerned that beneficiaries are receiving overpayment notices in error. They joined more than a half dozen other members of Congress who were already speaking up and demanding accountability.
It's everybody's money. This is your government, and your government ought to work.
In the midst of it all, the acting head of the agency directed a team to review all overpayment policies and procedures, but she still would not or could not say how many people it was happening to.
That was surprising because it's a government agency that has a unique identifying number assigned to every American. And the fact that they weren't able to tell us that they weren't tracking, that was very surprising to me, that they could not tell us that.
Maybe it just depended on who was asking.
Wanted to welcome you. Thank you for taking time.
The House Social Security Subcommittee convened its hearing on October 18th, 2023. By then, we'd shared the stories of 24 families struggling with overpayments in 11 states.
According to an investigation by KFF Health News and Cox Media Group, lower-income Americans across the country are being called on to repay the government in amounts that are in the tens of thousands of dollars.
The head of the Social Security Administration, Acting Commissioner Kilolo Kijakazi, was in the hot seat, and one by one, the members of Congress grilled her about why overpayments were happening.
Our staffing shortages
absolutely contribute to overpayments.
And what she planned to do to address them.
Who within the administration is being held accountable for the mistakes that the Social Security Administration is making?
We are holding ourselves accountable.
But the biggest piece of accountability that day came from the Ohio Representative Mike Carey, just as he'd promised in an earlier interview with our team.
Do we have a number of how many people have been impacted by these overpayments?
We do, and I looked at that before I came. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of the number right now.
But she didn't have to remember it. Her deputy commissioner handed her a document to read from.
For Social Security, FY 2022, 1,028,389 people. For FY 2023, 986,912 people.
About 1 million Americans each year hit with overpayments.
That's too many. You want to make sure that we're taking a look at that.
We would make sure to take a look at it too. Something just wasn't quite right about how she said those numbers.
If that were the full extent of it, that alone would have been astonishing. But she hedged her answer ever so subtly, almost inaudibly.
Both times she read numbers during the hearing, she seemed to qualify them, saying they were for Social Security. KFF Health News reporter David Hilsenrath thought, why would she need to say that? Isn't all of her data for Social Security?
They refused time and again. They said they couldn't or wouldn't answer until ultimately we exposed the truth.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit the county. The department offers competitive starting pay, paid training, and excellent benefits. It's not just a job, it's a way of life. Are you prepared to make a difference? Apply now at GwinnettFireJobs.com.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
In Washington, D.C., it's rare for members of both parties to agree on anything, so Capitol reporter Samantha Manning took note when so many members of Congress started talking about Social Security overpayments.
All of the lawmakers, Senate and the House, both chambers, both sides of the aisle, were outraged by it. They were disgusted by what was happening.
She was at the hearing last October when Acting Commissioner Kilolo Kijakazi testified about billions of dollars each year sent to elderly, poor, and disabled people by mistake. Money the agency then demanded they repay, often thousands of dollars.
One thing that I think that we all agree on, and I want to go ahead and put this out there right now, is that way too many Americans now have the burden of having to deal with an overpayment.
During the hearing, Kijakazi said about 1 million people each year were hit with overpayments in 2022 and 2023. Then she appeared to qualify those numbers as being from the Social Security program. But a closer look at her written statement revealed her definition of that program only includes payment to retirees, surviving spouses, and disabled workers, the part with an extremely low percentage of overpayments.
I think this speaks to the importance of the agency producing reliable numbers, explaining them, and being more transparent.
But for weeks, the Social Security Administration refused to clarify what Kijakazi meant. We again turned to the Freedom of Information Act, only this time we knew there was a document. We included a picture of her holding it and a video of her reading from it.
The number of people.
5 weeks later, the agency provided this 2-page fact sheet.
It revealed what we had suspected all along, that the acting commissioner had not given the full story in her testimony.
Major new developments this evening in a Channel 2 Action News investigation.
A problem 2 times bigger than we first thought.
Now that we've seen the document for ourselves, we've learned the number she gave lawmakers was just a fraction of the total.
We now know more than 2 million Americans are hit with overpayment notices each year, double the amount the acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration provided to members of Congress in October.
The fact sheet showed the 2022 and 2023 numbers Kijakazi shared were for the Old Age Survivors and Disability Insurance Program, or OASDI. But she left out the Supplemental Security Income, or SSI program, which was listed right below the lines she read. That doubled the total to 2 million people hit with overpayments each year.
I've been wanting to know these numbers for a long time.
But in a statement sent with the fact sheet, the agency said it couldn't confirm the accuracy of the numbers, writing, "Our overpayment systems were not designed to easily determine this information. Staff provided unverified numbers, which were gathered quickly."
They're very focused on the dollars, and historically they haven't been focused on the people. And I think it's really important, and it's because of reporting like yours, that there is a lot of focus now among policymakers on what these overpayments do to the actual people.
I was furious, you know, and then I'm thinking, well, if they're going to be misleading to Congress, you know, us people that receive these benefits don't stand a chance.
Air Force veteran Kirk Woods first got an overpayment letter in 2022, and the Social Security Administration reduced his monthly checks to recoup the $6,000 it said he owed.
It's not fair that we should be punished because of the mistake that they made.
Kirk couldn't pay his bills and worried he'd lose his housing. He even relied on help from the VA to buy groceries. Times are hard enough, you know, just to make ends meet. But when you have to repay money that you know that you don't owe, it's just a disheartening experience. They have zero credibility now. The agency also lost some credibility with members of Congress who wrote their own letter calling it unacceptable that the commissioner failed to disclose her mistake for more than 7 weeks and only did so after our reporting revealed it.
When you have Social Security officials not telling the truth, it really damages this incredibly important program's credibility.
Senate Finance Chair Ron Wyden said he'd meet monthly with the Social Security Administration until the overpayment problem was fixed.
Millions of these individuals are walking an economic tightrope, and they have one of these overpayments, and it just hits them like a wrecking ball.
The acting commissioner sent the committee this letter saying, "I want to apologize for any confusion or misunderstanding during the October hearing, and I regret not following up with more information right away." That would turn out to be one of her final acts as commissioner. The Senate confirmed her replacement 1 week later.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
This is where I sleep.
Denise Woods drives to strip malls and truck stops in South Georgia looking for a safe place to spend each night. Her life's belongings crammed into the back seat of her Chevy. It's the only home she can now afford.
I have everything here. It's my life.
She used to rent this 3-bedroom house with her son and grandson.
It's like a mansion to me now.
But in March of 2022, she says the Social Security Administration cut off her disability checks without notice, saying it had paid her too much in monthly benefits for years. It demanded she pay back nearly $58,000. She couldn't come up with the money, so the agency started recouping it by stopping her payments until 2026.
They've sent me several letters with a bunch of number and gibberish. I went to college, but I don't know nothing about what they're talking about. Yeah, thank you. But I don't.
Denise has lupus, congestive heart failure, and had 3 back surgeries. Just walking is a challenge. She tried finding a lawyer, but said they all wanted money up front. With nowhere else to go, she started living in her SUV.
It's hell. It's hell. This shouldn't be life for anybody. Shouldn't be life for anybody.
Anthony Hansbrough and Gina Westmoreland worry it'll soon be life for them, too. The Ohio couple relies on their Social Security checks to pay the rent.
If you look at our little humble abode, half of this is mine, half of this is ours.
But now each has gotten letters demanding they repay a combined $39,000. The SSA reduced Anthony's monthly checks and stopped Gina's to get the money back.
We solely depend to survive.
That lost income left them facing an eviction notice.
Being homeless, I've never been in that predicament before. I can't be sitting under no tent with my walker paralyzed, but that's what I'm facing.
Nicole Eberhardt is legally blind and had been getting supplemental security income since she was a child. But last summer, the Social Security Administration cut her off, saying she'd earned too much money to be eligible for benefits.
I was wondering how that was even possible because my job is good with helping me make sure that I don't go over in a month.
She said the agency even questioned whether she was still disabled, so she had to prove she was still blind.
It really upsets me, and I'm at the point where I don't even want my check back because I'm at the point where I'm afraid this is going to happen again.
We found Nicole living in a North Carolina hotel.
I'm a family of 4. Me, my husband, my 14-year-old daughter, and 6-month-old granddaughter. where are we going to go?
Nicole, Anthony, and Denise all believe they did nothing wrong and wanted to talk about what they were experiencing, hoping they could somehow help fix the system.
I didn't realize that it was so many people that were being impacted.
Neither did the Social Security Administration. The agency acknowledged that despite its extensive tracking of the billions of dollars and error rate of its mistakes, it had never before counted the number of people hit with overpayments.
If we're conscious of the fact that people and serving people should be at the center of this mission, then that should give us the courage every day to admit where people are falling through the gaps and we can do something about it.
Up next, a new commissioner and a new philosophy at the Social Security Administration prompt significant change for millions of Americans.
Selling a home the traditional way, it's very stressful. So we came up with the Guaranteed Offer. You go to our website, we set an appointment, we bring you an all-cash offer. It's really that simple. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
Matt and Kristen Cooper have spent the past 6 years trying to rebuild their lives for their 2 young children.
It's hard to actually heal and get better when you're constantly having to revisit the worst day of your life.
In 2018, while working as a police officer in Georgia, Matt was shot in the head. At age 35, he had to learn to walk, talk, and eat again. Kristen switched to teaching part-time, and the family began collecting Social Security for Matt and the kids.
Every decision that we made for our family was based on the benefits that we were supposed to receive.
But then the Coopers got a letter saying the children had been overpaid. Kristen says a Social Security worker acknowledged the agency hadn't correctly accounted for Matt's workers' compensation. The SSA wanted the family to pay back $30,000. And it cut the kids' benefits from $900 a month to $150.
You think you grieved, and then situations like this come up, and it just brings back a level of anger and just a need to protect my family.
The family appealed and requested a waiver, but says both were rejected, even though the overpayment wasn't their mistake.
The system has definitely let us down, and we thought it was something that was going to help us in a time of need.
It turns out Americans who dedicate their lives to public service often end up with overpayments. Federal employees like postal workers and air traffic controllers, and some state and county workers like police, firefighters, and teachers.
Call them up 2.5 hours on the phone to get through. Well, we suspended you. Oh, really? Well, thanks for telling me. Why do you cut somebody off? That's not America no more.
Ron Bonasso told us when his Social Security checks stopped coming, he started working as a school bus driver and at a local gym just to make ends meet. He's been battling the Social Security Administration since 2018.
They said in the letter that, oh, well, we noticed that you had a pension from the Postal Service, and this kind of pension needs to be a certain way, it has to be calculated.
Ron learned his $7,200 overpayment was caused by something called the windfall elimination provision. It can reduce the amount of Social Security benefits you earn from one job if you also received a pension from certain government jobs.
It's not fair. And there's thousands of us across the country that are going through this.
Ron says the SSA should have known how to calculate his payments properly, or at least caught the error before his overpayment amount accumulated for years.
They made a mistake. They want me to pay for the mistake? I don't think so.
A similar provision called the government pension offset can also reduce spousal or widower's benefits for those same kinds of workers.
And I'm glad it's getting out, because it should be. It should be. Because we can't get help.
At least 5 bills are now pending in Congress to address how the agency handles people who've been overpaid.
They weren't trying to game the system. They were just playing by the rules. And it's very unfortunate, and I don't want anybody to ever be in that situation again.
But we found it doesn't always take an act of Congress to get things done in Washington.
Sometimes it takes a crisis. Sometimes it takes an organization like yours lifting up a shortcoming for us to look at our data differently.
The new Social Security Commissioner, Martin O'Malley, took office in late December. Senators started grilling him about overpayments even before he got the job.
Will you commit, Governor, to continuing efforts to minimize the agency errors?
He made good on that commitment within months, outlining significant policy changes.
We are no longer going to have that clawback cruelty.
For people who don't respond to an overpayment notice, the agency will no longer automatically stop their checks. Instead, it'll begin by withholding just 10%.
That should alleviate a lot of the trauma and pain.
That would have helped Denise Woods, who ended up living in her car after the SSA clawed back her entire check.
People like Denise and others shouldn't have to be penalized for a situation that they did not create.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock saw her story. Maybe Social Security officials did too. They quickly restored part of her benefits.
I think it's always important that we center the people as we discuss policy.
In determining who was at fault for an overpayment, the burden of proof has now shifted from the beneficiary to the agency, and repayment plans can span 5 years instead of 3. It will also be easier for people who believe they weren't at fault to seek a waiver with a simplified form.
We're an agency that does an accurate and good job for 98% of the time. But we recognize that we are not a perfect agency, and when we make a mistake, we need to do a better job of addressing it in a more timely and more humane way.
But even with all the changes, many are still fighting for relief. Millions of people already dealing with overpayments must reach back out to Social Security if they want to renegotiate.
Every day, when I get something from them, I want to give up.
Kate, who asked us not to use her last name, fought for our country in Iraq. She never thought she'd have to fight the federal government here at home.
I was floored. When you get a letter saying, thousands of dollars, it's almost numbing.
Her daughter with developmental disabilities lived in a group home that went out of business. It failed to cash one of her checks, leaving too much money in her account. 2 years later, the Social Security Administration asked the family to repay $15,000, all of her benefits from the months when her bank balance was too high.
My daughter is entitled to Social Security, and everyone else that's entitled to Social Security should get what they're entitled to.
Kate says every dime of that money pays for her daughter's round-the-clock care.
Regardless of whether the overpayment was caused in that case by a home that didn't cash the check, Congress says thou shalt take every action necessary to recover that overpayment. But they give us the ability to grant waivers.
Kate says she filed for a waiver after the agency denied her appeal, citing a different reason for the overpayment.
I'll be paying this debt off until I die. Mentally, emotionally, physically, it just wears you down.
O'Malley says families who've been rejected should apply for a waiver again because the new policies will allow his staff to have more latitude and compassion.
She knew everything about how everything works.
After we aired his daughter Julia's story last fall, Dave Gruen got a call from a Social Security employee.
I just kept thanking her. I thanked her 100 times in the 2 hours.
She explained that Dave's recent retirement made Julia eligible for a different kind of benefit, and her monthly checks started coming again.
They actually even went back and took care of some of the missed months.
Kirk Woods got a similar call, ending his year-long fight.
No explanations, other than all my benefits will be fully restored. I didn't have any money owed.
He still doesn't understand what caused his overpayment or why it was erased, but he'll take it.
They still haven't admitted that they made a mistake, but they are making the appropriate actions to rectify what happened, and I'm grateful for that.
Grateful can't begin to describe the relief Addie Arnold was feeling. Her niece Justina suddenly started getting checks again, too.
I was just excited that somebody took the time to listen. But as to why it restarted, I still want to know the answer to that one.
She says shortly after we featured their story, the agency sent a letter saying Justina no longer had an overpayment.
It's amazing because before I felt like I didn't have a voice.
She and Justina had both been living on Addie's retirement benefits. The stress of owing the government $60,000 was daunting.
They just need to pay attention. Realize that they're not only messing with people's livelihood, but people could actually lose their lives because they don't have nowhere to stay, they don't have the food to eat, they just don't have nothing.
But while the policy changes may help millions of people dealing with overpayments, the agency is still mired with the staffing shortages, cumbersome policies, and outdated rules that cause overpayments in the first place.
Their ultimate goal really should be to fix the front end of this so people aren't thrown for a loop and their lives aren't thrown into chaos.
It's why, even a year later, we continue to report on these stories across the country.
It may not happen overnight, but I hope in 5 years we're having this conversation again. There will no longer be 2 million people a year getting these overpayment notices.
And why the families who fought for years on their own now continue to share their struggles, hoping it makes a difference.
Nothing would have been done had you not brought this to light. Even if it doesn't help me and my daughter's situation, to know that there are other people are not going to have to go through the same life-altering experience. It's a relief to hear, finally.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
trusted community members accused of shocking crimes. Thank you for watching National News Tonight. I'm George Estevez. Tonight, we begin with stories from Atlanta and also from Boston, including a state trooper accused of misusing his power. And in Georgia, a former youth pastor arrested and fired after police made a disturbing discovery. Michael Seiden has our first report from Atlanta.
Tonight, this local youth pastor is behind bars. 28-year-old Daniel Menelu, charged with multiple felony crimes after investigators say he used the popular messaging app Kik to download and send sexually explicit videos involving children.
At the end of February, detectives with our Internet Crimes Against Children unit began investigating a cyber tip related to the possession of child sexual abuse material.
That tip led investigators to Menelu, who police say has been working with children at Futures Church in Alpharetta. We stopped by the non-denominational megachurch on Thursday, but no one was available to speak with us. A spokesperson sent us a statement. It reads in part, "We are horrified by what has been revealed and categorically condemn these actions in the strongest possible terms. Until his arrest, we had no prior knowledge of any allegations or indication of wrongdoing. The details outlined in the arrest warrant are deeply disturbing and stand in total opposition to our unwavering commitment to protecting children." We also stopped by his Roswell home that he shares with his wife. No one was there, but we learned that local, state, and federal authorities served multiple search warrants there on Wednesday, where they found the explicit content on his phone. Right now, Roswell police do not believe that any of the victims are local, but if you have any information, you're asked to call police. We're in Roswell, Georgia. I'm Michael Seiden.
Now to our second report, this one from Massachusetts, where a state trooper is on unpaid leave right now. He's accused of using his position to request a sexual favor while on duty. Litsa Pappas reports now from the courtroom.
State Trooper Terrence Kent pleaded not guilty to charges of bribery and indecent assault Thursday. The Middlesex County DA says Kent sexually assaulted someone while on the job.
Charging bribery and 002 indecent assault and burying a person over 14.
The DA says back in August, Trooper Kent had blocked in a person's car at a parking lot off Soldiers Field Road in Brighton using his state police cruiser. The victim says Trooper Kent told him his car would be towed because his registration and insurance had expired, but Kent would help out the driver if they met at a Department of Transportation property in Lexington. That's where the victim says Trooper Kent requested a sexual act as a favor, and in exchange, he wouldn't have the car towed.
We are, however, asking for a stay away, no contact from the alleged victim, whose identity is currently being withheld as the victim of a sexual assault allegation.
Trooper Kent graduated from the State Police Academy in 2017, and Mass State Police says he's been suspended without pay since the department learned about these allegations in November. DA Marion Ryan released a statement saying, in part, the defendant in this case allegedly used his position of power as a sworn police officer to commit a sexual assault. These allegations, if true, are a blatant violation of the public trust and his obligation to uphold high ethical standards and the values of the community.
As you saw in there, my client has pled not guilty. I'd like to remind everyone that as any criminal defendant, he is presumed to be innocent at this point. You also can see that he has the full support of his family.
In Woburn, Massachusetts, I'm Litsa Pappas.
In Washington, D.C. now, senators approved a government funding bill. It happened just hours before the government shutdown deadline Friday night. The measure is good for 6 months. A handful of Democrats angered their party by joining Republicans to approve the measure. The vote was 54-46. Let's go to our neighbors to the north now, where the ongoing battle over tariffs will now be the responsibility of a new prime minister in Canada. Mark Carney was sworn in Friday. He was elected to lead Canada's Liberal Party into that country's next federal election. Carney replaced Justin Trudeau, who announced in January that he was stepping down. The new prime minister says he's ready to meet with President Donald Trump if he respects Canadian sovereignty. Tonight, even Tesla leaders are expressing concern over how ongoing tariffs could hurt that company. Tesla sent an unsigned letter to U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. That letter lays out how a trade war could hurt U.S. manufacturers and also Tesla's operations. The company says U.S. trade policy needs to take into account limitations in the domestic supply chain. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a heartbroken father pled with the judge not to release the driver accused of killing his son. Police say the suspect was driving more than 100 miles an hour, never stopped. Hunter Sines has the story.
A wonderful life together was shattered in an instant.
You could feel the pain of a father's shattered heart inside Mecklenburg County Court. Stanley Zadrozny talking about his late son, Ryan.
Ryan was a kind and gentle soul.
Ryan was crossing this intersection on West Moorhead Street last December when police say Mache Darby came speeding through at 105 miles per hour, hitting Ryan and never stopped.
Ryan flew through the air and landed where he did.
Darby sat still, his head hung low as prosecutor Nikki Robinson argued why he should be held with no bond, reminding Judge George Bell of Darby's criminal past, including a conviction for hitting and killing a man in 2011 and driving off. But Darby's defense attorney, George Lauren, said his client was remorseful, crying about what happened when they first met, asking for a $500,000 bond.
But the question becomes, is this Charlotte resident going to appear in court? And I would argue to you that he is going to appear in court.
Ryan's father pleading with the judge, asking him to show no leniency for the community's sake.
There's no justice for Ryan or my family. No amount of punishment for this murderer will give us any solace. But it can prevent this from happening again.
Judge Bell left Darby's bond at $1.5 million. As we were leaving the courthouse, I saw something that you don't usually see happen here. Darby's grandmother actually stopped and spoke with the victim's family, apologizing and expressing her condolences. After, in the hallway, I asked her why she felt the need to do that. She told me because she knows that family is hurting. In Charlotte, North Carolina, I'm Hunter Sines.
A Jacksonville, Florida family is also grieving after a shooting killed a local daycare owner. It may have been an accident, but police are investigating. Yona Gavino spoke to the victim's family.
The hardest part for the family is simply not knowing why. They identified her as Christina Smith, the mother of 5 and the owner of this daycare right behind me.
I have questions, you know what I'm saying? I have a lot of doubt. I have a lot of questions.
Lorenzo Little is in disbelief over the death of his niece, Christina Smith. She was a mother of 5 children.
I feel bad for her, and I feel bad for her kids because she had kids, and she had twins, and the twins just lost their dad like a couple months ago, and now they just lost their moms.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office said a man was unloading things from a car trunk when a gun went off and shot Smith in her chest. The family identified him as Smith's husband, who is not the father of her kids.
Because I don't see how you could just pull a gun and the gun to go off. You got to pull a trigger for a gun to go off. You know?
They say the JSO questioned her husband about her death, but no one has been arrested. Smith's cousin said they were very close.
We always talk every day, like every day. She check on me, and I check on her. And she was asking, I just literally talked to her. She was like, do you want to come work at my daycare?
JSO is still investigating if Smith is the victim of a crime or if this was just an accidental shooting. The family said right now they have not spoken to her husband since news of this shooting. Reporting in Jacksonville, I'm Yona Gavino.
The Milwaukee School District is temporarily closing more schools over concerns about high levels of lead. Students at 3 schools will move to new classrooms beginning Monday. So far, 4 students at 4 different schools have tested positive for lead poisoning. It turns out the district is trying to reassure parents, even as public health officials ramp up inspections and remediation.
We all just want our kids to be healthy and have a good learning environment.
The district has scheduled inspections at 7 additional schools. A popular Central Florida beach community is expecting thousands of spring break visitors this year, and they've taken steps to ensure the beaches are safe for everyone, despite a nationwide lifeguard shortage. Demi Johnson is at Daytona Beach tonight.
Volusia County beaches are already getting busier, and crowds and traffic will only become more chaotic in the coming days when spring break starts for 6 Central Florida counties.
Yeah, our spring break is here. This is the first week of it on the tail end of Bike Week.
The goal for Beach Safety Deputy Chief A.J. Miller is to make sure as many lifeguard towers as possible are staffed. To make that happen, employee mandates are in place. From there, historical data determines where they go.
It's also based out of feedback from our staff and that can be on a weekly, month, or even a daily basis. If they see bigger crowds, we may move a staff member to a different tower. If there's a new hotel or park that we know is going to open, we'll change our priority.
A nationwide lifeguard shortage has always left the agency with more holes than Miller would prefer, and that's still the case. But last year, Beach Safety created a fall lifeguard tryout and recruitment class for the first time. Miller says it's made a difference.
13 people come out and pass that requirement, go through the training. We actually had 4 of them go through orientation yesterday out of that 13. So they'll start working spring break so we can get them out a little earlier.
And while the phrase always swim in front of a staffed lifeguard tower may seem overused, Miller says it can't be stressed enough.
We have such a huge tidal difference in our beach that you could have no rip current in one area at low tide. As the tide comes in, the bottom changes, and then we can have rip current open up.
The main requirement to be a lifeguard here is to do a 500-meter swim in under 10 minutes. Reporting in Daytona Beach, Florida, I'm Demi Johnson.
And if you're one of those visiting Daytona Beach, just know that police are watching. The city's installed more 24-hour surveillance cameras along Main Street and A1A. Officers monitor those live feeds from a substation nearby. The cameras are part of a long-range plan to improve security that began in 2022 after the murders of a couple visiting Daytona for Bike Week. Still ahead, a family is calling for changes after their beloved dog died in the care of a dog sitter, why their attorney says that sitter broke the law. Plus, the turnaround for one of the country's most popular discount airliners. We're going to tell you what it means for passengers now and in the future who take Spirit. First, a woman armed with a knife threatens another woman right out in the open. We got more of the video and the reason behind that confrontation when National News Tonight returns.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
A dangerous road rage confrontation was caught on camera. Tonight, the victim speaking out about a woman she says threatened her with a knife and another weapon. And she's got video that police are now reviewing. Christine D'Antonio reports now from Pittsburgh.
Somebody call 911! 911! She's got a knife! And I heard, what did you say to me? I said, that was a stop sign he just blew through.
Those were the words that apparently set off a driver here at the intersection of 44th Street and Plummer Street Tuesday afternoon. A dog walker says she was taking the animal back home when things quickly got violent.
They whipped their car around, got out of their car, and came after me. And then I saw she had the brass knuckles and a knife out.
She says her instinct told her to get out her phone and start recording.
As soon as I saw the weapon, I was like, something bad's going to happen. I need I need evidence.
Please help me! She's threatening my life!
She hit me with her phone twice. She hit me once on the side of the head. She tried to hit my phone out of my hand more than once. She punched me in the neck, which thankfully it wasn't the knife. I thought it was. I immediately grabbed my neck thinking I just had my throat slit.
Fortunately, it wasn't, but the emotional damage is severe.
It surprises me in a sense, but then given some experiences with cars and pedestrians, it doesn't totally shock me.
Neighbors who live on 44th Street say while they've never experienced that level of violence, they too have had issues with road rage incidents here.
A woman starts honking behind you, and then she followed me, my wife, and my daughter around the block for 3 laps. Honking, yelling.
Pittsburgh police do have that video that we showed you. We blurred the driver's face in it because they say the charges have not been filed against the driver right now as police continue their investigation. Reporting from Pittsburgh, I'm Christine D'Antonio.
A dozen passengers are recovering from minor injuries after the latest incident involving a commercial plane. Have you seen this video? It's from the Denver airport. This was Thursday night. Look at the flames there. An American Airlines pilot diverted the flight from Colorado Springs to Dallas because the engine was vibrating. Just after the plane landed, a fire broke out. That's what you saw in one of the engines. Look at all that smoke. Some of the passengers were briefly trapped on top of a wing. Imagine they were just trying to get out of the actual cabin. At this point, the NTSB is investigating, but everyone did get out. Some people ended up being treated at the hospital. News about another airline tops our consumer updates tonight. Spirit is now out of bankruptcy. The budget airline filed for Chapter 11 protection last November after several years of some deep losses. The bankruptcy allowed Spirit to reduce its debt by nearly $800 million. The company leaders say they'll rebrand as a premium airline and offer enhanced services. The FDA announced a voluntary recall of some popular acne meds this week. Products from Proactiv, La Roche-Posay, and Walgreens may contain elevated levels of a chemical called benzene. That's a chemical found in gasoline and oil that's been linked to cancer. The FDA says there's little risk to users, and they're not encouraging consumers to throw out the products, but retail stores are temporarily pulling them. An Atlanta family, they say they want a popular dog-sitting company to make some changes after their pet died while in the care of one of the company's dog sitters. Ashley Lincoln reports their attorney believes the sitter broke a Georgia state law.
He was a part of the family.
Ace was a 2-year-old French bulldog Henry Equesma says was inseparable from his daughter.
She keeps asking about the dog.
Last September, they received the horrifying news Ace died while in the care of a dog sitter.
She texted and said she found the dog not breathing.
Equesma says they found the sitter on the popular app Rover to look over Ace while vacationing in Florida. But by the second day, the sitter messaged Equesma saying Ace was fine and happy, and suddenly he was lying dead. After rushing back to Atlanta, Equesma contacted UGA's veterinary laboratory. It conducted a necropsy and discovered Ace died from respiratory distress from being overheated.
We found that she left the dog outside for a lot longer than she should have.
Attorney Claudine Wilkins is representing Equesma. She says the sitter violated state law.
Someone fails to provide shelter for an animal, and that is the omission of providing that shelter. That is absolutely a misdemeanor crime in the state of Georgia.
Wilkins says for months they've been trying to get in contact with the representative with Rover after the company only offered the family $1,000 in damages for an animal they spent $12,000 to get.
Rover should not only vet their sitters, they need to find out a little bit more. They need to find out if they know how to handle certain breeds.
An attorney for Rover sent Equesma's attorney this letter blaming Ace's passing to a breed-specific condition which obstructs the airways. The company told me it thoroughly reviewed this incident and the sitter no longer works for their company.
Before you take your dog to a dog sitting company, you probably should do a lot more research.
And Rover says they do conduct enhanced background checks for all of their sitters through their platform. The company also said the site does allow for users to select a sitter with expertise in a specific breed. Reporting in Northeast Atlanta, I'm Ashley Lincoln.
Coming up, we know smoking is dangerous, but the Surgeon General says loneliness can be just as bad. A surprise warning just ahead.
Raising Cane's invites you to grab life by the chicken fingers. So get out there. Be you. Do you. Embrace whatever makes you, you. All while enjoying Raising Cane's hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret recipe cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Raising Cane's invites you to grab life by the chicken fingers. So get out there. Be you. Do you. Embrace whatever makes you, you. All while enjoying Raising Cane's hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret recipe cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Raising Cane's invites you to grab life by the chicken fingers. So get out there. Be you. Do you. Embrace whatever makes you, you. All while enjoying Raising Cane's hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret recipe cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
So during the pandemic, many of us felt the effects of long-term loneliness. Now, a new study finds there are medical consequences to that, and one Washington State county is declaring loneliness a public health crisis. Here's Gwen Baumgardner.
It's easier than ever to stay connected. Turns out it's even easier to be alone.
We have become very comfortable in what is really unhealthy for us.
Brian Windrow pushed for Thurston County's crisis declaration after learning about just how harmful loneliness can be.
That was a wake-up call.
Because while everyone knows the feeling, not everyone knows the impact. A report by the Surgeon General found social isolation as damaging to our physical health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day.
The CDC found that chronic loneliness leads to higher blood pressure, heart disease, obesity, even cognitive decline, increasing your risk of dementia by 31%.
Took it from being something we all thought was just sort of too bad or sad to being something where we realized, oh my gosh, no, this reduces our quality and quantity of life in ways that we have to take very seriously.
Residents weighing in.
You have to be more willing to go out and do stuff. I don't know if it's just here. I think it's in general.
Thurston County's crisis declaration doesn't come with funding or policy change, just a public awareness campaign. But Windrow believes when people know about the research and the crisis, they're more likely to act.
Raising awareness, I think, has the power to make an enormous difference in the choices we all make about how we spend our time, how we support our neighbors and community and interact within our families.
He says just like how we make choices about our diet and exercise, we can also make choices about our isolation. And the research shows it's in our long-term interest to do so. Reporting in Olympia, Washington, I'm Gwen Baumgardner.
Next on National News Tonight, a state spelling champ preparing for this year's National Spelling Bee, telling us what word tripped her up last time.
You never think about your roof until it's leaking. And let's not forget, your roof covers everything you own and love. Sometimes the signs are clear, like wet spots or water streaks inside your home. It's what you don't see that's really scary. Water is your home's worst enemy. Finley Roofing, the roof guys, are the gold standard in roofing excellence. Over 65,000 local roofs installed, all with a lifetime leak-free warranty at no additional cost. Schedule your free roof analysis now at finleyroofing.com.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
A spelling bee champ with a second chance to win it all. An Ohio 8th grader won the regional spelling bee for a second year and is headed to the Nationals. Mason Fletcher reports.
Aurora Spizak is an 8th grader at Watts Elementary, and she can spell words that I didn't know existed.
They never use words that are obsolete.
She took home the top spot at the regional spelling bee after more than 30 rounds of spelling. It now makes her the regional champ for the second straight year.
It was really exciting because, especially because this year there were more unstudied words than there were the year before.
The winning word was Brock, a term for a prehistoric stone tower in Scotland. Each year, a study list is given out for the regional competition. Spizak focuses on the root of the word. She told me knowing where each word originates is the best help for her.
Like with Greek, it's got certain characteristics. French, if it ends in an in sound, it might have an E on the end. Different languages give different clues towards what the spelling might be.
It's pretty interesting. Spizak showed me the words on her list and studies it as much as she can. But it's a different feeling having to spell it in front of a crowd.
Terrifying, but it's fun because it's just the feeling of, am I going to make it, am I not? And when you do, it's exhilarating.
Last year, Spizak made it through 3 rounds at Nationals before getting eliminated. But she wasn't disappointed. In fact, it motivated her to come back even stronger this year.
I did well. It was a little sad, but I knew I did well and that I could hopefully try to get there again the next year.
In Centerville, Ohio, I'm Mason Fletcher.
What a great attitude. Thank you all for watching National News Tonight. We'll be right here every weeknight to bring you what you need to know from every corner of the country. I'm George Estevez. Let's do it again tomorrow.
You're too busy to be sick. That's why Peachtree Immediate Care is here for you from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. So whether it's a nasty cough that won't go away, a painful sore throat, or an unexpected injury, with over 40 Atlanta area locations, there's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner. You never need an appointment, and you can save time when you check in online. And as the urgent care partner of the Emory Healthcare Network, you know you're in good hands. Peachtree Immediate Care. Get in, get out, get better.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist.
In every crime, a story of a survivor, of someone left behind, of someone determined to solve a mystery. These are the stories of crimes that changed lives forever. This is Justice Rules.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Casey.
A beautiful young woman vanishes on the way to work. Her parents, friends, detectives doing everything they can to find her.
We want her back. Our family is aching.
The major breaks in the case, the theories, and the new twist nearly 2 decades later.
I want my daughter. We
Yeah.
want our daughter. Dead or alive. End of discussion. Period.
Investigative reporter Shannon Butler, who's been reporting on this case since the very beginning, has the parents fight for justice.
Let her go. We're not interested in prosecuting. We just want our daughter back.
These are the words no parent wants to hear, let alone say. But in January of 2006, Drew and Joyce Kessie found themselves saying it over and over again.
Leave her in a safe place. You leave. Call and say where she is. We just don't care. We want her back. Our family is aching. Our family's aching.
And they're still saying those same words nearly 2 decades later.
I don't know how to reconcile in my own head that we may never have an answer.
It was just around 6 p.m. on January 23rd, 2006, when Jennifer Cassie left work here at Westgate Resorts in Orlando, Florida. She called her dad on the way home.
That was it. Just said, oh, we'll catch up. You know, it's never long. It's just, how you doing today and all that good stuff. We talk quite regularly. And that was the last I spoke with her.
Jennifer Cassie had just been on a cruise with her boyfriend. She left Rob Allen's house in South Florida and went right to work. On her way home, she made several calls. She was headed back to the condo she had just bought. Jennifer Cassie's brother and his friends were staying at her condo when she was on her trip. One of those friends had left his cell phone at the condo and was anxious to get it back. Jennifer said she would mail that package the next day. When she got home that night, she called Rob Allen about 10 o'clock that night. He says they had an argument, but still the next morning, he expected to hear from Jennifer, as he always did, on her way to work. When he didn't, he decided he would call her. But when he did, there was no answer.
She left Monday morning, and then I talked to her throughout Monday, talked to her Monday night.
In the meantime, a family friend and Westgate employee knew she had not shown up for work, so he called her parents.
The minute I knew that she was missing for 2 hours when she didn't show up for work, and I got the call at about 10:30 Tuesday morning, I knew something was wrong.
Drew Cassie called his daughter's phone. There was no answer. So her brother and dad immediately headed north for the 2-hour drive to Orlando.
It's not the type of girl that would go more than 2 hours without talking to somebody, whether it was her mom on the phone or a boyfriend or her dad.
At her apartment, everything looked normal.
We do know that she did take a shower. She did get ready for work. She did take her Felice for work. Her towel was wet. General things. Nothing was disturbed in here at all.
But her car was missing. Their first stop, the Orange County Sheriff's Office. They were sent to Orlando Police instead. The first 2 detectives showed up.
They didn't know if she left on her own or if she was lost somewhere. They didn't know what. They didn't know if anything nefarious had actually even happened.
Homicide Detective Joel Wright took over the case when the original detectives retired shortly after her disappearance. 4 years, this now retired detective worked the case. When you looked at that case 7 months later, that does seem like a long time, right? When you looked at that, when you first saw where it was, were you worried at that point that this may be difficult?
I was worried after 48 hours. I was worried a lot earlier than that, even though the case wasn't assigned to me at the time. I was worried then. And so needless to say, 7 months down the line with no resolution, I was extremely concerned.
But already her friends and family were mobilizing. Her sorority sisters were already out on the search, passing out flyers and standing by as officers canvassed Orlando.
Please bring her back. If you have her, please give her back. We would give anything to have her back. Anything at all.
And hours later, the Kessies were making headlines everywhere.
I don't think I'd ever picture myself talking on TV about my daughter being missing.
I remember that day so vividly because when we showed up at that complex, we had backed our truck into a parking spot. And from where we were, you could immediately see a stairwell that was right in front of Jennifer Kessie's condo. And in that stairwell was a blonde woman standing there. And we later knew it was Joyce Kessie, Jennifer's mother. And I will never forget the look on her face. You could see the anguish, and you knew immediately that something bad had happened here. And you knew at that moment that woman's life would never be the same. Sitting here today, do you have any idea or thought, did she disappear at night or in the morning?
From the information I've gotten and and the information I trust, she made it, she got ready for work, she made it out her door, and she got to her car, and that's when things went bad. That's where I think it happened.
In 2006, Bill Moore was working with the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation when he ran into Detective Wright.
And he told me, he's like, I think we have a real abduction here. And I shared the technology that NBI was capable of providing and the assistance, and we started down that path.
And what was that technology?
Cell phones. Cell phone, collecting as much data as we could on her cell phone and inbound and outbound calls, everything.
Because back then, I mean, now we just assume that you guys do that all the time, right? Because that's just normal business now. But in 2006, it was fairly new.
In 2006, we were butting heads with telecommunication carriers. They were charging $4,000 to go up on a phone, a wiretap.
On Thursday, January 26th, it was really the first big break in this case for Orlando police. A woman had said she had seen Jennifer's car on the news, so she called in telling them that she swore that car was parked in her apartment complex.
And my kids were making noise in the car, and then I almost backed into it, and I was like, ooh, that looked like a 05 or 06 or something.
She was right. Just a little more than a mile from Jennifer Kessie's home, Kessie's car was found abandoned. Police began a search of the area.
We present a scent to a bloodhound, and once he gets that scent, he'll immediately start tracking.
Orange County Sheriff Sergeant Jeff Brown has worked with Bo the Bloodhound for 4 years. Bo circled Kessie's car and immediately led Brown and 2 other officers out of the apartment complex and down along Americana Boulevard. At times, they had to run to keep up with the dog. The hound stopped briefly along the side of a public supermarket, then led police toward the busy intersection of Americana and John Young Parkway. Sergeant Brown says it's possible the dog was not only tracking a person, but a person in a car. The hound led police practically to Jennifer Kessie's very doorstep. The trail ended right around here, right next to this retention pond. Jennifer's building is right back here.
I trust that dog wholeheartedly. When he runs a track, he's usually right on the money with it.
And then another break in the case. This surveillance video was released showing someone who police believed parked that car walking out of the complex. The video was taken the day she was reported missing. Usually when you see this kind of surveillance video released by law enforcement, it's video that shows you a pretty clear picture of the person that they're looking for. But in this case, it was so strange because in that video, as the person was walking, the face was covered by one of those black bars at almost every step. It was so difficult that people couldn't decide what the haircut was on the suspect or what kind of clothes the suspect was wearing, and even the height, trying to determine that was a challenge.
We don't even know what the height is of that person because they started, 3 agencies started arguing about the height of the person. We're like, wait a second, this is technology. You should know the height of the person. Come on.
Investigators have tried to see if they could do anything to make the mystery person's face more clear.
I had worked with that, and I think Walmart had worked with that, and we went back to them again and said, is there anything? Has it changed? And they're like, that's what it is. We can't get it any better.
But still, the family hopes someone might recognize who this is.
We are desperate, truly, at this point. Please give a call.
In the days and weeks following that find, flyers with her picture were handed out and put up everywhere. Dozens of searches were conducted. Police, volunteers, and even private search groups combed the area around her apartment and where her car was left.
You find anything? All the way west. Not right now. Just a lot of thick brush, north and south. A lot of down trees and stuff like that, but nothing significant yet.
A reward for information leading to Jennifer Kesse soared to more than $1 million. Still no arrests. But Kesse's family and detectives refused to give up.
As tips rolled in, 2 names stuck out. 2 men who'd been doing work on Jennifer's condo.
This guy's had contact with her. He's been called in as a tip. He's been identified by someone as a person parking a car.
Their involvement in the investigation. Plus, a bold move by Jennifer's parents to take this case into their own hands.
Jennifer is our daughter. We just want an answer because limbo is not a fun place to be.
Georgia Natural Gas, a leading natural gas provider and a leader in our community. In these uncertain times, G&G is investing time and energy to help our neighbors. Helping to feed senior citizens with emergency funding for Meals on Wheels. Serving hard-hit restaurant workers with support for the Giving Kitchen. And guaranteeing families have food in collaboration with Hosea Feed the Hungry. Family to Family and Georgia Natural Gas. Community coverage you can count on.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
As the search for Jennifer Kesse continued, so did the investigation. Tips rolled in. And for Detective Joel Wright, 2 names caught his attention. 2 men identified as Ben and Chino, who had been inside Jennifer's condo a few days before her disappearance to talk about work that needed to be done. So there are 2 guys that you, and over the years, I guess the family and you had questioned, and more than once, Chino and Ben.
Right. Right.
Why did you go back and question both of them again?
The reason we contacted Chino and Ben is that we had received information that a housekeeper knew who the person was in the picture. And when I say the picture of the person that parked Jennifer's car and was walking by the fence. We went and contacted that person, and the person thought initially it was someone else, but when she looked at it, she said, that's Chino. That's not the other person who she suspected. And at that point I said, well, what's a Chino? I don't know who Chino is. And so when I went back to the office, I put Chino's name into a leads tracking system, and it turns out that a person named Chino was called in as a tip on the first week of the case.
So this was the second tip.
Right. So then somebody had already mentioned Chino and described where he lived and who he lived with in this tip. Pretty detailed tip. And I thought, okay, well, I might be onto something. I just needed to find out what his real name is, and I did. And then it turns out, we found out he was actually working in Jennifer's condo, had contact with her on Tuesday, the week that she left for her trip to St. Croix, which was on that Thursday. So, of course, any investigator, it's just common sense that you would follow up on that. This guy's had contact with her. He's been called in as a tip. He's been identified by someone as a person parking the car, and that's why we went back and talked to Chino. And the reason we talked to Ben, he's Chino's partner. They work together.
And he was also in the condo.
Right. And he was also in the condo with Chino.
What did Chino tell you?
He said he had no involvement in it and was happy to take a polygraph, and he cooperated.
And he did take a polygraph?
He took a polygraph, an FBI polygrapher, and he passed the polygraph.
But it was this comment that always bothered Drew Cassie. Ben said that he and his buddy Chino did work on the condo that week before she passed away. So Ben's polygraph, I've read that. And he says in that polygraph, or right before, he says that he was in that condo before she passed away. When he said that, did that cause your ears to go up, your hair to stand up?
Yes. What we were doing there in the pre-interview is we were interviewing him before his polygraph, just to get information from him. After the polygraph, we did talk to him about that particular statement he made, and he said he just assumed that she had passed because she's been gone for so long. But I do remember challenging him on that, and his response was she'd been gone for so long, I just assumed she had passed.
So once they both passed the polygraph, because those guys have kind of been, the subject of many conversation, right? Because the tips, because of the identification, because they were in the apartment, things like that. Once they passed the polygraph, you said these guys are good?
I don't say that. Just because someone passes a polygraph doesn't mean they don't know something about it or have committed it. I know polygraph examiners probably all hate me for saying this, but it's not 100%, and some people can pass the test and be deceptive.
Chino and Ben were never arrested. In fact, there have never been any arrests in this case. It was no secret that the family was frustrated with law enforcement's handling of the case.
There's a lot of things that were done wrong, and they need to be held accountable for it.
In 2010, the family had been pleading with Orlando police to turn the case over to somebody who could get a fresh set of eyes on it. In 2010, the police department did just that. They handed it over to the FBI. But in 2011, the Bureau gave it back to Orlando police, making no arrests. Then it was on the 12th anniversary where the frustration with OPD finally boiled over.
This is it. It's 12 years. This is a joke. This is all, everybody's standing up here behind it. It's a joke. Everybody, this is a joke. Please see through it.
Jennifer Kessie's parents had been asking for years for her case to be deemed a cold case. An active investigation keeps the files from being made public. The Kessies wanted the files to do some investigating of their own. claiming Orlando police had some missteps, especially in the first 48 hours.
It's okay. We understand how hard it is. We understand people make mistakes. I've made mistakes. We're all human. But it's time to get every resource available, and we feel that we have the right to.
The Kessies claim the first 2 detectives on the case didn't write a report. Orlando police said it had put in hundreds, if not thousands, of man-hours on the case. Still, the Kessies hired attorneys to get the files from Orlando police. The department refused, saying it had a detective assigned to the case full-time.
Coming up, the family refused to give up. And then an unprecedented move.
There is no police department that has Jennifer's case.
Jennifer's parents sit down more than 17 years later. What they believe happened to their daughter and where the investigation goes from here.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
In an unprecedented move, the Kessie family decided to sue Orlando police for Jennifer Kessie's case file. In 2018, there was a new police chief, and he cooperated. Who, sitting here today, is in charge of finding her daughter?
Joyce and I.
Right.
There is no police department that has Jennifer's case. By contract, the very first point is that Orlando Police Department is no longer responsible for finding Jennifer Kessie. And we were okay with that.
Is there evidence that is in those files that you think could help?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. First of all, I think all the physical evidence has to be redone.
Because it's been so long.
It's been so long.
When's the last time it's been tested at FDLE?
2008? We just have things in the car that just need to be done again. Like? Hair follicles in the car. We found out through our group that there's actually 100 fingerprints that are not identified in Jennifer's car. Never knew that. We thought there was 3. Right. We have 2 hairs that are unidentified within the car also.
And the Kessies released this photo of the hood of her car, evidence they had never seen before. OPD is pretty confident that that person in that surveillance
storms over the last 24 hours or so as it's moved across the deep south. So you look at the storm here, There's I-20, Cleburne County in Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area. That's why we're getting this continuous coverage now as it tracks towards the east-northeast, moving very rapidly. So it's until 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's 8:30 p.m. Central time. And there's the storm. You see the shades of green, the red and the green here, as we've seen that over the last few minutes south of Talladega, tracking towards the north and east. For those of you who have been watching the basketball game and are interested in continuing to watch that basketball game is airing now. We're still airing it. We've moved it to Bounce. So go over to Bounce TV and you can watch it there. That information is going to be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Here's a look at the cluster of thunderstorms in central Alabama, just south of Birmingham. Look at that. Nearly 800 clouded ground lightning strikes just within the last 10 minutes, and then that tornado threat approaching Cleburne County. It's not quite to Cleburne yet. So, Brian, what I'd like to do is take a slightly wider view of what's going on across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia as well as we time this out into Cleburne over the next few minutes. So here's a look at Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Tennessee. Been tracking some intense storms in the North Georgia mountains from Ellijay now approaching Blue Ridge. A lot of lightning and some reports of some pea and marble size hail here in the North Georgia mountains. These have shown some mid-level rotation, so we're going to be watching for that possibility of tornado development here, but that's not looking imminent as it continues to track towards the north and east. So heads up around Blue Ridge and McKaysville and Fannin County. This storm is moving in your direction. There is a tornado threat, a tornado watch in this area, but nothing imminent, no tornado warning for the North Georgia mountains. Across Metro Atlanta, a new tornado watch was issued just a few minutes ago, and that tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. It includes West Georgia, the heart of the metro. There it is in red until 4 a.m., a tornado watch. Remember, the difference between a watch and a warning is a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms that would produce tornadoes. And then a tornado warning means one has either been sighted or detected by radar. And that's what we have going on. You see the purple flashing south of Birmingham. That is a confirmed tornado. And the red with this tornado warning, which is why we're on the air for the tornado threat moving into Cleburne County in eastern Alabama. That is a radar-indicated tornado. What Brian and I are watching here is the rotation within this thunderstorm, knowing the environment of the atmosphere, the history of these storms, and then now the signature we see on radar is a very clear signature of a tornado that could easily produce, or rather a thunderstorm that could easily produce tornado touchdowns. So there's Talladega. There's the flare-up of lightning. Strong updraft winds often cause a flare-up in lightning, so nearly 200 clouded ground lightning strikes here just within the last 10 minutes. And over the last couple of days, been talking about some of the straight line wind threats as well with the updrafts and downdrafts with these severe thunderstorms that are going to be moving through tonight. Winds just above the ground. I'm talking 1,000 feet or more, very close to the ground, going to be between 60 and 80 miles an hour. So very strong winds just above the surface. And with these updrafts and downdrafts, we can easily transport 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds down to the ground. So in addition to the tornado threat that is occurring now and approaching western Cleburne County in eastern Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area. That's why we're covering it. In addition to that threat, we have the straight line wind damage threat and risk, and that is for winds 60, 70, potentially 80 mile an hour straight line winds. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are as strong as you would find in a weak EF1 or EF0 tornado rather. And this, now we're doing an updated storm track. So Brian's tracking that as it moves towards the northeast. At about 40 to 45 miles an hour has been the forward motion. So it's bringing it into Waldo here in about 4 minutes. Eventually off towards Oxford, there's I-20. And this threat is going to move towards the southwestern corner of Cleburne County in eastern Alabama. There's I-20. Here's Cleburne County. You see the outline there. And the concern is that this tornadic thunderstorm just south of Talladega, tracking to the north and east, is going to impact these areas of Cleburne County, Alabama, and Randolph County, Alabama. These two Alabama counties are part of the Channel 2 viewing area. Meteorologist Brian Monahan's got a little more information on that. Brian?
Alongside meteorologist Jennifer Lopez as well. Now a new tornado warning. This is for Gilmer County and in Fannin County. That's going to go until 9:30, Brad. So I'm going to steer Storm Tracker 2 HD radar there.
Okay, that's the one that we were just showing you just a moment ago. So that rotation that was mid-level is now intensified. So we have a new tornado warning now here for northern Gilmer and western and west central Fannin County. So that's the new tornado warning there. We'll get the latest information on this. This has the potential for some tornado touchdowns, some rotation within this thunderstorm. It was indicated by radar, moving now a little faster, Brian. This one's moving towards the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So that means it's going to very quickly cross here out of northern Gilmer and into western Fannin County and eventually racing up into eastern parts of Tennessee. This tornado warning in effect until 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. So here's the rotation in northern Gilmer County. Bottom of your screen, that's Ellijay. If you're watching in Ellijay, the storm is north of you and moving away, not a concern. However, if you're in northern Gilmer County, you're watching around Blue Ridge, especially just to the west, up towards McKaysville, Copper Hill in 11 minutes, McKaysville in 11 minutes, Union in 11 minutes. These towns are going to be impacted by very heavy rain. We've had some history of some hail with this and the potential for tornado touchdowns here. You see the flare-up of the clouded ground lightning. Now, much of western Fannin County is more wilderness area, but we do have some population here in parts of north central and central sections of Gilmer and Fannin County. So that's the concern. Chopped Oak up towards Burnett, Maxwell. It looks like it's going to stay just west of you in Maxwell. Lucius and Ballou Mill should stay just to the west. Then you look here towards Caldwell, up towards and very near Blue Ridge and just to the west. These are the areas in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. So that is the Gilmer and Fannin County border in the North Georgia mountains. The bottom of the screen is Ellijay. It's north of Ellijay. What we were looking at there is for some sort of confirmation of lofted debris, and we're not seeing that, at least not yet. This storm very quickly racing towards the north and east. Here's Blue Ridge. The downtown Blue Ridge is just outside of the tornado warning. If you download the WSB weather app, I encourage you to do so. Go to WSBTVweatherapp.com. But if you download it, it will send you warnings for your location. So if you're in Blue Ridge and you did not receive a tornado warning, that's because that tornado warning is just a couple of miles to your west. However, if you're watching here in north central Gilmer County or central sections of Fannin County just west of Blue Ridge, you're in that tornado warning. Some small hail with this as well, generally pea and marble size, but the greater concern, the greater threat for this is the potential for some tornado touchdowns. This tornado warning in effect until 9:30. We're going to stay with you as long as we have active tornado warnings in effect. And for those of you that are watching the basketball game, we've moved the live coverage of the basketball game over to Bounce TV, one of our other channels, and that information should be scrolling at the bottom of your screen to find Bounce TV. Now, there is still this tornado warning that we're watching in eastern Alabama, moving up towards the north and east, and it looks like we've seen Cleburne County now excluded from that. It looks like Cleburne's been dropped from that. So, Director, we can drop Cleburne County from our tornado warning banner. The tornado threat with this storm is still there, but based on its forward track, it looks like it's going to pass just west of Cleburne County. So for those of you in eastern Alabama watching, part of our viewing area, Cleburne County's been dropped from this tornado warning. We'll keep our eyes on it. This system, more storms back towards the west moving in. So the immediate threat in Cleburne County for a tornado warning is over, but the threat through this evening has not come to an end. So we'll stay with you as more storms move in. We're going to focus our attention now on the active tornado warning here in North Georgia, northern Gilmer County, and into Fannin County. We have that tornado warning. It's moving quick, moving at about 45 to 55 miles an hour as it tracks towards the east. So this tornado was located a few minutes ago near Sycamore. That's into western parts of, that was the Cleburne County. The Gilmer County tornado was located just north of Ellijay. So the rotation here, we're at a location in the North Georgia mountains where we're able to detect some on a broad circulation. So you've got strong winds blowing towards and away from the radar site. That's what we're seeing with the green and the red here. We're not seeing a super well-defined low-level center of circulation, but the radar beam may be shooting up above that at this location. But you can see now as the radar comes around and updates, that rotation is now moved out of Gilmer and into Fannin County. So very quickly, the tornado threat winding down for northern Gilmer County. The tornado warning still in effect there, technically, and that'll likely be dropped in the next few minutes. If you're in northern Gilmer County and you're in your safe place, let's hang there for just a couple of more minutes and make sure the storm is completely out of your way. However, if you're in Chestnut Gap, Lickskillet, Medola, there's Curtis, just west of Blue Ridge, these communities are being affected by a possible tornado. So you need to go to your safe place. Lowest level of your house, a basement if you have one is your best choice, otherwise the ground floor. Then you want to go to an interior room away from windows. Interior room's important because you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Here's the storm track. Moving about 50 miles an hour towards the northeast now as Brian does this track into Copper Hill and McKaysville in 8 minutes. This is the Georgia-Tennessee border. Ducktown, 11 minutes from now, that's in Tennessee. So very quickly we're going to see this cross Fannin County, and then the risk will come to an end for North Georgia, at least in the short term. For those of you watching here in Gilmer County, that tornado risk has come to an end. You can come out of your safe space if you have sought shelter here in Gilmer County as the storm has lifted to the north. The tornado warning still technically in effect. That's because the Weather Service hasn't dropped that, but I expect they will here fairly soon. The tornado warning remains in effect for this portion of the storm just west of Blue Ridge. What we're looking at here in the correlation coefficient, when you have debris being detected by radar and lofted in the atmosphere, you'll see some of these colors drop below the pink and the red, yellows, but particularly greens and blues. If we can find that's located in the same spot as the rotation, that helps us confirm that a radar has been, or rather by radar, that a tornado has been on the ground. So we're not seeing the lofted debris signature, but we are seeing very heavy rain, the rotation within this thunderstorm, and cloud-to-ground lighting, and even the potential for some small, say, pea and marble-sized hail. In Blue Ridge, the tornado warning just to your west, the threat from this storm is passing safely west of Blue Ridge. If you went to your safe space in Blue Ridge, you can safely come out now. The threat is over for you. In McKaysville, however, different story. It's moving up towards you very rapidly. Northwest Georgia, you see this big kind of uniform area of orange and red. This is not the type of precipitation that would produce tornadoes, but we'll watch it carefully if something does manage to spin up. A greater concern as we head through the evening is what's developing in central and southern parts of Alabama, because that's moving northeast as the whole system pushes to the east. So all of this between Birmingham, west of Montgomery, is what's going to be impacting us through the night. So we've had a couple of tornado warnings already, and I expect we'll have more tornado warnings as we head through the night. So know that Severe Weather Team 2 is here with you now, and we're going to stay with you through the night. Anytime a tornado threat or any life-threatening weather event is out there, we'll stay with you continuously. Of course, I know the basketball game scheduled to be live on Channel 2. We've moved that to Bounce TV, so that's our other channel. You can watch that live coverage of the basketball game on Bounce if you would like, because in Atlanta, to the east and to the south, no immediate impact. But we still have this little sliver of a tornado warning. Let's go back up there. Brian, I mentioned a few minutes ago that the tornado warning hadn't yet been dropped from Gilmer County. It has. Folks at the Weather Service now seeing the same things that we are, that I showed you. But that tornado threat remains in effect here for, we'll call it central Fannin County. It's northwest of Blue Ridge. So we dropped Gilmer County, but we also shrunk this a little bit. So really narrowing the focus. It's a small area here near McKaysville and just to the south. So you see the green and red here. This is the location where we've got some fairly broad rotation indicated here on the radar, a few thousand feet above the ground. You see it here on the telestrator. That area is where we have the potential for damaging winds. And there are a lot of trees in Fannin County, of course. Up here towards McKaysville, one of the areas that could be impacted by trees down, power lines down, the potential for power outages, and as we watch some rotation within this, the potential for a tornado touchdown. So right now, one tornado warning in effect. It's for Fannin County in North Georgia as the storm is getting ready to lift out of Georgia and into eastern parts of Tennessee. So McKaysville is right there on the Georgia-Tennessee border. There's Ducktown in eastern Tennessee, Murphy off towards the east in North Carolina, and here's Blairsville. We got a little rotation perhaps there, but first we'll do a storm track on this tornado warning into McKaysville in 5 minutes, Ducktown 8 minutes. That means we're about 8 minutes from the storm threat moving out of Georgia. Let's go back to the reflectivity here real quick, and let's check that out well. So then, no, although there may be some rotating winds there, there's not a tornado threat around Blairsville. There's some heavy rain to the south. There's the heavy rain and that tornado potential here in Fannin County. Up towards and east of Chattanooga, north of Chattanooga, there's another tornado warning there. That's just indicative of this overall environment. This storm here just west of Blairsville is the one that has the potential for immediate tornado touchdowns. We haven't had any reports of that yet, but of course it oftentimes can take a few minutes for the reports to come in. But this rotation here is really holding on very consistently. It hasn't shown much of spinning up or dropping out. So we'll come in close here. We've got the rotation just to the south and west of McKaysville, and we were watching for a little bit of depression in the correlation coefficient right here. This is not a textbook example of lofted debris, but it might be an indication of something being picked up by the storm, be it leaves or twigs or branches. Strong winds for sure, the potential for some hail there in this storm, and the potential for some tornado touchdowns. If you're watching in McKaysville, extreme northern parts of Fannin County, north central Fannin County, for the next few minutes, we have this serious storm and tornado threat. You want to go to your safe spot. Again, lowest level of your house, basement if you have one is best, interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside of the house or the structure as possible. That gives you added protection. And you want to make sure you stay away from windows. So here's a look at kind of a typical house. So a basement's your best place if you have it, because the ground is like a wall that is infinitely thick. That's your first choice. But if not, you go to a ground floor, an interior room. So say if you're in the hallway, you've got several walls between you and the outside and no windows. So these are areas that would be typically safe in a tornado, or at least safer. So lowest level, interior room, away from windows. So often the damage and the injury that's caused from a tornado is caused from the debris, both the flying debris during the storm and then afterwards as you go out. One of the things that we all need to keep in mind because of this long night ahead is the preparation. So before you go to bed tonight, we have the potential for tornado warnings. Make sure you have a way to get a warning sent to you to wake you up. The WSB TV weather app will send you warnings. Make sure you do not turn on Do Not Disturb. Have the audio up, but we'll push warnings to your area. You can watch our TV coverage live streaming through the weather app if you lose power. And there's a look at that tornado warning towards McKaysville now as it moves towards the north. It's scheduled to expire at 9:30. Based on its quick forward motion, it may actually make it out of Gilmer County before 9:30. We'll keep our eyes on that, of course. The other thing I was going to say about the tornado prep, not only have a way to get warnings, but have shoes near where you're sleeping. Because if your house was hit by a tornado, you need to go out, obviously, get out of the area, and you want to make sure you have shoes nearby. So let me take you through it. Safe space, know where it will be tonight. Lowest level interior room away from windows. Multiple sources to get warnings. Television, weather app. Make sure your phone is charged if you lose power. And protection. Have shoes nearby. If a tornado hits your house directly, you can have added protection with a bike helmet or under sturdy furniture. These are all things you can do to help you be prepared, and these are things you can do now even before a tornado would threaten. So we'll go back to the radar here. Here's a look at Storm Tracker 2 HD in McKaysville, Blue Ridge. The tornado threat past north and west of Blue Ridge and continuing up towards McKaysville. We're starting to see this rotation perhaps broaden out a bit. More importantly for us here in Georgia is getting very close to the Georgia-Tennessee line. So it won't be long before this threat moves out of Georgia and into eastern Tennessee, extreme southeastern Tennessee near Ducktown. So for those of you watching in Blue Ridge, the threat passed to your west. If you're in your basement, you are certainly safe to come out of your safe space. And then back here towards eastern Alabama, we are tracking this tornado warning that at one point included part of Cleburne County. And so we brought you that. That threat still remains there in eastern Alabama, but not an immediate concern for our area. So the storm passing east of Talladega could produce a tornado. The storm around Alabaster, that's just south of Birmingham, a confirmed tornado there, and that's tracking towards the north and east. And all of this is going to swing through eastern Alabama and parts of West Georgia in the hours ahead. So we've had a couple of tornado warnings already this evening, and unfortunately, I do not expect that to be it. I expect we will have more tornado warnings as the evening wears on. The wide view, you can see Metro Atlanta to the south and east in the clear for now. Remember, tornado watch has been issued. It includes Metro Atlanta until 4 a.m., West Georgia as well. And then all of this is what's going to be swinging through in the hours ahead. The atmosphere is primed for severe weather, unfortunately. There's the tornado warning here in north central Fannin County, and this threat is just minutes from coming to an end, but we're not quite there yet. So we're going to come in close. Meteorologist Brian Monahan's driving Storm Tracker 2 HD. Meteorologist Jennifer Lopez here with us as well, helping track the storm. And we're watching it here, just starting to cross out of Fannin County and into Tennessee. McKaysville, that's extreme northern Fannin County. This is the area where we have the potential still for damaging wind gusts and the possibility of tornado touchdowns as that starts to move out towards the north and east. This tornado warning scheduled to expire at 9:30. It's 9:15 now, so we have about 15 minutes before the expiration time, but this may be canceled a little bit early. So are we seeing that canceled here now, Brian?
I'm actually confirming with the Weather Service right now because we do have that area of rotation, Brad, that basically is right on the state line right now. I've been watching it over the last 10, 15 minutes or so, about to cross past McKaysville up into Ducktown, and that again crossing the state line up into Tennessee. So I'm confirming now with the Weather Service the plan, but the threats are essentially just about to move out of our viewing area.
Yeah, that's right. And just for those of you watching at home, understand the folks of the National Weather Service are the ones that issue the warnings and cancel them. Of course, we will be here bringing you that information as soon as we know it, and sometimes we'll find developing tornadoes. And
Brad, looks like that was just canceled.
Yeah, okay. So confirmation that the tornado warning here in Fannin County is canceled as the storm has moved into Tennessee. So we'll drop that, give you a quick reset with the tornado watch, and then we'll get back to regular programming. But here's a look at the storms. These cells here in the North Georgia mountains, intense, but quickly moving out. We'll keep our eye on this one that's moving into and through Union County and part of Towns County. Severe storms, including tornadoes in Alabama, will be moving into our area in the hours ahead, potentially even the minutes ahead for parts of eastern Alabama. And all this red on the map, this is a tornado watch until 4 a.m. So we're going to go back to regular scheduled programming now, but before we do, I'll remind you, we're going to be here with you through this evening and overnight. We'll have updates periodically through the evening, and like we have just done, anytime we have a tornado warning or any life-threatening situation, we're going to interrupt programming, and we'll bring that to you live and continuously. Right now, we'll go back to the basketball game, and we'll have another update straight ahead.
This has been a breaking news report from Channel 2 Action News.
Logan Paul combined for 350 million YouTube subscribers. And according to Forbes, Mr. Beast earned $54 million through the platform last year, and Paul made about $21 million. This mom says every family has to make choices.
We do have to have a good balance, so I think that our routine and our system works for our family.
In Jacksonville, Florida, I'm Ben Becker.
Still to come, why you shouldn't drag your feet updating your phone and computer. And when a bank declared this woman dead, I helped make things right. My simple advice next.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Raising Cane's invites you to grab life by the chicken fingers. So get out there. Be you. Do you. Embrace whatever makes you, you. All while enjoying Raising Cane's hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret recipe cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
A woman in North Carolina told me her credit card company thought she was dead and that she had a hard time convincing them otherwise. When she ran to other problems, she emailed me for help.
He didn't have any art classes, nothing. This is a God-gifted talent.
Pastels and paintings. Cindy Hager's husband, Danny, was an artist drawn to water.
It almost makes me want to cry.
Danny passed away in 2015. Fast forward to this year. Hager says her credit card company sent her new cards in the mail, one with her name, one with Danny's.
I thought, well, maybe I better let somebody know.
So she called the card company, Synchrony, and agreed to send a copy of Danny's death certificate.
I thought for sure that they would, go ahead and take care of it.
She says the company updated their records, but they marked her dead instead of her husband. How do you feel?
Alive.
She told me she called the company to prove it.
I think the balance was...
Meanwhile, she says she owed money on her credit card and wanted to pay, but couldn't seem to. It's not clear why, so now she was worried about interest and her credit score. It's not clear how common this is, but I have reported on a similar issue multiple times over the years, death by credit bureau, where a credit reporting agency thinks you're dead, and that can really block your ability to get a house, car, credit card, and the list goes on.
These cases can be very difficult. I mean, they're difficult even for lawyers.
Rashad Blossom is an attorney familiar with cases where a consumer has to convince a company he or she is alive.
You would think that you could just call them up and say, hey, here's my social security number, or send them some proof. It's just surprisingly difficult.
Hager says she tried for months.
I didn't know what to do.
So she reached out to me and I emailed Synchrony. The company responded a few minutes later, promising to look into it. It never explained what happened, but about a month later, Hager told me it appeared to be fixed and called it a miracle.
Like I said, I see death by credit bureau cases a lot more than this issue with credit card companies. So for those cases, here's what I recommend. Get a copy of all 3 credit reports. See if you can tell whether the mistake is with a home loan, car loan, or something else. Dispute the error, and you might need to talk to a lawyer. When we come back, the important phone and computer update you absolutely can't ignore.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
If you get notifications on your phone or computer asking you to install the latest security updates, pay attention. Here again is consumer advisor Clark Howard.
I've got a house cleaning chore I want you to take care of. On your laptop, on your phone, anytime you get a notice that you need to update the operating system on your iPhone or your MacBook or your Windows computer, your Chromebook, your Android phone, most of us say, yeah. No, do the update, because they're giving you that update because they're worried about vulnerabilities that have been discovered that hackers, that criminals may try to exploit to get your personal information and be able to hack in to your stuff. So I know it's one of those things that's like, yeah, I know I should floss my teeth at night, the dentist tells me. This is one you got to pay attention to, just like you should listen to the dentist. I'm Clark Howard.
And thanks for joining us. We're always here uncovering scams and helping you protect your money, your family, and yourself. I'm Jason Stujanki.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Now more than ever, we're all about protecting ourselves, our families, our money. Well, we've got you covered with consumer experts and resources at your fingertips, practical ways to save more and spend less, and information and advice you can trust. Our team is here to help, exposing scams, finding answers, investigating for you.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Jason Stujanki. Complaints have piled up about tripping hazards in a city known for its rich history and notable landmarks. We started digging into the problem after hearing from a woman who fell. Take a look at these photos. This 5-inch piece of steel sticking out of the ground was once a base for a street sign. The danger wasn't fixed until we got involved. We begin with Ted Daniel in Boston.
So is this the route right here you would take?
I need to get over there.
Stephanie Boley takes us to the Charles MGH Red Line station. The same way she traveled on December 8th, 2023.
So I just happened to hit it at the right angle, and I ended up falling all the way over here.
Oh, you're lucky you weren't hit by a car.
I am.
That fall left Stephanie injured and out of work for 2 weeks, so she filed an $8,000 claim with the city of Boston. The response took 6 months. Claim denied. Boston told her, not our property and not our problem. Try the state instead. That went nowhere. MassDOT said no, not us. And DCR never responded to Stephanie. DCR later told us the section where Stephanie fell is controlled by Boston. This process sounds like it's been absolutely maddening.
Being passed from one organization to the next just makes me feel like my issue doesn't really matter.
We typed tripping in Boston's 311 site and found more than 2,000 complaints listed as open, some dating back years. We found a cone placed on this hazard in Charlestown, but not on this one on Lomasney Way. Lauren Lopez says she tumbled over it in the fall while moving into her apartment.
I was unloading my U-Haul, and I had no idea, and I fell, dropped a whole bunch of glass things in a box, broke all of them.
All of the leverage for handling these claims rests with the city of Boston and not with our residents.
Victoria Santoro is a personal injury attorney and president of the Mass Bar Association. She says there's little incentive for the city to fix road defects from a liability perspective. Claims have to be filed within 30 days. Municipalities know lawsuits are expensive, and even if you do win in court, state law caps damages at $5,000.
My review of the city of Boston's responses is to say it's not our responsibility, and we can't confirm or deny whether or not we control that particular slice of the sidewalk.
Doesn't that seem like a cop-out, though?
If you're asking me, yes, absolutely.
We waited 11 days for Mayor Michelle Wu's administration to respond to our questions. They now admit the median where Stephanie fell is under the city's jurisdiction, but contend the broken sign belongs to DCR. As for Stephanie's claim, the city now says it denied it because walking is not permissible in the median.
And I still have the bruising 1 year later.
Stephanie says this has become more than fixing hazards. It's about fixing a system that allows people like her to fall through the cracks.
The fact that I had spent basically a year at this point trying to find out who is responsible for this one section of street is mind-blowing to me.
The Wu administration tells me, quote, pedestrian safety is our top priority. And the city has fixed all the hazards we reported on in this story. Attorney Santoro says jurisdictional issues are not uncommon in Boston, and if you're filing a claim, it's best to notify anyone and everyone who could have culpability within that 30 days. In Boston, I'm Ted Daniel.
The consumer reporting agency Equifax is making changes following action by the federal government. In January, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau said Equifax messed up Americans' credit reports and ignored documents and other evidence that people submitted when there was a dispute. The Bureau ordered Equifax to pay a $15 million penalty. An elderly couple in Florida claims a major timeshare company surprised them with a bill for more than $50,000. The couple turned to our Jeff Deal in Orlando for help.
Yeah, they said that they didn't know it would cost them anything. You see, they already had a timeshare here that was paid off, and they really enjoyed coming out here. But they claim 2 salesmen recently tricked them into signing a really bad deal. Sunshine and fresh air. Right on the water in Daytona Beach Shores, the Sea Club 4 Resort was the perfect place for Sandy and Joseph Parks to enjoy their timeshare. It was originally bought by Sandy's parents decades ago, and it was fully paid for.
And we actually enjoyed it. Back when we had no money to take the kids on vacation, they would give us their week.
Even now, in their golden years, they still enjoyed it. So much so, they were intrigued when 2 men from Capital Vacations suggested a change. According to Sandy, they were told they could trade out their week for points, a move that would offer more options and flexibility to check out other Capital Vacations resorts.
Oh, they made it sound like this is great. You know, you're just switching your week to points.
Sandy and Joseph said they were bombarded with information, and despite a lengthy presentation, there was high pressure to sign documents quickly.
Never once did they say that there was going to be any cost involved.
It wasn't until weeks later a surprise bill arrived that made them take another look at their contract. Turns out it was to purchase additional timeshares for more than $55,000.
We about fell out of our seat. We could not believe it.
Not only that, they claimed the sales agents entered false information, making it appear as if they made more money than they do, to get them qualified for credit cards to start paying on their new timeshares. Capital Vacations gets just over 1-star rating on Yelp. Review after review issues warnings like, they will flat out lie to you. Horrible liars. Do not trust Capital Vacations. They will lie and tell you anything to get you to buy. And their salespeople are deceitful, and their contract does not align with what's verbally promised. We took the consumer concerns in these types of posts and from the parks to Capital Vacations. The company responded by email. At this time, we do not have a comment. Still, that leaves the park stuck with a $55,000 bill that they say they can't afford, and they believe Capital Vacations took advantage of their trust and their age.
I don't know how they could live with themselves. I don't know how they could sleep at night doing this to people.
Sandy wants others to know, and this is always good advice, make sure you read and understand everything you're signing, especially if it's a timeshare contract like this that's 27 pages long. Reporting in Daytona Beach Shores, Florida, I'm Jeff Deal.
In North Carolina, I recently helped this man get a refund from United Airlines. Marvin Stanley told me United promised to reimburse him for a $760 Uber ride after the airline changed his final destination. Stanley gave United the receipt from Uber, but he says the airline gave him the runaround.
I was crushed because they told me that they were going to reimburse me.
I emailed United. The company got back to me about a week later. They apologized to Stanley and reimbursed him. If your flight plans change and you end up having to catch a ride, be sure to keep good records, including emails and receipts. And if the airline won't budge, you can always file a complaint with the FAA. The old electronics sitting in your closets and cabinets could be worth money. From eco ATMs to trade-in programs, it's easier than ever to make cash and declutter at the same time. Here's Susan Copen in Pittsburgh.
Looking to make some money? You can start by looking around the house and gathering up all your used electronics.
You can get money for sending in old electronics, and you can get up to $1,000 back.
Everything from phones to tablets to gaming devices can be sold or traded in instead of sitting there and getting dusty.
If you have old products out there, old Apple products, find a site, sell them, and put that additional money towards your financial goal.
Consumer advisor Clark Howard says it's a good time to do an electronics clean out.
So what happens is old electronics become forgotten about. They go in a closet, they go in a drawer, and they don't get better with time.
There are plenty of places that will take your used electronics, so we decided to check some out. Let's start with Amazon Trade-In. You can see all of these iPhone models and what you can get for them, from $220 down to $5. And after logging into my Amazon account, I could see offers right away for devices that I own, like $20 for my Amazon Kindle. You get paid with an Amazon gift card, plus a promotional discount if you want to buy a new device. Best Buy also has a trade-in program. You can bring in a plethora of devices. They will be evaluated, and you will get a Best Buy gift card in return. According to the blog Making Sense of Sense, Declutter is one of the best places to sell electronics, calling the process easy and hassle-free. You get paid by direct deposit or PayPal. And something called Eco ATM allows you to drop off your device at a kiosk. There are thousands around the country in places like Walmart and Dollar General. To sell, you place your device in the Eco ATM, wait for an offer, and receive cash instantly if you decide to sell. But a warning before you sell or trade in anything.
Anytime you have particularly a computer or a phone, you have to make sure you wipe them clean.
Wipe your info, get rid of your devices, and get some cash. In Pittsburgh, I'm Susan Copen.
And that's such important advice. So many of us keep our bank and payment app information on our phone, so make sure you do that. Make sure you clear it all before you sell. Still to come, artificial intelligence is changing so many things, including online reviews, the red flags you should watch out for. Plus, a warning about puppy scams. One woman thought she was getting this Chihuahua, but it never arrived.
My mom, she's not easily manipulated, but she really likes to trust people.
We're breaking down what you should do before putting down a deposit. The cleanup from a burst pipe ate up this man's insurance money, and he couldn't afford to repair his home. The surprising twist when we sent our Justin Gray to find answers. Next.
Finding Answers host Jason Stujanki, an award-winning consumer investigator. With a background in law, he has spent more than 20 years fighting for consumers' rights. Jason Stujanki, a trusted resource investigating for you.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
Freezing temperatures can cause pipes to burst, but acting too quickly without doing the proper due diligence can put you in a difficult spot. Justin Gray is in Atlanta with the steps homeowners can take to navigate costly repairs.
Your kitchen is in your living room.
That's correct.
It all started with a frozen pipe at Liston Broughton's condo in Georgia.
When I opened the door, a flood of water came out, and I walked in and I saw that this place was soaked. So first thing I did is call the insurance company.
That started a 10-month mess. Most of Broughton's home unlivable all year. This one bedroom doing triple duty as kitchen, living room, and bedroom for months.
This doesn't look like a very comfortable way to be
It's
living.
not a comfortable way to live.
Broughton found himself underinsured and with a mitigation bill from SairClean much larger than he expected. A bill that started at over $40,000, negotiated to about $30,000, walls, floors, doors all ripped out.
I thought that the insurance company and SairClean would get together, because he told me, we'll talk to your insurance company about what's going to be involved in this. I trusted somebody too much.
The restoration work ate up Broughton's entire insurance coverage, leaving no money left to rebuild.
I'm going to have to, little by little, with whatever money I can come up with, fix pieces at a time.
Broughton had two problems our consumer advisor Clark Howard says he sees all too often. First, too little insurance coverage, and second, giving up control to the contractor.
As much as you want your place right back as it was, you have to take a deep breath. You have to take your time. You have to get quotes from different companies, and you have to check references.
And Georgia Insurance Commissioner John King says you should not be hands-off when it comes to the bill.
A lot of people just leave the contractor to negotiate with the insurance company, and I urge consumers not to do that, to participate in that. This is a major process that affects your property. You want to make sure that you're made whole.
Broughton also now realizes he was underinsured. Commissioner King says you should not necessarily go with just the least expensive option.
Consumers tend to they want to buy the most affordable, cheapest insurance, because obviously it costs a lot of money but they're not involved in that discussion of how much insurance do I have? Is my insurance affected?
In Broughton's case, after we reached out to SairClean last year, they announced that he would be the recipient of what they say is called their Give Back program. They rebuilt his home for no additional charges, and Broughton shared these photos with us of his fully renovated condo. Reporting in Atlanta, I'm Justin Gray.
Commissioner King says anytime there's winter weather, it's a reminder to look at your coverage, make sure you know what is and is not covered. Now to a consumer alert about LG ranges. The company is sending warning stickers to 500,000 customers who have recalled ones like this. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says people and pets are accidentally turning on the front knobs. Consumers have reported nearly 30 house fires. There aren't many things cuter than a puppy, but I want to warn you about buying pets online. A woman says her mother paid $1,000 for a puppy she picked out, but that the dog was never delivered.
She really loves taking care of her dogs, and they're basically like babies to her.
Nella Dodova is talking about her mother, who lost her two dogs more than a year ago. When she felt the time was right for a new pet, a quick Google search led to this website, MichaelDreamChihuahuaPuppies.com.
The website is actually really well put together.
This dog, Sarah, stood out. Nella says her mom exchanged emails with someone who sent more photos, even videos. She signed a contract to buy Sarah and wired $1,000. But then, scrolling through Chihuahua pics on social media, Nella found the same photos of Sarah posted 2 years ago on Instagram. She began to suspect they'd been scammed.
My mom, she's not easily manipulated, but she really likes to trust people.
If they're asking for a deposit before you've ever laid eyes on the puppy, before you've ever physically seen the puppy or the pet in person, that's a real leap of faith.
Holly Salmons with the Better Business Bureau says puppy scams often involve stock photos of dogs. For example, see this puppy advertised for sale. The same photo is on multiple websites selling harnesses.
At this point, I was like, this is most definitely a scam, but let's kind of see where it goes.
It didn't go anywhere. The day Sarah was supposed to arrive, Someone contacted Nella's mother, demanding another $1,500 for delivery. She didn't pay it and realized that cute puppy would not be her puppy.
It was sad seeing her that way, especially because, you know, like I said, her heart dogs recently, like about a year ago, passed, and like she's trying to, you know, start up a new part of her life, and she didn't get to do that.
The BBB says it's received a number of complaints from people saying Michael Dream Chihuahua puppies took their money but never delivered the dogs. Now, the company hasn't responded to requests for comments. Still to come, another scam some drivers are falling for. It involves messages popping up on your phone, plus many online reviews are fake or written by artificial intelligence. How to spot them next.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
We've warned you about phony online reviews. Some might be generated by artificial intelligence, which is illegal. Erica Jackson is in Charlotte with how you can spot the fakes.
And then my son plays with this almost every single day. We use this weekly.
Nicole Betts is a stay-at-home mom and is always looking for ways to make or save a few bucks. She says she's received dozens of products for free. All she has to do in return is leave an honest review.
I've gotten a lot of beauty products, skincare products, protein powder.
Since you're getting these items for free, do you automatically give them 5 stars?
No, I'm not. If I don't like a product, I will not rate it 5 stars. I'm 100% truthful.
Beth says she'll leave written reviews on websites like Amazon.
So with the Marie Marine Collagen eye gels.
Or post a product tutorial on TikTok.
And then I can make money from the sales that come from those videos.
Reviews are ideally a great social signal for us.
Dr. Corey Ficlaris teaches students about trustworthy computing at UNC Charlotte, and she's quick to acknowledge not every online review is trustworthy.
I am amazed at the flood of information that comes at us every day and how much of it seems sketchy or suspicious.
The Federal Trade Commission issued a rule last year banning reviews attributed to people who don't exist or users who don't have experience with the business. It also prohibits reviews generated by artificial intelligence. Even though AI reviews are illegal, they still get created and posted.
It says right off, as an AI language model, I don't have a split in your reviews.
I like to make sure that my family, beneficial to my son, it's great for my skin.
Nicole Betts says she includes pictures and specific details in her reviews She wants anyone who reviews. She wants anyone who reads them to feel confident as they spend their hard-earned money.
Just make sure you read all of, as many reviews as you can, and you'll be able to.
Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Around the country, scammers are trying to convince drivers they owe money for tolls. I've even received bogus texts myself trying to get my money or personal information. Here's consumer advisor Clark Howard.
I have an important warning for you about a text you may receive on your phone or multiple texts telling you that you have a delinquent bill for a toll road. And if you don't pay by a certain time, you're going to pay this big fine. Well, this is generally going to be a scam, not the real deal. Krebs on Security talks about how the Chinese are selling kits that allow scamsters to send these bogus texts to you, getting you to pay money you don't owe and sending it not to a toll road authority, but to the crook. So know when you get those texts, overwhelmingly the odds are it's phony baloney. And if you do have an outstanding bill to a particular toll authority and you are a customer of them, you can sign into your account and see, do you really owe them money or not? But don't respond and pay to those texts. I'm Clark Howard.
And thanks for joining us. We're always here uncovering scams and helping you protect your money, your family, and yourself. I'm Jason Stujanki.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson.
On Prime Crime.
That was a slick move, man. Very slick move.
mine, man.
Go ahead and put your hands
No,
on
hell no, that ain't
And
officers' arrests come into question.
At this point, you are detained, okay?
I don't do anything.
Okay.
I don't mess with that stuff.
He essentially was employing magic tricks to hide evidence.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. What we got there, my friend? Look at there.
But proving a crime was committed by a member of law enforcement is not an easy task.
We don't actually ever see him planting their narcotics. That raises some red flags to me.
He gave me a piece of advice. Sometimes the people you think you can trust are the very ones you shouldn't. That has stuck with me as the most chilling thing he said.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime. This is where we break down some of the most compelling and memorable true crime cases. Law enforcement are supposed to be the good guys, and many times, if not most of the time, they are. However, there is something very odd that happens in one Florida county, and a spotlight is put on an officer who may not actually be arresting people for crimes, but committing them himself.
Look, man, you seem like you're pretty squared away, okay?
Yeah.
All right. But I do have an issue with something within the vehicle.
What's that?
It's April 8th, 2018 in Jackson County, Florida. What should have been a typical day for a motorist suddenly becomes a life-changing encounter with Sheriff's Deputy Zachary Wester.
The day I got stopped, I was actually on my way to work. I was coming through a small town. There was a police officer sitting underneath the overpass, and when he pulled in behind me, I still really didn't think anything of it until the lights came on. And that was when I was like, this is really weird.
Pulled you over. Your driver's license is not valid. Okay. Pulled you out to talk to you about it.
He said that my license had been suspended, and he realized that when he ran my plate. I was like, that's strange, because you were facing me under the overpass, and you followed me for 3 miles before you flicked the lights on. So the red flags were already going up.
You made a spontaneous statement about there was a handgun in the center console. You said it was okay for me to go retrieve that handgun from the center console.
Yes. He asked if there was anything in the vehicle that I thought he should be concerned about, and I was honest with him. I told him I've got a handgun in the center console, and he asked me if I had a concealed weapons permit. I said, no, you don't need one in Florida.
At that point, he had probable cause to pull that car over. Keep in mind, a lot of times, the reason I pull you over does lead into further investigation based on what I see or maybe information that I gather during that traffic stop.
All right. I'm going to read you your rights. Just because I read your rights does not mean you're going to jail. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court.
I knew I didn't have anything to hide. That's why I let him search my vehicle. I trusted the process. Well, those feelings changed a little bit when he read me the Miranda rights.
Open up the center console, shove down in between the front passenger seat and where the center console is at. I saw what appeared to be a syringe sticking out. Whenever I went, I looked further, pulled the seat apart. The syringe is actually in like a plastic, larger baggie with a plastic container with a substance in it that appears to be an illegal narcotic. Do you know anything about that?
I do not. I was shocked. I had no idea what the heck he was talking about because I'm not a meth user. I don't do drugs. I've never smoked pot. I've physically never done drugs in my life. It blew my mind that he was in here questioning me about this.
You've never seen this before?
Dude, I have no idea. It's just wild. I was so surprised that it was methamphetamines of all things. It wasn't weed. It wasn't like a crack pipe. It was methamphetamines. It was a used needle.
No track marks.
Dude, I don't use.
I mean, you see where we're at.
Yeah, man, you gotta
check.
like
it. We're standing here. This definitely has the appearance of illegal activity. And you're swearing you know nothing about it.
It just puts me in a bad spot, man.
You know, I thought there had to be an explanation. Maybe somebody left it in my car. I don't know. I have employees. Maybe that's a possibility. But I know the people I hire. We do background checks. I simply don't have addicts working for me.
I'm not saying you're a bad person, okay?
Yeah.
You don't appear to be a user, okay? And if you are a user, you've not been using it long. Or you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I go to work, I come home, I sleep, I go back to work.
Okay.
I don't hang out, party, I don't.
The state entrusts me to be a fact finder, right? Try to put all the pieces to the puzzle together.
If I had $1 for every time someone told me these aren't my pants, though you have them on, and we find the drugs in them, I'd be a very wealthy man. There's that initial denial phase.
I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, man. When it's a felony, I have no discretion in the state of Florida for that, okay? I can't just throw that in a ditch out here and act like it never happened.
Yeah.
So you're going to go to jail today for possession of methamphetamine, for possession of drug paraphernalia.
He took me to jail. My dad worked at the federal prison there, and I grew up around his lieutenant. My mom made the phone call to him, and she said, hey, something's wrong. Joshua just got arrested for methamphetamines possession. He went in and he signed a paper for conditional release. And he even questioned me. He grilled me pretty hard. Is there something I don't know? Are you making me look like an idiot? And I was honest with him and said no. I was treated like a criminal through the whole thing. It was the worst 2 years of my life.
Joshua Emanuel is adamant he's innocent. Is he telling the truth? Is something else going on here? Little did he know at the time, he would not be the only person claiming the same thing after being pulled over by Deputy Wester.
I've got to test this. Have you ever seen this before?
No. No, what is that?
It did field test presumptive positive for methamphetamine. Okay? Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If I read you your rights, will you talk to me?
I talked to you, man.
Okay.
I'm just saying, man. I ain't just... Dude,
We're going to get there. We're going to get there, okay?
These drug crimes are serious. These were possession charges of methamphetamine, which can carry years in jail. If people have other prior offenses, the penalty can be even more extreme.
You're going to jail. You are being legally detained this time, okay? Yeah, the bag of that.
No, I ain't
Both of y'all are going to jail, okay, for possession of methamphetamine. Y'all are both in constructive possession of it.
There's also collateral consequences. People lose their job, lose their standing in the community, custody of their children, trust of their loved ones. People who have taken a different path in life and have become sober, now people believe that they've been lying.
You didn't have any weapons or anything you was trying to hide back there?
No. This is because he was seeing me, man.
I can get invasive. I'm going to send y'all on y'all's way here in just a minute if he didn't have anything. That was a slick move, man. Very slick.
That ain't mine, man.
Go ahead and put your hands
No,
on
hell no, that ain't mine.
Do not
No,
do
that
this.
ain't mine. Okay. All right. That ain't mine, man. What you talking
See that dot? Don't check.
What are you doing, man?
At first glance, these stops appear to be somewhat routine and by the book.
During my career, I saw drugs hidden in numerous places. A seasoned officer is going to do their due diligence to search every inch of that vehicle. Many times people who are drug users, if they get stopped and they have the drugs, they're in that panic mode. So they're just going to slide it between the seats. They're going to try to hide it really quick. So it doesn't surprise me that some of this illegal drugs were found like in a crack of a seat. That doesn't really raise any suspicions to me.
Hey, what'd you find? Huh? Where'd you find? Where? In that?
In that flashlight. Whenever I opened it up, there were some crystals on top. And I was like, When I walked up, it was shoved in between this back seat right here and this back. She was making a lot of movements, just saying that her knees were hurting.
Imagine that.
But is everything really as it appears to be? Upon a closer review, there's something off with Wester's arrests.
There was troubling behavior that the officer exhibited, such as going back and forth between his vehicle and the recovery vehicle. Every time that this contraband was recovered, there was it appeared intentional deflection of the body cam to not be looking in the direction of the recovered item. And so it looked that all of a sudden, this contraband were found within this vehicle in places where if they were there originally, they, number one, could not have been seen by the naked eye of the officer, or number two, would have been known to have existed by other vehicle occupants.
You see that white piece of vinyl right there? Yeah. It was shifted further over this way. Whenever I first made contact, you could see his shoulder raising. It was actually visibly moving up that piece of vinyl. When I walked up here and made contact with her, I said, man, what you doing under that vinyl? He didn't know Trevor was standing right there. He was just digging under that baseball glove. And then searched that immediate area for weapons. They put the baseball glove and there was the bag in the straw. You going to jail, buddy?
Going to jail? I didn't do anything. Why am I going to
Have we locked these yet?
What is going on here exactly? Is Deputy Wester finding drugs or planting them? Up next, we take a further look at these body cam videos.
There's a lot of discrepancies between the reports and the body cam footage. These body-worn cameras were either turned on late, they malfunctioned, or the video was actually deleted off of the server.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Consolidate bad debt and save money for your next goal. SoFi Personal Loans, low fixed rates, borrow up to $100K, no fees required.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Look, man, you're going to go to jail today for possession of methamphetamine, okay? It was in your vehicle right there at the center console.
Come on, man. Please.
I don't have much discretion with a felony charge, buddy. I don't have much discretion with that, man.
Man, dude, man, my mom was going to work. Oh, man, dude, I'm serious, dude. Anything. What you want me to do, man?
Between 2016 and 2018, Jackson County, Florida Sheriff's Deputy Zachary Wester is making arrests for drug possession.
I moved the driver's seat forward. That little black container you saw me pull out, it had a crystallized substance in it. Whenever I tested that, it did return a presumptive positive for methamphetamine here in the field.
That's hers.
You are going to jail tonight for possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia.
But something is strange in Wester's arrests.
The problem in Zachary Wester's case is we have a repeated pattern of Zachary Wester either turning off his camera, not turning it on, videos being deleted. That raises red flags to anybody.
Is it possible that Wester could be planting drugs on innocent people?
He found it in the driver's side compartment and he watched the receipts.
Yeah. When you watch these body cam footages, most of these searches are only being conducted by Zachary Wester. There's not a second person in the car helping him. So he's in there by himself while the second officer or the backup officer is watching the suspect. So that does give Zachary Wester ample opportunity and time to plant those drugs.
If this tests what I think it's going to test for, it's going to put me even more of a bad spot because it's a felony.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about here too.
It did test presumptive positive in the field for methamphetamine.
The how he planted it in my car is still a question that literally keeps me up at night. I still can't figure it out. I know what happened, I just don't know how. How quickly can you get there? Because I'm being arrested for possession of narcotics. I don't want to talk about it right now. The only explanation I've been able to come up with is he went to the back of his car, he put the bag with the syringe in his glove, carried the gloves to the car, dumped it in the passenger seat, then put the gloves on, and quote unquote started his search. Jackson County police officers, they wore short sleeves. They weren't long sleeves. He couldn't have tucked it in his shirt. He didn't like reach down on his boot or anything like that. I think he just carried it in his glove from the back of his patrol car into mine.
Let's take a closer look at these stops to see if Wester is the one breaking the law.
You know what that is?
No, sir.
You don't know what that maybe appears to be?
Maybe meth or cocaine.
Okay.
I've never seen that in my life.
And the straw has some residue in it, okay?
Most people will make denials, and that's why the law is pretty clear when you try to refute the existence of probable cause. A suspect's denials are not sufficient to refute probable cause.
Oh, right. Both of y'all are just going to be detained at this time, okay? I can undetain you, I just can't unarrest you.
What the hell?
But there is a consistent look of surprise on these people's faces. You can tell when people feign surprise. You can tell when it's an, aw shucks, you found my stuff. This was a little bit different.
Take fingerprints on that bottle.
Yeah, we will, man.
Nah, do not do drugs.
It was a level of indignation, shock.
At this point, you are detained, okay? All right? When I was searching the vehicle on the side that you were seated in like a brown tie-up bag, that white little Excedrin bottle, okay? Bottom corner, with the way it was positioned, I opened it up, there is a crystallized substance in the bottom of it. It did return a presumptive positive for methamphetamine here on the side of the road. So my question is...
I don't do anything. I don't mess with that stuff.
Part of the other problem is that this officer was trying to convince them that maybe somebody else left something in their vehicle to explain away why they genuinely might not know that there was contraband in their vehicle. And so that is able to create some plausible deniability for him that maybe it wasn't him that put it there.
You gotta be careful who you let in your vehicle. Okay, if that is not yours...
This company policy though, man, I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Like, I have to have an employee with me come to the bank for the deposit every single morning. Wester's demeanor on the side of the road was probably the worst part, not because he was mean, but because he was so nice.
This is unfortunate for you today, okay?
Yeah, believe me.
This is going to be a fork in the road, man. You can go left or right, right?
The buddy-buddy demeanor, then, oh no, you're going to jail. It was a lot of the same MO over and over and over again. He was playing a game, which is sick.
But catching Wester in the act is not so simple.
That black container was right here.
I combed through these videos and you do not directly see him planting evidence. You see what could be argued to be an inadvertent aversion of body camera at the critical moment that stuff is recovered. He essentially was employing like magic tricks to hide evidence.
Coming up, can the truth be uncovered?
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'm going to read you your rights first, okay? So just hang out with this and take
What is it?
When you are corrupt, when you are dirty, when you're a liar, it's going to catch up with you at some point. But that one piece of evidence right there proves to be crucial in this case.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And
for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
If I was driving that vehicle right there, okay, and if my corporal pulled me over and searched the vehicle, and if he found that, what would happen?
Probably wouldn't be working here.
I wouldn't be working here, I'd lose my certification, I'd go to jail. Whenever you get behind the wheel of that vehicle, dude, you are in possession of everything in this vehicle, okay?
Out in Jackson County, Florida, between 2016 and 2018, Sheriff's Deputy Zachary Wester is arresting various people after supposedly finding narcotics in the cars they were driving.
If I would have never lifted the center console, I would not have seen that orange part sticking up. It was right between the console and the front passenger seat, man.
Not only do these motorists claim the drugs don't belong to them,
You were in constructive possession of methamphetamine, okay? So you are going to jail today for possession of methamphetamine because it was on your side of the vehicle. What I'm going to do, though, since that young little boy is looking back, I'm not going to put you in handcuffs, okay?
But between inconsistencies in his reporting, the body cam turning off at key moments, and the locations of where the drugs are found, something's not right, and someone starts taking notice.
There was a whistleblower in this case named Christina Pumphrey. She worked for the state attorney's office at the time. There were a lot of things with this case that just didn't sit right with her. So she started doing her own investigating.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Is that seat slide? Man, I'm in the Christmas spirit. What we got there, my friend? Look at there.
They actually start picking up on some discrepancies from his reports to what's actually shown on the body-worn camera. And this right here is the crucial moment. We need to look into this a little bit further. We've got to notify the supervision to start running an investigation into Wester. At that point, they start pulling all these traffic stops.
However, there's a big problem.
25, 46, 1074. So this ain't yours in the door right here? You are going to be detained now, okay, because it was in the door. Okay, I'm just detaining you. Just put your hands behind your back for me.
On his body cam footage, we don't actually ever see him planting their narcotics. That raises some red flags to me. Did he actually find the drugs, or were they actually planted? I don't know.
He had mastered what he was doing. He knew when to turn his body camera off. He knew when to keep it on. He knew when to find whatever he was going to find. The fact that he was so comfortable doing it, he was so good at only showing what he wanted to show until it came to the Teresa Odom video. That's when he really slipped up.
Deputy Westwood, Jackson County Sheriff's Office, reason for my stop is your brake lights.
Yes, sir.
They work 1 minute, and the next minute they don't work. You got your driver's license on you, ma'am?
I just got tickets the other day. I'll be glad to show
Oh,
you.
did you? No, you're fine. Would you consent to a search of your vehicle? You're fine with that? Okay.
You know, we saw in the Teresa Odom case where there was a frame-by-frame shot of his body camera. And we saw that there was a clear baggie in Wester's hand during the stop.
You can physically see a packet with a white powder in his hand before he puts his glove on, which he later finds that same packet in Teresa Odom's truck.
It is yogurt, sir.
I know. Okay.
It's yogurt.
How about this, though?
That is not mine. No, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you any
No,
direct,
sir.
I'm not going to ask you any direct questions. I'm going to read you your rights first, okay?
And that's what blew the case wide open in reality. What you see in his hand before he ever searches the truck. That's what really, really got him in trouble.
Authorities discover a stash of drugs and paraphernalia hidden in the trunk of Wester's patrol car. After an investigation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, it's suspected that Zachary Wester planted narcotics in dozens of traffic stops. In 2019, Wester is arrested, and he's ultimately charged with 67 crimes with respect to 12 victims: racketeering, official misconduct, fabricating evidence, false imprisonment, perjury, and possession of controlled substances and drug paraphernalia.
The first thing that I thought was, this deputy wants to get involved in some type of narcotics unit. So he's trying to pad his numbers. What we kept seeing during these traffic stops was it seemed to always be methamphetamine. Nothing really surprises me there. You know, we still have a methamphetamine problem across the United States. A proactive law enforcement officer, you stumble upon drugs on a frequent basis. He's trying to show that he goes out here, he makes big cases. I worked in a unit that focused on street-level narcotics, and it's hard to get into these units.
He gave me a piece of advice. Sometimes the people you think you can trust are the very ones you shouldn't. That has stuck with me as the most chilling thing. He said, yeah, I probably shouldn't have trusted the police officer standing in front of me. And how awful is that to have to say? When you think of all the other people before me and after me who he played the same game with, and he won those. He had no fear in what he was doing. To have that kind of power and use it that way, it's disgusting.
Zachary Wester may have been arrested, but he is presumed innocent. The more challenging issue now is, can prosecutors prove Zachary Wester is guilty?
I am surprised and alternately impressed that the DA's office actually took this to trial, because I think that everybody in law enforcement in the DA's office, they knew at the pit of their stomach that there was something really wrong here, but convincing people who are not in the industry, a jury of just regular folks, that this was a deviation and a criminal act was actually a heavy lift.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
I've been singing it. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. And I like to hum a tune in case something ever goes in front of the jury, you know. So they're not just sitting somewhere, so it's like elevator music. So they're not just sitting somewhere chilling, hanging out.
In May 2021, a Florida trial began that was quite startling to see. a former police officer named Zachary Wester was facing 67 criminal charges in connection with planting drugs on unsuspecting and innocent motorists.
This is a case about an abuse of an incredible power. The defendant used his position as a deputy sheriff to make traffic stops on 12 members of this community and plant methamphetamine in their cars, methamphetamine and paraphernalia. He turned what should be a law enforcement agency, and is, into something for his own use that was criminal.
The strongest evidence was what was examined under a closer professional eye. We have a very similar MO, a policy, a practice that this individual employed, the recovery of the same type of substance, not within direct view of body cam, movements that could not be accounted for, divergent paperwork, unexplained discrepancies in tests and field testing.
Josh Emanuel voluntarily told the defendant that he had a gun in his car before the defendant had any reason to search it. Now, why would he do that if methamphetamine was really in his car? Why would Mr. Bowling give the defendant his corrections ID, letting this deputy know right away that he's got a criminal history? Why would he do that if there was methamphetamine in the car?
Man, if I know that was in there, you think I'd tell you go ahead and search, man? Come on, man, really?
People still do sometimes.
Why would they consent to a search of the car? There's no reason to. They consented to the search because they didn't have anything to hide.
And the prosecution honed in on arguably their strongest piece of evidence.
Why in the world does the defendant have palmed in his hand, which is clasped like this, not like this, not like this, like this, a plastic baggie? Why in the world does he have that there? I would submit that this is objective evidence where you see him planting drugs in the moment. You see something in his hand that has no reason, no logical reason, given this stop and what we know about it, for it to be there. This is him planting evidence, and you see it.
People were saying you could see the baggie. I could not see it. I think the hardest part for a prosecutor here is, number one, there's no smoking gun. And number two, there's a really flimsy motive for the regular person. You have to understand why someone with so much to lose would risk.
Mr. Wester went one by one through each and every stop and arrest. Many other officers saw nothing unusual, no red flags with anything Mr. Wester did. Many of those same officers were not surprised at all that those suspects denied ownership of the drugs and the paraphernalia that Mr. Wester found in their cars. There is no direct evidence of Mr. Wester doing anything wrong. Not one person said they saw him doing anything unusual.
Not actually seeing him plant the drugs, that may come off as, that was just a bad angle of the camera. But again, juries do want to actually see that. Jurors want to see physical evidence.
Many of them entered pleas. Nobody challenged anything in a courtroom, and nobody filed any complaints with the sheriff's office.
Here's the other harder part, the victims. Some of them pleaded guilty. And what that means is, if you plead guilty, you can't later say that you didn't do it. The people who admitted that the drugs were theirs, in the eye of the law, the drugs were theirs.
Most of the people that got up there and testified also said, yeah, I'm suing. And at least one of them said, yes, a conviction here would definitely help my civil case. So is there an interest? Yes. And what is that? Money.
Some of these people on traffic stops entered a guilty plea because they felt like, who's going to believe my word over a deputy sheriff's word? That's a legitimate concern. So you've got a public defender or your attorney that's saying, hey, look, if you just plead to this, you're going to get no prison time. The pressure's on you just to say, I want this to go away.
And the jury got to hear from those alleged victims themselves.
The white small plastic baggie that was in that spoon that the deputy just showed you on this video. Had you ever seen that before?
No, sir.
Was that in your car?
No, sir.
He said that he smelled marijuana emitting from the vehicle.
Had you been smoking marijuana in the vehicle?
No, sir, absolutely not.
What about Miss Smith?
Absolutely not. She was 3 months pregnant.
How long was it between you packing Reginald's lunch and this defendant pulling you over and saying he found meth in it?
Less than 5 minutes.
Was there any meth in that lunchbox?
No, sir.
Did you put any meth in it?
No, sir. He told Reginald put his hands behind his back, and he told me to go over towards the tree.
At some point, did you try to film this on your phone?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
He was acting weird. He told me that I would be arrested if I did not put my phone down.
Testifying against Wester was scary just for the fact that you're testifying against a law enforcement officer.
The only thing I really saw was the fact that he did kept going back into the car, like several times, over and over and over again. Because he'd come back, he'd talk to me, he'd go back to the car, he'd come back to me, he'd go back to the car.
This is someone the state has put in place to protect and serve. They're entrusted with the public safety. They're entrusted to do the right thing, and they took an oath to do so. So when you're sitting in a courtroom saying, that's a dirty cop, it doesn't look good.
He said he found a syringe in a baggie that looked like it had been used. He said it was stuffed down in between the passenger seat and the center console.
Would you have seen it if something was there?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Was there anything like that there?
No.
Everybody says they're innocent. Everybody said it wasn't mine. Everybody says they have nothing to do with it. So going into that, you're thinking, how many other people have been in my spot testifying against an officer? Typically that doesn't go very well.
You never saw him with a needle or bag or anything in his hands until after he came out of your car? No, he was pretty far in there when he was reaching for the gun. Did you see him reaching in his pockets or anything? No. Okay. And he's wearing short sleeves, so he didn't have anything up his sleeves either, did he?
But I knew I had to do it. I had a clean record. I was the quote-unquote key witness in this case because of my clean record. So me testifying was a big deal for the state.
Then it was time for Zachary Wester to take the stand.
Did you plant this substance in Mr. Williams' lunchbox?
I did not.
The report that you wrote in that case, did you falsify anything in this report?
Nothing. No, sir.
With Miss Wood, was there anything with her that you planted so that you could arrest her?
No.
Was there anything in your report that wasn't true about Miss Wood?
No.
The marijuana shake and the methamphetamine that you found in the vehicle, did you plant that there?
I did not, no.
This case is tough because you're dealing with a professional witness. Cops, part of their job is they testify. Police officers are trained to be great witnesses.
The allegation is you found 6, but only entered 5 into evidence.
And that would be correct.
Okay. Tell us why.
It was determined that one that was unused could have very well been for his diabetes that he just stated that he uses syringes for. So I didn't determine that one to be of evidentiary value, and it was just simply disposed of stuff.
Did you take that other needle and hide it in your car to plant in somebody else's car later?
No, I did not.
There are certain strategies and techniques when people testify that become learned and practiced over time. Not getting overly emotional, answering only what is asked, responding in a way that is non-confrontational, non-argumentative.
In all of these cases that we've talked about, you did not plant any evidence.
That never crossed my mind, no.
These were legitimate stops, searches, and you found illegal narcotics.
Yes, sir.
By and large, he was really good on the stand.
Methamphetamine is quite prevalent here in Jackson County, correct?
Methamphetamine is very prevalent in Jackson County. I've seen firsthand the destruction that methamphetamine has on families, has on friends, and in my job as a deputy sheriff, I wanted to be as proactive as I could. I didn't feel that the citizens of Jackson County wanted to pay me to just sit somewhere and wait for a call.
Wester even tried to explain away the arguably incriminating evidence from the Odom stop.
In the void space, there was a baggie of some sort. I didn't know at the time if it was of evidentiary value or not. It didn't appear as if it had narcotics in it. It didn't appear as if it had anything that may have been of value, but nonetheless, I wanted to try to preserve it, so I grabbed it. And whenever I entered the vehicle, it was in my left hand, but I wanted to be able to still use my fingers. Before I put my gloves on, I moved my hand and I placed that item in the driver's side floorboard, and I continued my search.
the state was showing these still photos, there's something in your hand.
Sure.
There is something in your hand.
Absolutely.
Was it that bag of methamphetamine that's sitting there on that spoon right now?
It was not, no.
It was obvious to me that Wester had been coached a lot for his testimony. That's not uncommon. Wester had done his homework and really prepped for the questions that were probably going to be asked by the state prosecution.
Where on your body camera video do we see you handle that baggie and either picking it up or putting it down or looking at it closely to determine what's in it?
Whenever I put that baggie in the front driver's side floorboard, I never seen it again. I'm not sure if it's because when a semi came through, it blew it into the roadway. There was really no need for me to go walk across 231 at the busiest time of the day to try to find something that I didn't even know was evidentiary value or not.
Why'd you set it down on the floorboard if you didn't know if it had evidentiary value or not?
So that I could search the vehicle.
How about searching what's in your hand? How about that?
I didn't expect him to actually get on the stand. He kept move his nose. He was very twitchy and nervous the whole time. He lost his cool on the stand several times with the state attorney.
Your theory was that because Mom had been in the car at some point and Mom had been a meth user years before, that even if they were in accidental possession, that you went ahead and arrested them.
I did, and here's the thing. Most of the time, they deny knowledge. So, Mr. Williams, you're presenting to this jury that in the First Circuit where you work, that if someone says that they didn't know about the narcotics, you're just going to drop the case on every single narcotics charge that comes on your desk?
Sir, you know that's not what I'm saying.
It sounds to me that's what you're saying.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input. And I'll remind you, as you're aware, that I asked the questions, you answer them.
Sure.
I just really believe that he came across a little cocky, a little arrogant, versus, hey, I'm truly innocent here.
The goal of the body camera is to allow someone else in this very court system, perhaps, to see what you or any other deputy would see while they had that body camera on. Isn't that right?
Body cameras are very beneficial, yes.
Not for Reginald Williams. We don't have one, right? So why don't we have one for him?
If the body camera video for Mr. Reginald Williams would not have been deleted from the server, this jury would have had a chance to review that body camera.
Who deleted it?
Mr. Williams, I don't know.
If someone deleted it, did they delete the front part of the manual video? Did they go in and delete that as well?
Mr. Williams, I've already testified as to the first part of that Emmanuel video, and I made it very clear that the body camera experienced a malfunction.
And it so happened that that missed the part where you would have first gotten into the car and had a chance to see the syringe in the baggie. Is that right?
I would disagree with that.
That's not when the error occurred?
I would disagree with that.
Then why isn't it on the video?
Mr. Williams, I've explained this to you 3 or 4 times now as far as why that is not on the video.
Is there some reason you will not answer that to the jury?
The body camera error occurred as soon as the traffic stop was initiated.
The defense's case was actually pretty solid, and it's not really due to the defense attorney. It was Wester's covering of his actions. He had an explanation for everything. He had cut his body cam on and off at certain times perfectly and explained it away as a malfunction. And they questioned people involved in IT in that department. Is this a possibility? Well, yeah, it's a possibility. It's a body cam.
Now, you've testified that you saw Kimberly Hazelwood reach down and put that Excedrin bottle in that trash bag. Is that right?
Yes.
Where's that on the video?
The body camera doesn't pick it up, okay? But whenever you look through the back window, you will be surprised at how a body camera, how it darkens things. And you have to remember, a body camera sees a narrow field of view. It sees what it wants to see. So I was able to see that with my eyes through that back glass.
That was tough to sit in the courtroom and say, I don't know how he did it, but I know he did. And I hope there's enough evidence to prove it. The packet being in his hand before he put his glove on. The fact that he didn't have him finding anything on camera. It was just there. So the jury really had to go by their belief in whether or not he was a dirty cop.
And to the jury this case went. Would they believe Zachary Wester was upholding the law or breaking the law. After deliberating more than 7 hours over the course of 2 days, this was the jury's decision.
We, the jury, find as follows as to the counts charged in the information. Count 1, guilty of racketeering as charged. Count 2, not guilty. Count 3, not guilty. Count 4, not guilty. Count 7, guilty of official misconduct related to Teresa Odom as charged.
In a split decision, the jurors found Zachary Wester guilty of 19 charges, including racketeering, official misconduct, false imprisonment, and possession, but not guilty on 48 other charges.
So I think they came back with the right verdict, convicting him on the charges that they had the strongest evidence on.
There were so many more not guilties called out than there were guilty verdicts. And that was rough to hear as someone who went through it. He's getting off on all of these cases. But in the end, after all was said and done, he was found guilty on charges relating to 3 of the people involved: myself, Stephen Van, and Teresa Odom. In that moment, you're like, someone realized that this wasn't right, and you start thinking that maybe he'll get the time he deserves.
As to count 1, racketeering, which is a first-degree felony, you are sentenced to serve 5 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. As to count 7, official misconduct, 18 months. As to count 31, fabricating evidence, 1 year and 1 day. As to count 64, that's false imprisonment, you were sentenced to serve 1 year and 1 day. Therefore, it is the intention of the court that you were sentenced to serve a total of 12 years, 6 months, and 8 days in the Florida Department of Corrections.
There's no one that dislikes a dirty cop more than I do. It's wrong, it taints the agency, it taints the badge. Actions and behavior like this in law enforcement will not be tolerated, and you will be held accountable for your actions.
People lost kids, grandkids, their right to work, no questions asked. I mean, I still have my fair share of side effects from it. To this day, if I see police lights, my heart drops and I have a panic attack on the road. There's a bad apple in every profession, but when you run into a bad cop, that can change your life. And it can be for the good, it can be for the worst, and this time, for a lot of people, it was for the worst.
For a moment, just think about the impact that Zachary Wester had here. So in total, prosecutors dropped charges in 119 cases involving Wester. Over 30 of the people that he arrested agreed to a nearly $1 million federal court settlement. His career, reputation, ruined. He's locked up behind bars for years. And you have all of these people who are going to go through life knowing that they were falsely arrested by someone who was entrusted to uphold the law. And all of this for what? That question of why he did it, it is still not clear. And honestly, I'll tell you what, it may never be clear. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Prime Crime, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you next time. And as always, stay safe.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is... Background stealing the scene. The father is...
On Prime Crime.
I'm afraid we have some bad news. Looks like one of the robbers gone wrong.
When plans are set in motion.
She's not very cooperative. I'm just gonna have to put a bullet in her myself.
The evidence points in all different directions.
There was plausible deniability with respect to what he wanted.
He asked me, "Are you wearing a wire?"
Just get it done, you'll get the payment.
Hey
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime. This is where we break down the most high-profile and memorable true crime cases. Now, anybody who follows this program knows we focus a lot on recordings, like 911 phone calls, body cam footage, interrogations. But the recordings in this case tell a whole different kind of story. The question is, what exactly is that story?
What's going on?
He needs to talk to you.
It's around 3 a.m. on March 10th, 2017 in Houston, Texas. Police arrive at the home of veterinarian Valerie McDaniel.
I'm afraid we have some bad news. Your ex-husband found it. Looks like it turns out to be a fatality. Looks like it might have been a robbery gone wrong.
Police are referring to Valerie's ex, Marion Mack McDaniel.
Have you heard from him recently?
I was at the house last night. I called the police.
Why'd you call the police?
Because he had my daughter.
Where's your daughter now?
She's in bed.
Is she the one that's here? Just her?
No, my boyfriend's here.
At one point, Valerie's boyfriend, Leon Jacob, comes into the room.
Oh my God. Might have been a robbery gone wrong.
As police break the news of the death of McDaniel to the couple, they also ask more about the two.
I'm a doctor here too.
What kind of doctor are you?
I'm an unlicensed transplant surgeon.
So have you ever practiced?
Yeah, I just haven't practiced in a while.
His medical career was interesting. He did not go to medical school here in the States, so he sought a degree elsewhere and then tried on 2 separate occasions to secure a medical degree or standing within the States. And by all accounts, they were met with poor work performance.
Do you have any idea who might wanted to harm your husband? Was he worried about anything?
I don't know. Like I said, I met him once.
But let's rewind 3 days earlier.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Hey, listen, I'm gonna set up a meeting with you tomorrow so we can finish this, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna bring with me the Navy SEAL guy because he wants, so we can get this done.
On this recorded call, Jacob is speaking with Army veteran Motez Aza, a.k.a. Zach.
We're taking care of both problems.
What, both problems?
Both of the individuals that we're talking about. I'm talking about my issue and Valerie's issue.
It would lead.
From Channel 2 Action News, this is a breaking news report.
On road or off, where it's a front row seat to the city, or a second row seat, maybe even a third. Life doesn't come with an owner's manual, so get out there and write your own.
Right now, during the Jeep Celebration event, finance and get $5,000 total cash allowance on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Limited 4x4. See your Atlanta Jeep brand dealer today.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. Cash back 3% on dining, 5% on Chase Travel, and 3% at drugstores. Apply today at chase.com/gounlimited. Start cash backing with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Zaxby's just out-Phillied the Philly with our signature crispy chicken fingers, sauteed peppers and onions, garlic aioli, and melty cheese. Your move, Philly. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
Karen Greer, George Estevez, weekdays on Channel 2 Action News at 5.
This is a Severe Weather Team 2 weather alert. A new video coming in over the last few hours. To our west, twisters touched down, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Some people came dangerously close.
Man, that's a tornado. My God!
This powerful storm system spawning at least 25 tornadoes across the Midwest and South, and more than 24 lives lost, many homes gone.
It still hasn't really hit that I don't have a house to come home to anymore.
Severe Weather Team 2 is tracking the storm and what you need to know to stay safe. You are watching WSB Tonight.
And we're coming on the air with a Severe Weather Team 2 weather alert. Good evening to you. I'm Candace McCowan. Just in the last few hours, we've had reports of a possible tornado in the area of Chestnut Gap Road in Fannin County. Let's get to the latest. Right now, these powerful storms have killed at least 34 people and left thousands without power. Missouri has seen at least 12 deaths as multiple tornadoes ripped through there. And in Kansas, at least 8 people have died in a 50-vehicle crash caused by a severe dust storm. You are looking at Storm Tracker 2 HD radar. A tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. for parts of Alabama, Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. We have live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage tonight with reporters and photographers across metro Atlanta as the storm hits. Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz is tracking the storm's path live in Severe Weather Center 2 with meteorologist Brian Monahan. And let's begin with Brad.
So we're tracking the storms, of course, as they move in, and the worst of the storms are now just starting to cross into West Georgia. Earlier this evening, we had the tornado warning in parts of Gilmer and Fannin County, and some reports of tornado touchdown and some damage there in Fannin County. The red on the map is a tornado watch that's in effect for metro Atlanta and North Georgia until 4 a.m. Between now and then, we'll be watching for the potential for damaging winds and tornado development. Right now, we have an enormous severe thunderstorm warning. Was just issued for this entire line in West Georgia, and it's in effect until midnight, and it stretches this entire area off towards the east-northeast. This line of storms is moving forward motion at 70 miles an hour. We've had reports of trees and numerous power lines down in Polk County, around Bremen, trees down. In Carroll County, numerous reports of trees down already. And we're just getting started with this system, moving towards the north and east at about 70 miles an hour. So already raining in these locations, but this is the time of arrival of damaging wind potential into Felton in about a minute. Aragon, 12 minutes from you. Taylorsville, 16 minutes. Off towards you. Harley in 20. Cartersville heads up to you 28 minutes before these damaging winds get to you towards Allatoona Lake. Down towards Buchanan and Tallapoosa, very heavy rain and very strong winds, 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds with this. As it moves also at 70 miles an hour, that's going to put it into Morgan in 12 minutes, Rockmart 13, Draketown 12 minutes, Beulah now at 13 minutes. This line of storms extends back to the south. Very heavy wind, strong winds, but not seeing any rotation currently, but we're going to watch for these little kinks that may develop into tornadoes. So as we head through the night tonight, the likelihood of seeing additional tornado warnings and tornado touchdowns is high, damaging wind risk is high, and also the possibility of some large hail. Meteorologist Brian Monahan and I will take you through the hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a few minutes and another check of Storm Tracker 2 HD.
All right, Brad, thank you so much. Well, make sure that you charge your device and also make sure that you and your family have the WSB TV weather app for important alerts in your neighborhood. It's free to download in your app store. Just search WSB TV. Carroll County activated its emergency response center tonight and invited Channel 2 Action News inside. Our Severe Weather Team 2 coverage continues with Channel 2's Brittany Kleinpeter in Carroll County.
We are outside of the E911 Center here in Carroll County, which acts as the nerve center inside this building. There's dozens of officials ready to jump into action and funnel those calls, get out to respond as quickly as possible. In the heart of Carroll County, a team of emergency response professionals prepare to weather the storm.
Yes, ma'am. I'll wait for you. I'm expecting damage.
Felicia Rowland, the E911 Center director, says she and her team will weather the storm inside these four walls as they funnel calls throughout the night.
We're their lifeline.
On the other side of this wall, another room of emergency response officials with the sheriff's office prepared to dispatch first responders.
I'm not nervous. We just ready to see what we got to tackle.
Craig Dotson, a major with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and an EMA director, says the county has been preparing for the storm for the last week, even opening up a storm shelter for the first time under his leadership.
This entire part here is basically a basement. It's underground. So we thought this was maybe the safest thing that we had to offer somebody to come to.
Inside the Sheriff's Office training facility, residents gathered with their food, bags, and even pets.
I live alone, and I just kind of didn't want to be by myself tonight.
Ready to ride out the storm together.
I don't do storms at all, especially tornadoes, so I just want to make sure that we're in a good, safe environment.
Many of those residents we spoke to that arrived at the shelter said they either lived in apartments or homes that didn't have a basement, and they just wanted to feel secure with people around them. That shelter is expected to stay open till 6 a.m. tomorrow. We're in Carroll County. Brittany Kleinpeter, WSB Tonight.
Our live Severe Weather Team 2 coverage continues with Channel 2's Ashley Lincoln. She's live tonight in DeKalb County at a storm shelter on McConnell Drive. Ashley.
Yeah, Candace, we spoke with individuals who came here tonight to find a safe place to rest. Some of these individuals were actually homeowners who were concerned about trees falling on their property. I found the shelter is also housing unhoused individuals, and because of that, organizers did not want us to show their faces.
We decided to stay in the shelter to kind of keep safe from the bad weather through the wind.
That's why this DeKalb County resident who didn't want to be identified thought it'd be best to ride the storm out at a shelter.
Last time it happened, about around maybe like 3 or 4 o'clock, probably in the morning, the wind was blowing real bad and we had to go in the closet, so we just taking extra precaution.
He and other citizens picked a cot at the Mason Mill Recreational Center in North DeKalb. It's one of nearly 20 that are open across the metro. This homeowner thought his family would be safer here in the event high winds could cause trees to fall on his home.
If something really traumatic happens, we know where to go.
Saturday, Governor Kemp declared a state of emergency, allowing the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to begin moving resources to impacted areas, as well as establish crews to respond to reports of damage and power outages.
Hopefully we don't have it here in Georgia. I do know things happen, but please try to seek precaution.
And shelter organizers tell us this shelter will remain open until 8 a.m. Sunday morning. Reporting live in North DeKalb, Ashley Lincoln, Channel 2 Action News.
Severe thunderstorms moving through parts of west and northwest Georgia with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and those storms extend back into Alabama. Take you through this hour-by-hour forecast, what we can expect through the night, our severe thunderstorm and tornado risk coming up.
Closed caption.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Will. Team 2 is tracking storms, and you are taking a live look at Storm Tracker 2 HD radar. We've already seen a tornado or had tornado warnings tonight. There are 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm system. And here's a live look at conditions in Carroll County right now. The flags are whipping in the wind. The rain also coming down there. Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz and meteorologist Brian Monahan will join us in the next 5 minutes. Well, those storms are rolling into metro Atlanta right now. Some people in Douglas County are bracing for more severe weather while they're still cleaning up from a tornado a few months ago. Channel 2's Aaron Rodgers is live in Lithia Springs at the senior center there. And Aaron, the county is opening up shelters for anyone who needs it.
Yeah, Candace, they actually have 2 of them open. This is just one of them. Now, there are a few people here. They're actually down that hall watching movies right now. But I talked to some of the people who came here, and they told me that they came to this shelter because they were scared.
Literally, it sounded like a train. There was a sudden gust, that burst wind, and then the power went out.
That's how Larry Porbaugh remembers the EF0 tornado that ripped through his neighborhood in Douglas County at the end of last year.
I had no idea that it was going to hit like that.
This is some of the damage that storm left behind.
Back in December, we had an EF0. It was very short-lived, less than a quarter mile long and 100 yards wide.
Neighbors off of Fairburn Road are still cleaning up from it. We saw crews Saturday just now fixing a fence that was damaged.
And now we're getting ready for the next one.
Goodness.
I hope this doesn't become a pattern.
James Queen, the Douglas County EMA director, told me the storms Saturday night are expected to be different.
The possibility of up to EF2 tornadoes, so they're going to be a lot stronger, and they're predicting that they'll be on the ground a lot longer.
He says they have extra first responders working, though, if it gets bad.
We will have them constantly out on the roads, and if it's a situation that's bad enough, even if the winds are high, they're still going to respond.
Now, right now, we're just seeing a lot of lightning here, and it's thundering pretty badly, but the EMA director told me they are constantly monitoring this storm, and they'll go assess the damage once this storm passes through. But if you are in the Douglas County area and want to come to a shelter, again, I'm at the Lithia Springs Senior Center. The other one is at Deer Lick Park. Live in Lithia Springs, I'm Aaron Rodgers, WSB Tonight.
Yeah, some good information as they urge people to take this one seriously. Aaron, thank you so much. Well, Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz is live in Severe Weather Center 2, along with meteorologist Brian Monahan. Let's begin with Brad.
Yeah, we'll be here with you through the night as this threat moves through, and we've been tracking severe storms and a couple of tornado warnings already. The tornado warnings that we had for our area have since expired, at least for now, including parts of Gilmer and Fannin County, where we had a report of a touchdown and some damage there west of Blue Ridge. We also had tornado warning briefly in western Cleburne County, Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado watch is in effect. The red, that's a tornado watch until 4 a.m. The severe thunderstorm warning, it's a huge one, and it extends here from parts of Gordon through Bartow, Floyd, Paulding, West Cobb, Douglas, Carroll, and then you go from Polk to Haralson County, and even a little bit of Coweta County and Heard County. This severe thunderstorm warning until midnight. And along this leading edge where you see the green shift to red, this is where we have very strong straight line winds in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We watch for the possibility of some rotation developing within this, but right now this is all straight line winds, and we have been getting in the last half hour numerous reports of trees down in this area and power outages. So trees down, power outages. The line of damaging winds with this is moving at 70 miles an hour. So it's producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and it's tracking at 70 miles an hour, bringing it into Yorkville in 3 minutes, Taylorsville in 4, Kingston about 10 minutes from you. The southern part of this storm also moving into the west metro at 70 miles an hour with those 70 mile an hour winds. This could produce winds as strong as a weak tornado as it tracks off towards Carrollton, Douglasville, and Dallas. Back into Alabama, severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warnings have expired. There's been many tornado warnings to the west and more a possibility through the night. So here's what you need to do. Prepare for the potential for tornadoes. Know your safe space, lowest level, interior room away from windows. Have multiple sources to receive warnings tonight, including television and the WSB weather app. Make sure your phone is charged. And have shoes nearby, a bike helmet if a tornado hits your house directly. That can add extra protection, as well as getting under sturdy furniture. Meteorologist Brian Monahan is going to take us through the forecast, what we can expect hour by hour. Brian?
Yeah, let's go through these specific severe weather risks that are going to be significant for another few hours across North Georgia. Just got to settle in for what's going to be a stormy evening for us, at least through about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to watch these storms that have a high risk of tornadoes, a high risk of damaging wind gusts. Again, as Brad was mentioning, already many power outages even ahead of this line of storms that's created that severe thunderstorm warning in far west Georgia, and a moderate to low risk of some large hail. So here's our timeline. We're going to be with you in Severe Weather Center 2 every step of the way tonight and overnight as this line of storms makes its way through the west side of the metro. That's going to be our main focus between now and about 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, coming through the heart of metro Atlanta, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then by the time we hit 4 to 5 o'clock, a cold front is going to be sweeping these storms gradually away from metro Atlanta. So by 4 o'clock, the storm threat into Athens and Eatonton, and then making its way out of North Georgia with a chance for just some showers, not severe weather as we head through the morning hours tomorrow, and then overall looking at a much quieter day into your afternoon, headed in to your Sunday. Now, focusing in on our tornado probability, a lot of going on here on this map. The yellow, that's a 10% risk. The orange, focused in West Georgia, a 15% risk. The message I want you to take out of this: we need to know those tornado precautions right now. Best to have that plan now before a tornado warning is issued. Of course, we're going to be with you immediately if any additional tornado warnings are issued tonight. So the risk highest across West Georgia, and this includes the possibility of significant, potentially long-track tornadoes. And what's going to drive this risk? Very strong wind just above the ground. A lot of that at times is getting down to the surface. That's why we already have, again, widespread power outages in parts of North Georgia. The wind is going to stay very strong just above the ground. That creates that wind shear and twisting and turning in these thunderstorms that potentially can produce tornadoes. And that strongest core of wind going to be moving out as we head toward daybreak. So let's sum it up. Here's your 5-day forecast. The weekend always in view. Storm threat with us between now to about 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, then moving out. Some sunshine by your Sunday afternoon. We're at 71, then quiet weather Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before another chance of showers and isolated storm moves in on Thursday. Of course, we're going to be with you all night long, and we'll break in immediately when any tornado warnings are issued.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. And download the WSB TV weather app to know when to take cover. If you haven't done it, now is the time. We will be sure to send you an alert. Download it for free in your app store. Just search WSB. Here's what's new happening now and next. New President Donald Trump ordered airstrikes against Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis. Officials say the group's attacks against Red Sea shipping is making it dangerous for American ships to travel through the important waterway. Now, the U.S. government is investigating Emory University for its connection to the PhD project. Officials say the group helps support doctoral students, but limits eligibility based on race. This is part of a bigger effort to remove programs that focus on race in schools following orders from President Trump. Next, the Atlanta City Council will consider a nearly $6 million agreement for the Cortland Piedmont Safe Streets project on Monday. They'll also vote on giving funds to help provide legal defense to residents facing eviction. There are other items on the agenda. That meeting starts at 1 p.m. There is tornado damage across at least 8 states. A truck driver describes the moment his big rig went flying into the air. And here's a look at tonight's winning Powerball numbers.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is.
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. North Georgia storms can change lives in seconds, and nothing is more important than giving you the earliest warnings.
Combined with the power of Storm Tracker 2 HD radar, we warn you up to 5 minutes earlier than anyone else in Georgia.
And we don't stop there. With the most advanced technology, we track storms to street level, break them down in 3D, and give you minute-by-minute alerts.
Meteorologists with the highest level of certification, we are Severe Weather Team 2, only on Channel 2 Action News.
On WSB Tonight, it's new local stories and why they matter. Our team is working every angle, bringing you a deeper look.
WSB Tonight, we are first on the scene at this breaking news, and here's what we know at this hour.
Breaking down late developing details, investigating, covering all sides.
WSB Tonight is the only station to bring you these crucial interviews.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. I'm always tracking to help you prepare for the next day.
I'm Wendy Corona.
And I'm George Estevez. Stay up and see what's new on WSB Tonight at 11. I'm Channel 2's George Estevez. We know paying for gas, food, and housing is hard, and that's why we have consumer advisor Clark Howard. He wants to help save you money, whether you're traveling, shopping for groceries, or even trying to lower your credit card bills. At Channel 2, we do the research. We crunch the numbers. That way, you don't have to. It's what Clark Howard does every single day to make sure you get the best deals and get great advice. That way, you make the best decisions for your family. Here at Channel 2 Action News, our goal is to make sure you have the information you need to save money.
Discover a world of wow at Fernbank, where the greatest show on
Earth 2 is tracking dangerous storms threatening North Georgia. Here's a live look at Storm Tracker 2 HD radar. Storms already left behind a lot of destruction. Well, 34 people have died with reports of 40 tornadoes in at least 8 states. Video captured a twister in Tylertown, Mississippi, north of southeast Louisiana, and near St. Louis, Missouri. A tornado lifted a tractor trailer with that driver inside.
Everything went black. I turned on my headlights and my brights, and right after I did that, something hit the side of the truck, just flipped it over and blew up.
So he's all right. Here's some look at some damage left behind in Wayne County, Missouri, and some people near St. Louis came face to face with a tornado watch there.
Oh, it's here. It's here. Look at all that debris. Oh my God. We are in a tornado.
Terrifying moments for sure. That tornado touched down while they were at a gas station. And this afternoon, multiple tornadoes were reported on the ground in Mississippi, including one on the border with Louisiana.
Oh, man. Oh.
Well, check out this video of a tornado going right by a home in Tylertown, Mississippi. 3 deaths were reported in that area. The family that recorded this is fine, but remember to stay away from windows if a tornado is anywhere near your area. And of course, stay with us for continuing coverage throughout the night. Well, in the past hour, crews restored water service for some people in Buckhead after finishing repairs to a broken water main. But one northbound lane up Peachtree Road remains closed tonight. We showed you the water gushing onto the road on Channel 2 Action News at 6. A viewer shared this video with us. The pipe broke near Del Monte Road. It affected homes and businesses, and one restaurant had to close.
We don't have a dishwasher working. We don't have toilets working. We can't wash our hands. So yeah, we have to close down the business today.
Officials say customers could see a slight discoloration in the water, but there is no boil water advisory.
Here's a live look over Midtown now. There's been a tremendous amount of lightning. The cameras have been bouncing as this line of severe storms is moving in. Trees are coming down, power lines are coming down, damaging wind gusts, and we still have the potential for tornadoes tonight. I'll break that down for you. Another check of the forecast next.
Tune in to the...
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is...
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
We're not gonna make it!
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
We're not gonna make it!
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. North Georgia storms can change lives in seconds, and nothing is more important than giving you the earliest warnings.
Combined with the power of Storm Tracker 2 HD radar, we warn you up to 5 minutes earlier than anyone else in Georgia.
And we don't stop there. With the most advanced technology, we track storms to street level, break them down in 3D, and give you minute-by-minute alerts.
Meteorologists with the highest level of certification, we are Severe Weather Team 2, only on Channel 2 Action News.
On WSB Tonight, it's new local stories and why they matter. Our team is working every angle, bringing you.
There when you were there Tuesday?
No, I never saw RT. Most of the time I leave before he gets home.
Every Tuesday he went to the Smith family residence. He always took his dog. He went there every week to cook dinner for his family.
What time did you leave, you think?
Normally we watch the national news.
At 5:30?
At 5:30, and then I leave right after that.
Where'd you go after that?
Home.
That's when the interview takes a curious turn.
Did they tell you how your folks, your family over there was killed?
Killed? They said they were deceased, and they never told me how they were killed.
They're dead, and it looks like they were killed.
Killed?
Mm-hmm.
He almost questioned me, he just repeated it to me, deceased? And I was like, yes, they were killed.
How were they killed?
It's hard to tell because there was a lot of clothes on top of them.
Clothes on top of them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Were they robbed? Or?
I don't think so.
In every case, especially a homicide, anyone's a suspect. Everyone's a suspect.
Why would somebody go in there and kill your mom and your 2 brothers and put clothes over them like that? To me, it seems like somebody that would do something like that would have known them or either been family because they didn't want to see them after they were dead.
That makes sense to me, but as far as I know, I'm the only family they got.
Up next, the investigation into the Smith family murders heats up.
Now I have to sit here and try and figure out who killed your mother and your two brothers.
Yes, you do, and I hope you do it soon.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Raising Cane's invites you to grab life by the chicken fingers. So get out there. Be you. Do you. Embrace whatever makes you, you. All while enjoying Raising Cane's hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret recipe cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather.
You've shown no emotion the whole time you've been in here. It's like you almost prepared yourself for this.
I'll show plenty of emotion when the time's right.
It's the summer of 2015, and authorities are investigating a mysterious triple homicide in which a Florida family were violently killed in their home. Von Seal Bonnie Smith, along with her 2 sons, John and Richard R.T. Smith, were savagely murdered. Investigators believe Donald Hartung, Von Seal's son from another marriage, was perhaps the last person to see them alive after their weekly family dinner. Hartung sits down with Special Agent Matt Infinger in a series of interviews where Hartung's behavior comes into focus.
How does it make you feel to hear that your family was killed?
Makes me feel pretty bad.
I mean, you don't seem that upset.
I've got to control myself here. So I've got to take care of this.
Usually people show 2 types of emotion. They're either emotional, like visibly upset, crying, or they become angry. He showed neither.
He was cooperating, and maybe in his mind, if I cooperate, I'll be kind of involved in the process and I'll know what's going on. Some people handle shock and trauma differently.
Were you having problems with him at all?
No.
So something didn't happen when you were over there Tuesday night and you killed him?
No.
Because if something happened, now's the time to tell me.
I went at him hard a few times just to see how he would react or what he would say.
Looks like your brother John was just sitting there watching TV. And somebody just shot him while he was sitting in his chair. And then your mother was sitting in her chair. Somebody shot her, then drug her back to her bedroom.
Oh my God.
When I would accuse him or try and pin him down on things, he didn't become angry.
You were probably still there. And then RT comes home.
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I didn't kill my family.
It felt like to me that he had almost prepared himself for the interview, that he knew something like this was going to happen.
You killed these people. You killed your family.
No, I didn't.
Why?
I did not kill my family.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I'm kind of feeling like I'm being accused of something here that I didn't
am
do.
Accusing you of doing it. I think you did it.
I did not do it.
The conversation takes an interesting detour when police find something strange at Hartung's house.
I guess you have a Ouija board and some stuff in your house?
Yeah, I do have a Ouija board.
Are you Wiccan or?
Yeah, I'm a Wiccan.
It was done 2 days before the so-called blue moon. It did become a thing that this was ritualistic.
In these ceremonies or whatever you do you have anything like sacrifices or anything?
No, there's no sacrifices in Wicca.
Really?
No.
The bodies were all in separate rooms, the placement of the bodies, and how the bodies were presumed to have blankets on top of the bodies to keep them warm.
They drain the blood out of their sacrifice and hit them in the head. Then they cover them. That's the same way your family was killed.
They were what?
Why don't you tell me what you did to them?
The Wicca community actually responded to it and said that this has nothing to do with what we practice, and in fact, we don't condone ritual killings.
As we, as prosecutors, got further into the case, we did not believe that it had anything to do with his religion and that it was not some sort of ritualistic killing as initially believed.
Coming up, investigators believe they have their suspect, but he's adamant he didn't kill his family. Could there be truth to what Hartung is saying?
I promise you this, I'm going to find out.
I know
and
you will.
If you did it, I'm going to find out and I'm going to put your ass in jail.
I would not harm my family, sir, for nothing in this world.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day.
Why'd you kill him?
Why would I kill him?
Why did you?
I did not kill my family, sir. I did not. I did not kill him.
A Pensacola, Florida family is murdered in cold blood in the summer of 2015. Von Seal Bonnie Smith and her 2 sons, John and Richard R.T. Smith, hadn't been heard from in several days until their bodies are discovered inside their locked home. Investigators question Von Seal's son from a prior marriage, Donald Hartung. They believe he was the last person to see them alive days earlier, but he says he didn't hurt them. Special Agent Matt Finger is not buying his story.
I didn't do anything to my family,
Yeah,
sir.
you did. And you killed them all the same way. Stabbing them.
Stabbing them? They were stabbed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Then there's the question of DNA, a pivotal piece of evidence in many cases. But perhaps DNA can only go so far in this case.
He claimed that he was always at that house, so having his DNA all over the home wasn't something bizarre.
However, there were a few things that stood out.
Do you smoke?
Yes, I do.
What do you do with the cigarettes when you're done with them?
Throw them in the trash.
There was cigarette butts in different levels of the trash can in the laundry room. Once we got the DNA back on those, they were Donald's.
The way it was positioned was obviously suspect. It was on top of some bloody items and some personal belongings of Von Sills.
Did you touch any of RT's belongings?
RT's belongings? No, sir.
We located Richard's binder. Donald's DNA was on Richard's checkbook, which was inside that binder.
I don't mess with nothing of RT's.
We would expect that Donald's DNA would be within the family home. However, it was the places that we located it where it should not have been. There was also a hammer that was found on the side of the sink that we believe was washed, and that had actually all of the family members' DNA on that.
I mean, do I look like some kind of a blooming maniac to you people?
I mean, you do to me.
Infinger narrows in on Hartung, revealing an unexpected observation from other witnesses.
Neighbors say nobody comes and goes over there. The only person they ever see come and go over there is you.
They kind of kept to themselves. They really weren't involved with the rest of the community. It was kind of known that they didn't really let outsiders into their home.
Nobody has seen these people since Tuesday, since you saw them. So how are you going to sit there and tell us that you didn't kill them when you were the last one to see them? They trusted you, and you killed them.
I would never harm my mother, never hurt my brothers, never.
Could Donald Hartung have killed his own family? The question would be, why?
Does it seem like Mom loved your half-brothers more than she loved you?
No, never.
Would you be surprised if I told you that she spent $6,000 last month on QVC?
I'd be shocked.
Would you be mad that your inheritance is being blown on QVC?
Hell no. I don't give a damn about no inheritance.
He was, I believe, in his 60s at the time. He was making maybe $10 an hour working as a security guard for a hospital.
We discovered that Donald really wasn't living that comfortably. He didn't have a lot of money. He was basically living paycheck to paycheck.
Does Mom have an insurance policy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does Mom have a will?
I think she has a will, but I've never seen it.
They never found a copy of the will in his home or on any of his electronic devices. So there's no concrete proof that he even knew there was a will.
Do you know what you're entitled to in that will?
I have no idea what I'm entitled to in any will.
It would be common knowledge for anyone to know that if his entire family was deceased, he would be the sole heir to their estate.
You realize on something, case like this, the insurance company calls the sheriff's office and wants to know if you're a suspect.
So you're insinuating that I killed my family to get their life insurance policy. Do I look like a total maniac to you people?
Yeah. The way you're acting, yeah.
Yes.
Within 3 weeks of his family being murdered, he actually resigned from his place of employment.
Donald, are you a cold-blooded killer?
No. No, sir, I'm not a cold-blooded killer.
On October 27, 2015, after a 3-month-long investigation, police announce an arrest. Donald Hartung is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and is faced with a possible sentence of death.
We were certain that Donald Hartung was the only person who could have committed this crime. The motive in this case came down to simple greed. He wanted money.
When we return, it's the murder trial of Donald Hartung. Yet, do prosecutors really have enough to convince a jury he's guilty?
They never found the murder weapon. There were no witnesses. Nobody actually saw him do anything. All they had were these little bits of evidence.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is.
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
You know exactly what's going on.
No, I know what's happened.
Yeah, exactly. You do know what's happened because you were there when it happened.
No, sir, I was not.
In the summer of 2015, 3 members of the Smith family were brutally murdered in their Pensacola, Florida home. Authorities discovered the bodies of Von Seal Bonnie Smith along with 2 of her 3 sons, John and Richard R.T. Smith, beaten, stabbed, and R.T. even shot. After a series of interviews and a collection of evidence, investigators arrest their suspect, Von Seal's 3rd son, Donald Hartung. Nearly 5 years after the killings, in January 2020, prosecutors began laying out their case against Hartung.
This family was brutally and violently murdered by this defendant. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that he did it all for their money. His mother left everything to his 2 brothers, John and Richard. She specifically excluded him from her will. And what you will see
from Channel 2 Action News, this is a breaking news report.
That's what we've been tracking. That can cause, of course, the most serious and significant damage. But outside of those concentrated tornado winds that we've been tracking across Paulding County, we have much larger area of damaging straight line winds. And although we don't have measurements on the ground yet, we'll get some of those, but we have some measurements by radar, and we're seeing winds gusting likely between 70 and 80 miles an hour outside of this tornado that we've been tracking across Paulding County. Tornado warning scheduled to expire at 12:15. The tornado threat itself is about to move out of Paulding County into Cobb. So things are going to be improving for Paulding County here shortly. Not yet quite, but very soon the tornado threat will end for Paulding County from this storm. But that means it's just not ending because it's weakening. It means it's ending because it is moving out of Paulding and into Cobb County here over the next few minutes. So the worst of this weather moving into West Cobb now, Kennesaw up towards Ackworth, there's Allatoona Lake. These are the areas that are going to be impacted by this damaging wind threat and this possible tornado we've been watching here. So we're outlining here the leading edge of the strongest winds that have been moving towards the northeast. These have been moving at nearly 70 miles an hour, so we need to do a fairly long storm track to encompass the forward motion for this storm in just the next half hour or so. So this has been moving over 70 miles an hour towards the north and east. So this storm, with an embedded tornado risk and a large area of damaging straight line winds, moving into Red Rock now, Ackworth in 3 minutes, West Hampton in 3, Kennesaw 5. Take a minute and get to your safe space. Do it immediately if you're in these communities that are about to be impacted. You don't have time to waste. Now, some of the areas that are a little farther downstream, so to speak, so you get out towards Woodstock, parts of northeast Cobb, you have a few more minutes. You have about 10 minutes before the worst of the weather is there. Now, power outages are a concern. So if you're watching on TV now and your power goes out, you can still watch our live stream. If you download the WSB TV weather app on your phone, it pushes warnings to you. But one of the tools in situations like this is you can watch the live stream on your phone so we can take you through it. So it's a real important tool when we're dealing with tornado threats, which we have now. So tornado warning, this portion of the storm. Let's come in close again, just do an updated look as this is now crossing out of Paulding and into Cobb. Really, it's right along the county line there from Pickett's Creek to Hampton Estates. This area, West Cobb, East Paulding, is where we have damaging winds, certainly, and we've got the rotation that we've been tracking here that has the history of producing some lofted debris over the last several minutes. We'll expand the view a little bit, and you can see that tornado threat. Let's go a little bit wider. I want to show that Dallas is now out of the tornado warning. That threat has ended from this storm in Dallas, and we've got a little sliver of east central Paulding County still under the tornado warning. That threat's going to be ending fairly shortly as it moves into Cobb. Let's take a slightly wider view. We've been, for the obvious reason, highly focused on this one spot. I do want to show you, though, there are other storms back towards the west. So as we say, the tornado threat has moved out of Dallas. There's more back towards the west. Brian, you got an update?
And Brad, I want to point out here, we're going to widen the view just a little bit. We're, of course, focused on the tornado warning now for South Cherokee County and Cobb County, Paulding County, the threat moving away, Brad. But just to kind of call everybody's attention here, this is a confirmed tornado warning just to the south of Randolph County, Alabama. If you just kind of do the track of where that's headed, generally in the vicinity of Randolph County, Troup County. So an early heads up there.
Yeah, and so Randolph County is part of the Channel 2 viewing area here in eastern Alabama. There's Troup County, there's Carroll County. This is the confirmed tornado in Alabama that Brian was talking about, headed in our general direction, so to speak. We've got multiple calls in Paulding County, including 2 houses with trees that have fallen on them. Of course, this is a very early report to an evolving situation where we have seen lofted debris on the radar. Brian, let's go back in and let's kind of spin the clock back on this as we track that lofted debris and just give everybody an idea of the impact this storm has had, and it'll help us explain what we expect here over the next few minutes. So this is the rotating part of the storm. We actually were tracking it all the way back into parts of northern Carroll County, and then it came out into Paulding. So at this point, that was 11:30. We started to track that rotation, and you see that spot of green and blue? That's debris picked up by a tornado, lofted into the atmosphere at 11:35. Lofted debris, rotation, no tornado warning issued, but we're tracking it with Storm Tracker 2 HD. Then, as we go through time, this tracked farther to the north and east. We saw more rotation and another tornado develop just west of Dallas. And in this area, we saw some lofted debris as well. Now we take it to the current time as we head towards 11:58, coming up towards midnight now. This is the portion of the storm that produced the tornado coming now out of Paulding and into West Cobb. So here we are looking at the tornado threat ending in Paulding County literally within the next couple of minutes. And that tornado threat, however, tracking into West Cobb. I will point out, though, that the very tight rotation that we saw earlier, we've lost. This is more broad rotation in this area now, damaging straight line winds, a certainty with this, a little more broad rotation. Brian, let's check the correlation coefficient with this just to see if we're picking up anything. Well, a little depression there, but it's not well defined. So we saw a little bit there. So let me keep my finger there. Let's go back to that. So we are looking at the red and the green here. Certainly some strong winds with this storm, damaging winds, and still that tornado threat. This tornado warning that includes parts of Cobb and southern sections of Cherokee County in effect until 12:15. The worst of the weather now has moved into west and northwest Cobb. Brian?
Team effort here right now. I'm actually talking to Triple Team Traffic, Mike Shields now. He's in Paulding County reporting power out. Wind has stopped now in Paulding County. Not a strong wind, but a lot of lightning, trees down in the area, and power out in Paulding County. Power outages, Brad, are going to be significant with this.
Yeah, already have been, and much more to come, unfortunately. the strong winds, 70, 80 mile an hour winds outside of the tornado threat. These winds are toppling dozens, if not hundreds, perhaps thousands of trees already, and much more to come. This wind is moving into and through now some of the most populated areas of the Northwest Metro. Cobb County being hit hard. However, I want to point this out. In Paulding County, the tornado threat from this storm has come to an end. The tornado threat is not ended for the night. There's still more back towards the west, but the immediate threat in Paulding County for a tornado has come to an end. That warning likely to be dropped here in the next few minutes in Paulding County. That threat continues, however, here in Cobb and moving into southern Cherokee County over the next few minutes. So Ackworth, Kennesaw, Woodstock, the severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for the northern extent of this storm now until 12:30 for another half hour with damaging 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. This storm is now along and just east of I-75 in Bartow, moving into western Cherokee County. And where you see this bright pink, those are winds that have been between 60 and 90, nearly 100 miles an hour. Now, this is at the radar beam height, which in this location is a couple of thousand feet off the ground. That's not much. These storms extend tens of thousands of feet into the atmosphere, easily 30, 40,000 feet. And so with the up and down drafts in the vertical development of these severe thunderstorms, you can easily transport some very strong winds down to the ground. So for that reason, we're expecting that there's 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gust on the ground outside of the tornado threat that is now passing just west or moving just west of Kennesaw and into Ackworth now. So the worst of the weather moving into Ackworth now, Kennesaw in the next few minutes, and then racing off towards Woodstock. So here's I-75, 575, the split there in Cobb County, north of Marietta. West Cobb being hit hard now, unfortunately, moving into central and eventually east Cobb, up towards Emerson and Cartersville, Allatoona Lake. The worst of the storm starting to push to the east, but we still have the potential for some very strong wind gusts. So it looks like the tornado warning has just been dropped for that. That tornado warning has been canceled. As I was showing you, that rotation was becoming very broad and has weakened a bit. The tornado threat for now has come to an end in this cell, but the severe weather threat has not. This is a tremendously strong severe weather situation. These storms are producing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Even where there's not a tornado, it's producing winds the strength of a weak tornado, just straight line winds. Still have this confirmed tornado in Alabama, just outside of our viewing area, but this square county here, that's Randolph County in eastern North Carolina. That's part of the Channel 2 viewing area, as well as Cleburne County in eastern parts of Alabama. So eastern Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area, and then just across the state line, your Heard and Troup County. So there's the rotation in this confirmed tornado just southwest of Wadley in Randolph County, Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area. This is moving at about 70 miles an hour. So confirmed tornado moving into Randolph County. Tornado warning not there yet, but if it holds together, it'll be in Wadley in 8 minutes, Wedowee in 19, Ava in 21, and Woodland in 24 minutes. So we've had a radar-confirmed tornado here just to the southwest of Randolph County in eastern Alabama, part of our viewing area. So this is something we're going to be watching very carefully. All of this that we're tracking here in Alabama, there's a little lofted debris signature there as well. All of this still to come through Georgia as well. So we've had some significant rotation there. That's coming in. We have the severe storms moving through the metro area right now, and we have had just a tremendous amount of lightning and strong winds. This is a live look over Midtown now as the storms are still just towards the west. Let's look towards the top of Stone Mountain. This is a westward perspective, and from time to time, there you go. Look at that lightning there. It's really lit up in the wind and the rain at the airport.
Hey, Brad, I'm actually talking to the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They cover the warnings for Randolph County and also Cleburne County. Actually just happened as we speak. Now a tornado warning for Randolph County.
Okay, so that's the storm that I was telling you
So let's go in there.
about. So let's come in close. So we're into Randolph County in eastern Alabama, part of our viewing area. This rotating thunderstorm, a confirmed tornado. Tornado was on the ground, picked up debris, and then that has been detected by radar. There's the rotation just south of Wadley. There's that new tornado warning, and it is for the southern and southeastern and east central parts of Randolph County in Alabama until 1 a.m. Eastern. Of course, that's until midnight Central Time there in Alabama. So this tornado moving towards the north and east and will soon be, although it's not quite yet, it will soon be into Randolph County. So for those of you in Randolph County along the path of this storm, now is the time to go to your safe space. Let's do a storm track here and give folks there in Randolph County a timeline for the time of arrival of this tornado and give them an idea of how long they have before the tornado threat. And this is moving at about 70 miles an hour, so this is moving into Wadley in 7 minutes. So this is 6 to 7 minutes from moving into Randolph County in Alabama, off towards Waresville in 24 minutes and Viola in 28. That is in Heard County, Georgia. The tornado warning has not yet been extended to Heard County, but if this rotation holds together through Randolph County, likely will be extended there into Heard County, Georgia. So just an indication of the tornado threat, and we've got a long night ahead of us still. Look at these wind speeds, 70 to 80, 86 mile an hour winds here. Let's also go back into the metro because this tornado hasn't quite yet made it into Randolph County, and I want to just update folks here in the metro dealing with the very strong winds. We're starting to see thunderstorms line up here into Cobb County. So from east of the airport, Forest Park, up through the east side of the perimeter, Spaghetti Junction, moving into western parts of Gwinnett County. This is really fired up with very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and strong winds within this. So strong straight line winds with this, and we'll watch for the possibility of rotation within the line as we've seen already tonight. This is tracking towards the east-northeast, Berkeley Lake now, Stockbridge now, Flintlock as well. Lilburn, you've got a couple of minutes, literally just 2 minutes before the storm moves in for you. Duluth, couple of minutes. Redan in 5. Rockbridge, 5 minutes away. Swanee, only 6 minutes. Richardson as well. Lithonia in 7 minutes. This is racing towards the north and east. So these areas in the east metro, you've had some, although gusty winds today, some pretty decent weather. Well, that's headed downhill now quickly, unfortunately, as this strong thunderstorm is moving in. A severe thunderstorm warning has not yet been issued, but as this fires up, that's a very real possibility. Look at this here in Cherokee County. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, and we may be seeing the redevelopment of some rotation here. It's something we're going to watch very carefully, but certainly strong straight line winds here with this as it moves through Cherokee County. So southern parts of Cherokee County in particular have had very strong winds. The gusts extend now up towards White, moving into Waleska, Fields Landing, Cherokee, and Victoria. As we push this towards the east, here's the time of arrival. So Victoria Landing, Victoria, Fields Landing, that's all Allatoona Lake area. Waleska in 5 minutes. Canton and South Canton, 8 to 10 minutes from now. Ball Ground, 18 minutes away from you. Nelson and Lathamtown as well. So here's 575 in Cherokee County. There's Woodstock, and the damaging winds are now just to the west, but they are racing in your direction. Winds over 90 miles an hour being detected by radar here. So you see it 91, 93, up towards Waleska, 91. Now this isn't necessarily the speed of the wind at the ground, but it's not far above. It gives us a good estimate and high confidence that damaging winds are at ground level, and I would estimate between 70, 75, potentially 80 mile an hour ground level winds with this, meaning winds as strong as a weak tornado have touched down, are blowing down trees, power lines, power outages. Remember, the WSB Weather app will not only send you warnings, but you can watch our coverage live stream if your power goes out and you can't watch on TV. So we're back here into eastern Alabama. This area of rotation not quite yet into Randolph County, Alabama, part of the Channel 2 viewing area, but it will be soon. You see at the bottom of the screen, Randolph County, Alabama, under a tornado warning because that tornado is minutes away from moving in. So Wadley about 6 minutes, Waresville in 26. So there's Wadley, southwestern Randolph County in the tornado warning. Waresville is here in western Heard County in West Georgia, just outside of the tornado warning, at least at this point. But just a heads up for you, in western Heard County, the tornado risk is out there and is pointed generally in your direction. Back to the north, we have more strong winds, but that tornado risk there is confined to that area with rotation as we track this off towards the north and east. Back into the heart of the metro, you can see a little lull around Carrollton as far as heavy rain goes, but the wind is up. Look at this line here from Tallapoosa and I-20 in Haralson County up through Polk County. We've already had numerous reports of trees and power lines down in Polk County and another severe thunderstorm moving through now. This severe thunderstorm warning is scheduled to expire in 20 minutes at 12:30, just after midnight. Within this, 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds. We'll watch here along this gradient for areas where we could see a little rotation spin up, because when that happens, you can quickly have a tornado spin up. We saw that earlier in parts of Carroll and Paulding County. That has now weakened. The rotation is weakened. The storms obviously have not. So meteorologist Brian Monahan doing a storm track here along the leading edge of this part of the storm, moving into Bremen in 6 minutes, Aragon in 7, Rockmart in 9. Now Morgan, 11 minutes from you, now 10 minutes, Draketown in 10 minutes, Beulah, it's 12 minutes away, Yorkville, 12 minutes, Taylorsville in 12 minutes, as this severe thunderstorm with mainly damaging straight line winds for now, tracking towards the east and northeast with that tornado potential. We'll watch for some rotation within this, but right now we're looking at a straight line wind gust threat primarily across this area, taking down trees, tree limbs, and power lines with this storm as it tracks towards the north and east across the northwestern part of the metro area. Brian, you got some more reports?
Yeah, going through these reports here with meteorologist Jennifer Lopez as well. The reports coming in very quickly now. Again, keeping a close eye on the storm in Randolph County, Alabama. Again, down the line, that will head up into Heard County, so we're keeping a close eye on that. Some additional reports now, tree blocking a road on Broad Street at Little Circle. That's in Haralson County. Lightning strike that caused a house fire in Jasper. But lots of reports now of trees and power lines down and significant power outages across North Georgia. So let's reset the view here. It's 12:12 in the morning. We're going to stay with you every step of the way as these strong and occasionally the possibility of severe thunderstorms, high-end severe thunderstorms moving across North Georgia. We're going to be here with you through the night. So several active severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're on with you continuously right now for an active tornado warning for a storm that's rotating and making its way into Randolph County in Alabama. Again, 2 of our Alabama counties that we are responsible for. So let's zoom in close here, come in close, show you this storm that was initially a confirmed tornado warning, now a tornado warning. This is just south of Wedowee, Roanoke, Wadley. You need to be in that safe place right now to remind you the lowest level of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement is best. If you don't have a basement, an interior room like a closet, a bathroom that insulates you from the outside as much as possible. So let's go to our velocity mode of Storm Tracker 2 HD. And we've been watching this area right here between Daviston and Wadley. Wadley is southern parts of Randolph County, far south Randolph County, and that circulation is not nearly as tight, not nearly as significant as it was a few scans ago. So we're going to keep an eye on this, but the rotation is not as strong. It's not as strong a signal that this potentially could be producing a tornado. That said, you need to be in that safe place right now. If you live in Wadley, if you live in Roanoke, and in Heard County, I need you to be watching this storm very closely. So we'll go ahead and do a storm track on this. I want to give you an idea of where the general area of circulation, the general area of rotation is headed over the next while here as it moves across South Randolph County and eventually into Heard County. So Heard County, you're not in a warning now, but we want you to pay very close attention to this storm as it moves toward Wadley in about 4 minutes, Roanoke in 13, Waresville in 22, and coming into Hyatt, that's in Heard County, in about 28 minutes. So we're going to watch this closely as it moves off to the northeast very quickly at about 70 miles per hour. Now, the wide view showing storms covering the western side of the metro right now. And I want to put on our lightning tracker as well. Lightning has been significant. And what we talk about, Brad, here with these systems is when we see lightning flare up in an area where we're seeing some rotation, that's a sign to us that that circulation, that rotation may be becoming more significant. But we've had tremendous amounts of lightning, Brad, and several active severe thunderstorm warnings we're watching now on the west side.
Yeah, right. And so the lightning flare-up is often associated with a very strong updraft, which is one of the things you need for tornado development. So within this view, 272 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes just within the last 10 minutes. Much of that clustered in these two storms, the one south of Rome and this other that has triggered this Randolph County tornado warning, as Brian was telling you about the risks there. Let's come back down to Randolph County. We've been watching this. The warning was issued for Randolph County before the tornado had made it there. So we're watching it and getting now very close into Wadley and southwestern parts of Randolph County. It frankly is not looking as organized or as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Let's spin it back in time if we could and just look at that rotation that we saw. The green and the red, that couplet was well defined about 15 minutes ago. There it is right there. And then watch it as we go back towards the northeast. So that was just after midnight. And then as we go through the last few minutes, we start to lose some of that. And so that is a sign of weakening. It doesn't mean the threat has completely ended, but it's a reason to be optimistic that this portion of the storm is starting to weaken now that it's in southwestern parts of Randolph County. So yes, a tornado warning is in effect in Randolph County. The trends are favorable, and just was checking in with the folks there at the Weather Service in Peachtree City about the potential for extending that tornado warning into Heard County, and they're watching that rotation. It's one of those things that we'll determine here over the next 20 or 30 minutes. In addition to that, we're watching here from southern Floyd, southwestern parts of Bartow County, but down to the south in particular, very strong winds here where you see the green and red. So this is from central into eastern parts of Polk County, eastern parts of Haralson County, and western Paulding County. Another surge of damaging winds, severe winds over 60 to, in one case, 66 miles an hour. So the tornado threat from the earlier tornado warning in Paulding County has come to an end. But unfortunately, the severe weather threat has not. Another surge of very strong winds coming in. And within this line, there's the potential that tornado could spin up. We're not seeing it yet, but we're watching it. We've got very strong winds here across Cherokee County, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. That's at radar beam height, but that would likely translate to, say, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds at ground level. The strongest here between Canton and Woodstock, approaching Waleska right now, and the potential for some rotations. We're starting to see that green and red come together right there just southwest of Canton. Tornado warning has not been issued for this area, but we could be looking at possible tornado development here over the next few minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 12:30, so another 12 minutes or so. We're watching here in Canton possible tornado development. So we're going back in time here. So this is back at 12:15, and you can see it's holding together pretty consistently. What I would advise you to do in Canton is to go to your safe space now. You want to do it now before the tornado spins up and touches down. Obviously, it's better to be in your safe space a few minutes early. So if you're watching in Canton, tornado warning has not yet been issued, but we're watching something that looks to be to give us the potential for tornado development. Go to your safe space. Again, lowest level of your house. A basement is your best choice. If you don't have a basement, you go to the ground floor. Then you pick an interior room. It could be an interior bathroom, hallway, closet, something that puts more walls between you and the outside of the building. The more walls, the better. And then once you've gone lowest level interior room, you go away from windows. That's your safe space, and you should go there now in Canton, because this storm producing severe winds, and we're watching what appears to be something that has at least the potential for tornado development. So moving into South Canton and Canton here now into ball ground about 10 minutes. So look how fast it must be moving. It is moving at about 70 miles an hour to go from southwest of Canton to ball ground in 10 minutes. And everybody in between along 575 in the communities both east and west of it, between Canton and ball ground, go to your safe space now for the potential for some development of damaging winds spinning up into a tornado. But even if you're not impacted by a tornado with this storm, damaging winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, as strong as a weak tornado, taking down trees. Trees from a severe thunderstorm onto a house, just as destructive as a tornado sometimes. Checking back in here in eastern Alabama, Randolph County, where the tornado warning remains in effect. This was earlier a confirmed tornado to the southwest, but in its current state, it is weaker. There's still some rotation here just northeast of Wadley. You see the red and a little bit of green, and that's tracking to the north and east. So that's going to track, I expect, just north of Roanoke as it moves towards the northeast. So there's a little bit of rotation here. A tornado warning remains in effect. It has weakened some, but it hasn't completely collapsed. So as it moves towards the northeast, moving into Waresville in 17 minutes, Viola in 21, Hyatt 23, Rock Ridge 24. These are towns in Heard County in West Georgia where a tornado warning has not been issued, but that thunderstorm is headed in that direction. And additional tornado threats within this. We have a tremendous amount of shear, strong winds just above the ground and higher up in the atmosphere. And so as these storms develop vertically into the atmosphere, then we have that rotation developing. The red on the map, that's the tornado watch until 4 a.m. And look at some of these wind gusts right now in Atlanta to 47 miles an hour. I'm going to pull up the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. It's raining there, and you see the shaking from those strong 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts that was measured just a few minutes ago. At times, the winds have been stronger and will be stronger, and there has been quite a bit of lightning here, not just at Hartsfield-Jackson, but across Metro Atlanta, West Georgia, and more to come here over the...
This has been a breaking news report from Channel 2 Action News.
Avengers Endgame, The Electric State, is now streaming on Netflix.
I have been here in the house with everyone for a day, and it feels like a year.
A family gathering takes a spooky turn in the comedy horror movie The Parenting. Film stars Lisa Kudrow, Parker Posey, and Edie Falco. The Parenting is now streaming on Max.
The world is changing.
And so is The Wheel of Time. Season 3 of the fantasy series begins with a massive battle. See some of the main characters now on a different path. The new season of The Wheel of Time is now on Amazon Prime.
Prestige films and box office hits, those are not mutually exclusive. We can do both, and we will do both.
Matt, I get it. You want to make great art and make $1 billion doing it. Well, guess what? That never happens, and you're going to screw everything up trying to make it happen.
Seth Rogen plays a new Hollywood head honcho trying to have it all in the studio. Fittingly, Rogen is also an executive producer on the star-studded series. The 10-episode comedy debuts March 26th on Apple TV Plus with the first 2 episodes.
We all have a line that runs down the middle of our heart. That line separates monsters from men.
Check this out. Here's a sneak peek at Season 3 of Dark Winds. The series picks up 6 months after the events of Season 2 as Navajo Nation police officers seek to solve the mystery of 2 missing boys. The new season is now on AMC and AMC+. James Cameron makes popular movies and long ones. In his next film, Avatar: Fire and Ash, due out in December, could be his longest yet. Cameron says it'll be longer than 2022's Avatar: The Way of Water, which was just a measly 3 hours and 12 minutes.
Still to come, a big find for researchers at the bottom of a lake. Up next, the shipwreck that's getting so much attention. Hot Topics continues right after this.
Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event at Atlanta Toyota. Lease new Tacoma for only $299 a month or low 1.99% financing available. Lease a new Tundra for just $399 a month or 1.99% financing available. Right now at Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for 11 years in a row. Atlanta Toyota.
The guaranteed offer is the simplest, least stressful way to sell your home. We pay all cash. We close in as little as 21 days. Literally, there's no lockbox on the front of your house. There's no showings. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
You're too busy to be sick. That's why Peachtree Immediate Care is here for you from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. So whether it's a nasty cough that won't go away, a painful sore throat, or an unexpected injury, with over 40 Atlanta area locations, there's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner. You never need an appointment, and you can save time when you check in online. And as the urgent care partner of the Emory Healthcare Network, you know you're in good hands. Peachtree Immediate Care. Get in, get out, get better.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter-paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit the county. The department offers competitive starting pay, paid training, and excellent benefits. It's not just a job, it's a way of life. Are you prepared to make a difference? Apply now at GwinnettFireJobs.com.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right.
Welcome back into Hot Topics. A historic discovery at the bottom of Lake Superior. Researchers found the remains of a shipwreck 132 years after it sank during a storm. In its heyday, the Western Reserve was billed as one of the first all-steel ships built for speed and safety. But in 1892, the ship got caught in a gale, broke up, and went down off the coast of Michigan. Only one person on board survived. Researchers found the wreckage some 600 feet below the surface. All right, that is going to do it for this week's edition of Hot Topics. I am Luke Hetrick. Be well. Enjoy your night. See you next week.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now. And
join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
In every crime, a story of a survivor, of someone left behind, of someone determined to solve a mystery. These are the stories of crimes that changed lives forever. This is Justice Rules.
For decades, a cold case stumped every investigator who came across it. The body of a woman found naked, nearly decapitated, her hands both cut off on the beach in Cape Cod.
And the heartless coward or cowards that killed.
From Channel 2 Action News, this is a breaking news report.
Lamar counties into Upson County and points to the west under a tornado watch. The northwest corner of Georgia has been dropped from the watch. Basically, anywhere from the back edge of this line of intense storms back towards the west, the tornado threat has come to an end. So we're going to be soon out of that threat here for parts of Floyd County. We've seen that tornado watch now dropped for Chattooga County, out of the watch. Pickens County, out of the watch. We'll likely see the North Georgia mountain counties come out of the watch here shortly within the next hour or so. And then we'll start to be able to drop some of these western counties here over the next couple of hours. But it's going to be a slow process. These storms, individually storms, are racing to the north and east at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. But the overall line is moving slowly through. So that's why in some areas, like Paulding County, we're getting multiple waves of severe weather. We had severe damaging winds, we had tornado damage signature on radar, and we have another strong thunderstorm coming in from the west. So the tornado watch remains in effect. The severe thunderstorm threat continues here across metro Atlanta and North Georgia as this tracks towards the east. Look back towards DeKalb County. We're seeing that storm flare up there. And it looks like the the severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to be canceled now or allowed to expire. But that doesn't mean the overall risk is over, but it does mean the trend, at least for right now, is in our favor. Hey, Brian, will you jump on with the Weather Service and confirm that all the warnings, however, have been allowed to expire as we'll track this here. So what I'm looking at is very heavy rain here, strong wind gusts, and the tornado threat has ended for northwest Georgia. We've got multiple areas of strong winds across the area moving towards the east. We're monitoring the storm with a history of rotation back into eastern parts of Alabama, approaching West Georgia, but no tornado warnings are currently in effect. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here southwest of LaGrange, but currently no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Brian, you got any more damage reports?
Just confirming, by the way, again, no active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. Some additional damage reports here. Monitoring some storms, as you were mentioning, Brad, that are still to our south and west that still have to lift and move over North Georgia. In fact, let me zoom out the view a little bit here and show you the area that we are going to be watching here over the next several hours. So that threat will continue on the south side and will continue around metro Atlanta for the next while, and we're going to be watching it for you. It's these storms here that are down toward the Montgomery area. They're lifting up to the north in our south side counties like Troup County, Meriwether County, Pike Lamar, Upson County, and then up into Coweta County. Those will be the areas we're going to be watching closely for that activity in Alabama. Keeping a close eye now on and monitoring some of the damage reports. Numerous trees down, power lines down, power outages, multiple trees down across Polk County. Reports of another lightning strike of a home, this in Whitfield County, so that's in northwest Georgia. That's a result of the prolific lightning we've been seeing, and some additional information continues to come in. Meteorologist Jennifer Lopez with us as well. And that's just the confirmation, Brad, as you were mentioning, of some additional for the counties in northwest Georgia that for now or have been canceled out of the tornado watch. So the tornado threat continues around metro Atlanta, far northwest Georgia. You're no longer in the tornado watch risk, but Brad, we're going to be here for several hours overnight watching all of this continue to move through.
Yeah, that's right. So this isn't over, but right now we've got a little break in the intensity of the storms across parts of North Georgia and metro Atlanta. So a lot of heavy rain, a lot of strong winds, and a lot of lightning. We've been monitoring that. Storm Tracker 2 HD showing the very heavy rain. But right now, we have no active weather warnings across metro Atlanta or North Georgia. So we have no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings currently. Doesn't mean the threat is over for the night, but we're going to go back to regular programming here. I'll be watching this with meteorologist Brian Monahan and Jennifer Lopez. We're going to come back in an instant if a tornado warning is issued or any life-threatening situation develops. Stay tuned to Channel 2. We'll be right back as soon as necessary.
This has been a breaking news report from Channel 2 Action News.
Because of a medical error made when he was an infant. The family won a small settlement for his future care, which was put into a trust. Investigators believe the money was Kelly's motive, something she has denied. Several months after a judge sentenced the hitman and getaway driver, Kelly pleaded guilty as well. At her sentencing, Kelly's lawyer read a statement she wrote.
Your Honor, I want to start by apologizing for my actions and the pain they have created. I am deeply sorry for the hurt I have caused others with my lack of judgment and poor choices. I want to apologize to Barron for the pain and suffering he went through, and to Sessa Thorne, Ethan, and Sophia Fulman for the trauma they experienced. I also want to apologize to Joseph Good and Quincy Mendez for the role I played, and to their families, who they are now separated from. I want to apologize to my son Eric. I'm sorry I failed him, and I haven't been able to be there for him the past 3 years. I want him to know that I love him and miss him so much. I also want to apologize to my family for the pain and embarrassment they've endured. I will do my best to make things right. There are reasons why this happened, but no excuses.
The judge did not show any leniency, comparing her sentence to that of the younger shooter.
And now these two juveniles have been brought into the criminal justice system because of you. And that has not been addressed here today. And that is the fact that I find additionally troubling besides the facts of this case. And it is for that reason I am going to give you a high-end sentence in this matter, because I believe that you deserve more time than the shooter in this case, because you are the one who orchestrated this criminal action.
The judge sentenced Kelly to nearly 14 years in prison, a sentence that Lee says still isn't enough.
You know, I wasn't left with much choice, so that's why when I asked for the maximum 165 based on the plea deal that they agreed to, that's the best I could hope for today. Obviously, it's short of what I wanted. And at the end, after all was said and done, she turned around and smirked at us. So it just shows, there's zero remorse. Everything's an act.
Lee said he was silenced during his custody battle and is happy to finally have a voice. He hopes to support other fathers in the future.
A mother found dead inside her home minutes before her kids arrived. Her murder still unsolved.
Do you guys have some suspects in mind? Do you have a suspect or suspects in mind? Yes.
The person seen running from her apartment complex, and why detectives are refusing to give up on finding her killer.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter-paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit the county. The department offers competitive starting pay, paid training, and excellent benefits. It's not just a job, it's a way of life. Are you prepared to make a difference? Apply now at GwinnettFireJobs.com.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
A mother of two found dead in her own home nearly a decade ago. The window of time for her murder, just 15 minutes. Reporter Rick Earl spoke with investigators about how they've narrowed down possible suspects to solve this mother's cold case.
Everything seemed to have happened right there on the bed, and it was messy, and you could tell that it was violent.
30-year-old Lisa Stover, a single mother of two, found brutally beaten, bludgeoned with an unknown object, and shot in her own bed.
Very, very brutal. One of the more violent scenes that I've ever been able to see.
It happened here at the Riverview Terrace Apartments in Rochester, Pennsylvania in October of 2016. No one has ever been charged with the crime.
I look at these young boys, and they're growing up, and that question's in their mind. They want to know what happened to their mother.
Stover had just finished classes for the day. She arrived here at her apartment in Rochester just after 6 o'clock. Now, she had been texting the father of her two children. He was watching them at a house several blocks away. She told him to bring them here. He arrived about 15 minutes later and found her in bed, bloody and beaten.
They seen blood on her and stuff, and and they went over to my brother's house.
Mark Yarrow said a neighbor had to let him in the main door, and then he had to force his way into Stover's apartment. We spoke with Yarrows and Stover's mother just days after the brutal murder.
It's pretty much like a dream, it's not real.
Makes me mad, angry, sad, hurt, all kinds of things.
Sherry Zielinski says her daughter was taking pre-law classes at the community college and raising two boys ages 3 and 10.
She was my beautiful baby girl, and he ripped her out of my life like she was nothing, and she was something.
Yarrows told police he saw someone in a hooded sweatshirt running from the apartment complex as he arrived with their two boys. Police eventually tracked down that mystery person.
We talked to them, and they had answered the questions, and they had passed the polygraph.
And police believe a next-door neighbor may have heard the gunshot.
I don't think she ever specified how many she heard or what she heard. She just heard something she said that sounded like a firecracker.
Adding to the mystery, no sign of forced entry. Stover was not sexually assaulted, and nothing taken from her apartment.
She had items at the house that had value that were still there.
Over the years, police have combed through cell phone records, executed search warrants, and examined DNA. Still, many years later, a motive is unknown, a killer still out there.
Yeah, I don't believe anything was ever established as far as a motive. Obviously, based on some of the things we discussed, it's endless possibilities.
Do you guys have some suspects in mind? Do you have a suspect or suspects in mind?
Yes. Keep doing a little bit here and talking to people and waiting for somebody to point us in that direction.
And police say over the years they've made some progress narrowing down the list of potential suspects, and they're optimistic that one day they'll be able to catch the killer.
Lisa's friends, families, they want justice for Lisa, as every investigator that's been involved in this case wants. They want to see justice served.
If you have any information, you're asked to call the Beaver County Sheriff's Office at 724-770-4600. That number again, 724-770-4600.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is...
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no...
Thank you for joining us. And remember, for so many of these families, one tip could be the key to bringing them closure and putting those responsible behind bars for good.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
The father is...
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. North Georgia storms can change lives in seconds, and nothing is more important than giving you the earliest warnings.
Combined with the power of Storm Tracker 2 HD radar, we warn you up to 5 minutes earlier than anyone else in Georgia.
And we don't stop there. With the most advanced technology, we track storms to street level, break them down in 3D, and give you minute-by-minute alerts.
Meteorologists with the highest level of certification, we are Severe Weather Team 2, only on Channel 2 Action News.
On WSB Tonight, it's new local stories and why they matter. Our team is working every angle, bringing you a deeper look.
WSB Tonight, we are first on the scene at this breaking news, and here's what we know at this hour.
Breaking down late developing details, investigating, covering all sides.
WSB Tonight is the only station to bring you these crucial interviews.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. I'm always tracking to help you prepare for the next day.
I'm Wendy Corona.
And I'm George Estevez. Stay up and see what's new on WSB Tonight at 11.
In every crime,
A story of a survivor, of someone left behind, of someone determined to solve a mystery. These are the stories of crimes that changed lives forever. This is Justice Rules.
A Microsoft executive shot and killed in the middle of a quiet neighborhood. His 2-year-old daughter found alive, strapped in her car seat.
I was shocked. I fell to the floor because I was devastated for what I was going to have to tell my kids.
The twists and turns, the complicated investigation, and the stunning plot that tore a family apart. Here's reporter Megan Moriarty.
Jared Bridegan was a 33-year-old Microsoft executive, husband, and father of 4. In February 2022, he was driving down a dark road in a quiet neighborhood in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. According to police, a tire rolled into the street. When Bridegan got out of his car to move it, someone shot and killed him. His 2-year-old daughter was in the car, strapped into her car seat, alone until someone came to help. Police called it an ambush-style attack, planned, and the tangled web that came next would get national attention. It took almost a year before the first arrest was made in the case. 61-year-old Henry Tenon was charged with conspiracy to commit murder, second-degree murder, accessory after the fact, and child abuse. But who was he, and what was his connection to Jared Bridegan?
Today is a day we've prayed for almost a year.
Outside the courtroom, Jared's wife, Kirsten Bridegan, spoke to the media and explained how she told her daughter about the arrest.
As I said, one of the bad guys that hurt Dad is not going to hurt anybody else, and he's in jail. And she, in her own toddler mind, said, so he's in a long timeout. I said, yes, he's in a timeout that's not going to end.
Tenon's arrest warrant was sealed by a court order for 30 days. Criminal defense attorney and law and safety expert Dale Carson explained how it's sealed to keep key details away from the public as prosecutors work to find out who else could be involved.
Simply because they want to be able to contain that information to see whether it validates other people's statements or whether it is in contrast to other people's statements.
Carson said it could reveal who else was involved.
Well, you're going to learn who the other participants were, how they knew one another. And they don't want that out yet because they're still formulating the probable cause.
And it would reveal the connection between the suspect and the victim.
Henry Tenon is only one of the people responsible for Jared's murder. He's only one chess piece. There are more to fall before justice is done.
And there were. The second arrest came soon after, and a picture of the alleged conspiracy started to emerge. Police arrested Mario Fernandez Saldana. The connection, Tenon once rented a home from Fernandez Saldana. Then the bombshell. Fernandez Saldana is married to Jared's ex-wife, Shanna Gardner. Police called it a targeted murder. Tenon agreed to testify for the state against Fernandez Saldana and anyone else charged in Bridegan's murder.
As I said at our last update on this matter, we know Henry Tenon did not act alone. And Tenon has confirmed this to be true. Tenon's cooperation has both corroborated evidence collected during the investigation and provided additional evidence against Mario Fernandez Saldana for his role in the planning and execution of Jared's murder.
As part of his guilty plea, he would face 15 years to life in prison, but not the death penalty. The state dropped 3 other charges against Tenon for his cooperation. Wearing an orange jumpsuit, Mario Fernandez Saldana stood before a Duval County judge and was denied bond.
We have fought hard for the truth, and the world now knows what we have known all along, that Jared truly was an innocent victim.
According to Fernandez Saldana's arrest warrant, an investigation into Bridegan's background revealed a highly acrimonious divorce and a contentious relationship with both Gardner and Fernandez. Shanna Gardner and Fernandez Saldana met at her CrossFit gym in 2018 where he worked maintenance.
Mario Fernandez Saldana is the husband of Jared Bridegan's ex-wife, Shanna Gardner.
Gardner's parents, who own a multi-million-dollar crafts company, posted a statement on social media after Fernandez Saldana's arrest. It reads in part, Shanna and Mario have been separated for an extended period of time. But legal expert Dale Carson explained Florida's spousal privilege law could stop Gardner from testifying in court against her husband anyway.
That is to promote an ability to discuss things with your wife or your husband or your partner that you want to discuss, and they're presumptively in private.
It could also stop a husband from testifying against his wife, the third and final arrest. In August 2022, police arrested Shanna Gardner for her ex-husband's murder. At the time, she was living in New Richland, Washington. Police there took her into custody.
For 547 days, we've hoped and prayed that this day would come. From very, very early on, everything in my soul and body told me that she was behind it.
The first domino to fall, Henry Tenen, January 2023, a former tenant of Mario Fernandez Saldana. The second domino to fall, and current husband of Shanna Gardner, Bridegan's ex-wife. The final piece to this puzzle. In her only on-camera interview about the case before her arrest, Gardner said she had nothing to do with his murder.
I do not have any idea. As I said, we've been divorced. We don't run in the same social circles. All I know is that I would never want anybody to go through this.
The interview took place about 5 months after the murder. Shanna spoke exclusively to us. She wanted to tell her side of the story. The first question, why have you stayed silent?
I was asked to not talk to the media or give a public statement, but with the level of speculation, I felt that now it was necessary to speak out.
Gardner says she was asked by Bridegan's widow Kirsten not to speak publicly. We wanted to know how the relationship could have gotten to that point.
I'm sure you would say that we've had happy moments. I mean, we shared the two most beautiful children in the world.
In 2015, Bridegan and Gardner divorced. Their court records reveal a long, complicated process lasting over 5 years.
Anytime divorce comes into any situation, it's messy. It just is. I will say that I think that we both love our kids.
Bridegan and Gardner both wanted full custody. The court file details allegations of spying, deceit, and more. In the end, they reached a shared custody agreement. And whenever the children were at one parent's house, the other would come over on Wednesdays to have a date night with the children. That's exactly what Bridegan and his twins did the night he was killed.
It was actually one of the things. I'm sorry. I remember my son tucking him in and him saying that it was a good date night.
But that happiness would quickly end because minutes after leaving her house, Bridegan was killed.
I was shocked. I fell to the floor because I was devastated for what I was going to have to tell my kids.
We asked if she had anything to do with Jared's murder.
No, I did not have anything to do with his murder.
But Bridegan's widow, Kirsten, knew differently. She said a life was taken and countless others were impacted.
Shanna's arrest ends one horrific chapter of our pursuit for justice for Jared. And now we open a new one.
A baseball fan disappears after going to this Seattle Mariners game with a man she just met.
At this point, he's got all the answers, and we're just waiting for to find my sister.
Coming up next, the desperate search to find her and the bizarre chain of events, including theft, fire, and kidnapping that no one saw coming.
Scan the code on your screen now for this exclusive offer from HydroSpark Pro. Discover the new trend that's bubbling up as the future of hydration innovation. Get hydrogen-infused water now with the HydroSpark Pro. Fill it up, push the button, and in just 3 minutes, H2 OMG, you've got hydrogen-infused water. And for a limited time, the HydroSpark Pro is just $69.99. Scan the code on your screen and get your HydroSpark Pro today.
If it's happening, it's on 2. Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Blankenship.
And I'm Lori Wilson. Georgia weather is always changing.
We give you the most accurate forecast and more. Meteorologist Brian Monahan covers it all with weather in a minute, hour by hour for the day ahead, how to dress the kids.
And we can warn you 5 minutes earlier when storms threaten.
Storm Tracker 2 HD showing where the heaviest rain is right now.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7.
As soon as you come through these doors every day, you kind of just feel the atmosphere is very professional, very intense. You know, you have people that not only you have to rely on, but they rely on you as well. I think there's a lot of mental hurdles that you need to overcome in this job. I think the Academy does a good job of helping you figure out what those hurdles are and helping you figure out that you need to just overcome it.
Since 2014, only one name has remained year after year. Sitting on top of the rankings, it's Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer. And for 2025, it's a record 11 years. Atlanta Toyota, Georgia's #1 volume Toyota dealer for the 11th year in a row. Pleasant Hill Road in Duluth.
A woman disappeared in Seattle, Washington, just after attending a Mariners game with a man she'd just met. The search for her got stranger by the day and gained national attention. Reporter Jake Chapman followed the weeks-long search that left family members wanting answers.
It's opening weekend for the Seattle Mariners at T-Mobile Park, and 58-year-old Leticia Martinez-Kosman is sitting behind home plate, taking it all in.
Oh, yeah, she's big Mariners fan, yeah.
But to her brother Ricardo Martinez, she's so much more than a baseball fan.
She's always giving and she's like cooking all the time. She's just full of energy, full of life.
That Mariners game would draw national attention, but not for the baseball. And this picture from that game would unravel a bizarre string of lies and crimes. Investigators say the man in the picture with Leticia is Brett Michael Gitchell. They say Leticia met him at a Seattle Costco and invited him to the game because he was wearing a Mariners sweatshirt.
This was the beginning of the Mariners season. And there was a lot of hype around Mariners baseball. They just made the playoffs for the first time in 21 years. And to hear of a fan going missing on opening weekend was really just like whoa, what's going on here?
The day after she disappeared, friends and family reported receiving odd text messages from her phone, calls went unanswered. Her brother filed a missing persons report just 2 days after the game. That same night, Leticia's adult son, Patrick, who has special needs, told investigators that he was woken up in the middle of the night by someone knocking on his bedroom door. He said a man told him his mother had been in an accident and he was going to take him to see her at the hospital. Police say the man, later identified as Gitchell, drove him around for hours before attempting to strangle him. The victim, Leticia's son, got away and called 911.
I was really shocked. At first, I doubted it because I was so focused on finding Leticia. That's been the focus of all of us. And that certainly adds a whole new element to what has happened.
Police say Gitchell took off, and this incident